चलो बॉयज, एक मैच और हो जाए।
बस 2 सर्कल बाकी है यार, इसको निपटा के खेलते हैं ना।
क्या सर्कल?
यार राज, तू क्यों नहीं खेलता हमारे साथ? अपनी स्क्वाड बन जाएगी।
स्क्वाड? पर पता नहीं यार, इसमें स्कोप है भी क्या?
हाँ हाँ देखना भाई, 2x लगा हुआ है।
2x?
तुझे चाहिए तो 6x मुझसे ले ले, मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा है? मैंशन चलते हैं गाइस, क्या कहते हो?
लूट के सीधा रोटेशन मारते।
मैंशन में लूट? तो हेलो, ये चल क्या रहा है यार?
BGMI
है?
सब यही खेल रहे ब्रो, तुझे कैसे नहीं पता? हर चीज है इसमें, जैसे फुल ऑन सॉलिड प्लानिंग, स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम वर्क, ट्रस्ट और सबसे जरूरी 4 अच्छे दोस्त, ताकि अपनी स्क्वाड और चिकन डिनर के बीच कोई ना आ सके। अब तो सब अपनी स्क्वाड बना रहे हैं, तू कैसे रह गया?
चल यार राज, अब एक मैच हो जाए।
क्यों नहीं, अपनी स्क्वाड बना ले। हमारी BGMI स्क्वाड तो रेडी है, आप अपनी कब बना रहे हो?
हर इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स टीम और हर इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स एथलीट का एक सपना होता है, अ ड्रीम टू बी ऑन द टॉप ऑफ द टेबल, अ ड्रीम टू बी द बेस्ट। और आज इसी सपने को साकार करने के लिए 16 टीमें एक आखिरी बार भिड़ेंगी इस BMPS के स्टेज पे। मेरा नाम है अंकित पांडे के एंकी बॉट, दिस इज प्रील्यूड टू द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। और मेरे साथ जुड़ेंगे एक्सपेरिमेंट, जिनको हम अंगद सिंह चहल के नाम से भी जानते हैं, और साथ में मिस्टर ओशन। आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। स्टार्टिंग विद यू अंगद, अगर मैं आपसे जानना चाहूं, काफी ज्यादा लंबा सफर ये रहा है अभी तक का, जब से आप इंग्लिश टेस्ट पे हैं, कैसा लगा ये पूरा सफर?
Well, it's been amazing, and I am kind of upset that it's finally coming to an end right now because you know the journey was awesome. It was a lovely pleasure being here, but all good things must come to an end. However, you know the action is what keeps everything alive, and I've been happy so far.
What about you, Ocean?
I mean, जैसे कि बोला कि बहुत ज़्यादा एक लंबी जर्नी रही है, तो जैसे गर्मियों की छुट्टियां नहीं होती हर बच्चे के लिए, जब खत्म होने वाली होती है तो एक तरीके से वो सोचते हैं कि काश और हो सकता। हम भी ये चाहेंगे कि कंपटीशन, देखिए डेफिनेटली आगे और भी टूर्नामेंट्स आएंगे, बहुत सारी चीज़ें रहेंगी, बट देन ये जो जर्नी रही एक महोत्सव रहा है ओवरऑल, और अब वो महोत्सव धीरे 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 अपने अंतिम चरणों पे।
बिल्कुल, दिस इज द स्टार्ट ऑफ द एंड। जैसे कि हमने बोला कि आज के दिन की शुरुआत हो चुकी है, चलेंगे सीधे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स की तरफ, क्योंकि वहां पर एक घमासान युद्ध हमें जरूर से देखने को मिल रहा है। अगर हम बात करें पहले पायदान की, टीम सोल वहां पर काबिज देखने को मिल रही है 254 अंकों के साथ। एक सिंपल एंड स्ट्रेट क्वेश्चन एक्सपेरिमेंट आपके लिए रहेगा, क्या ये जो 71 अंक की लीड है ये इनविंसिबल है, या अभी भी मौका है ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स, निग्मा गैलेक्सी और बाकी की टीम्स के पास?
I'm sure by 71 means 71, right? Of course, the lead is insurmountable right now, but Team Seoul need to do exactly what they've done over the last 3 days. Now, if by chance, suppose they kind of have a little bit of a faltering issues today, that's when Global Esports and Enigma Galaxy, if they play like the way they played yesterday, they can actually bridge that gap, and who knows, we might have a fight for the top spot.
मेरी नजर पता नहीं क्यों निग्मा गैलेक्सी पर बहुत ज्यादा रहने वाली है। देखिए, आपने सोल की बात करी, काबिल तारीफ खेला है। ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स, हाँ उनके पास वो मौका जरूर रह सकता है, लेकिन निग्मा गैलेक्सी जिस तरीके से कल खेले हैं, 2 गेम्स में 60-70 अंक वो लेकर के अगर जा रहे हैं, तो आज तो देखिए 6 गेम्स है, कितने पॉइंट्स वो निकाल सकते हैं। वो इस दिन को, आज के 6 मैचेस को, उन 4-5 घंटों को एक अपॉर्चुनिटी की तरह देखेंगे, जो उनकी जिंदगी के शायद सबसे लंबे 4-5 घंटे हो सकते हैं, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा बड़ा फल भी उनको उन्हीं 4-5 घंटों में मिल सकता है।
देखिए, अनडाउटेडली निग्मा गैलेक्सी ने स्पेशली जिस प्रकार से उन 2 मैचेस में प्रदर्शन दिखाया है, 67 पॉइंट्स फ्रॉम नॉट रॉन्ग वो लेकर के गए अप्रोक्सीमेटली, एंड आई एम जस्ट वेटिंग कि टीम निग्मा गैलेक्सी आज किस प्लान के साथ आएगी। बट अगेन, अगर हम बात करें OR स्पोर्ट्स की, एनिग्मा गेमिंग की, शुरुआत काफी अच्छी थी, बट अब ऐसा लग रहा है कि हाँ थोड़ा मुश्किलों में आ सकते हैं। बट अगेन 6 मैचेस सबके पास रहने वाले हैं, एक चिकन डिनर आपको 15 अंक देकर के जाते हैं, और अगर फिनिशेस आप अच्छे निकालते हैं, वेल कुछ भी हो सकता है। एक्सपी
Anything can happen, and even on the team at the bottom right now, you have a look at Team INS, Autobotz, even Team EXO. You know, we were expecting that little comeback. Well, that didn't really fructify. However, they still have a chance to, you know, get up on the leaderboard, take a bigger chunk of that amazing 2 lakh prize pool for themselves. And yes, of course, it is all about the money, but more than the money, it's about the pride and all those bragging rights.
Bragging rights, exactly. सबसे ज्यादा मैटर करते हैं। और जैसे कि आपने एक्सो की बात करी, राइट, गलतियां तो कल भी उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा करी थी, बहुत सारी फाइट्स में उन लोगों की तरफ से गलतियां हैं, और कल और परसों और वो प्लेयर्स का आना, प्लेयर्स का जाना, ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो शायद उस कोड को क्रैक नहीं कर पाए जो उनको टॉप 3 रख सकता था, क्योंकि एक फैन फेवरेट टीम थी वो।
वेल अनडाउटेडली वी ऑल एक्सपेक्टेड अ लॉट, जैसे कि हम उनको बोलते हैं सिनोनिम्स ऑफ कंसिस्टेंसी। अभी के लिए वो इनकंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस हमें साफ साफ देखने को मिल रहा है, एंड एक दो मैचेस ही ऐसे थे जिसमें टीम एक्सो अपने प्राइम फॉर्म में देखने को मिल रहे थे। बट एक एक्सपेरिमेंट इफ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट टीम ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स स्पेशली, जिस प्रकार से उनका डायनामिक गेम स्टाइल हमें देखने को मिलता है, कभी भी वो अपना ड्रॉप लोकेशन चेंज कर देते हैं, कुछ वियर्ड से उनके जो स्प्लिट्स है वो हमें देखने को मिलते हैं। कितने इंप्रेस्ड हैं आप इस टीम से?
You know, talking about global esports, they had a good start on day one, and they were, of course, in the second position, which they still are. However, that lead is something of an issue. Now, what we at the English desk thought yesterday was, it's not hesitancy and it's not reluctancy, right? But they aren't really engaging themselves in the fights. They're going for the rotations and everything. They're doing that well, right? They're getting inside the circle. However, they seem to be, pretty much in a sandwich situation between a rock and a hard place, time in and time out. And it kind of feels like they don't have any options.
Yeah.
So I wonder if today they just go all in and basically take the fight to the enemy itself.
वेल अगर इसी को हम ऐड करें, यहाँ पे आगे चलते देखते हैं कि क्या ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स के कोई खिलाड़ी प्लेयर ऑफ द डे और इन सारे ही खिताबों के आसपास हमें देखने को मिलते हैं। चलेंगे हम प्लेयर लीडर बोर्ड की तरफ और जानेंगे कि कौन से इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर अपनी जो क्षमता है वो दिखा रहे हैं इस सबसे बड़े मंच के ऊपर। सोल के गॉडलिन 54 फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले हैं, 10,000 से ऊपर का डैमेज। दूसरे स्थान पे टीम सोल के अक्षर देखने को मिल जाएंगे, 36 फिनिशेस उनके पास भी। वेल अनडाउटेडली वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट रीजंस कि क्यों टीम सोल हमें टॉप पे देखने को मिल रहे हैं। एनिग्मा के एगी पहले दिन का परफॉर्मेंस काफी बढ़िया था, प्लेयर ऑफ द डे, बट उसके बाद थोड़ा बहुत लड़खड़ाहट देखने को मिली।
वो आर के आदित्य भी देखिए काफी ज्यादा प्रभावशाली यहाँ पर खिलाड़ी हमें देखने को मिलते हैं, उनकी तरफ से मल्टीपल टाइम्स हमने देखा है टीम के लिए स्टेप अप करते हैं। आदित्य आतंकी ऐसे प्लेयर्स रहते हैं, हालांकि इस समय आदित्य टॉप 5 में हमें दिखाई देते हैं। निग्मा गैलेक्सी के एमजे, कल निग्मा गैलेक्सी जब ऊपर उठी है, इस प्लेयर का बहुत बड़ा हाथ रहा है, बहुत बार फाइट्स को रोकने में, खुद की तरफ से सफल फाइट्स निकालने में। अपोलो का आना, वो सारे डिसीजंस जो आए थे वो सब इस प्लेयर की बदौलत ही आए और उसी के चलते इस टीम ने काफी अच्छा खेला। लेकिन गॉबलिन जहां तक मुझे सही से लगता है वो 200 फिनिशेस का भी ओवरऑल आंकड़ा, अगर हम लोग टूर्नामेंट्स की बात करें वहां भी वो छा चुके हैं। यहां पर अभी 54 हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं। सो ओवरऑल जो नंबर्स निकाल रहा है ये प्लेयर, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर आज अगर लीड और बढ़ानी है तो उसके लिए तो जरूरत है ये।
बिल्कुल। एंड एक्सपेरिमेंट में आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि शुरुआत कितनी ज्यादा जरूरी है यहाँ पर टीम्स के लिए, स्पेशली फॉर टीम सोल, बिकॉज लुक 71 पॉइंट्स इज अ बिग डिफरेंस, बट जिस प्रकार से टीम निग्मा गैलेक्सी की बात करें या फिर अगर हम बात करें ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स की, वो बढ़ रहे हैं, जिस कंसिस्टेंसी के साथ वो लीड कम भी करी जा सकती है।
You know, I mean, talking about Team Soul, now, पहले we were talking about Team EXO as the team synonymous with consistency. However, now, Team Soul, day 1, 80 points. Day 2, 81 points. Day 3, 93 points. I mean, these guys, basically, even the sky is not the limit because they're in the stratosphere right now. Now, a good start today is going to be important for them because I kind of feel, and I'm kind of hoping that, maybe a couple of teams at the bottom are going to be dropping down with them. Now, two things can happen. Either they're going to try and spoil their game, or they're going to give their finishes to Team Soul, and their lead is going to keep increasing even more. What do you think?
Challenges में भी exactly drop पर challenges, किसी और के drop पर ये टीम जा रही है just to understand कि क्या किया जा सकता है। अगर पहले 3-4 गेम्स में इनको बहुत अच्छी लीड मिल जाती है, I'm pretty sure लास्ट के 2-1 गेम्स के अंदर तो ये लोग कुछ ना कुछ तो अलग ही करते नजर आ सकते हैं। शायद प्लेयर चेंज हो जाए, हमें वापस से शायद मे बी मॉर्टल दिखाई दें, वाइपर दिखाई दे, जैसे कि पिछले हफ्ते के लास्ट डे हुआ था, या फिर सोचिए वो लोग जाकर के और अगर एग्रेसिव फॉर्म में आ गए, कुछ ना कुछ अलग हो सकता है, या फिर हमें बहुत स्लो स्टेडी गेम प्ले देखने को मिले फिर से, जस्ट टू अंडरस्टैंड, डिपेंड करता है वो गैप कितना होता है। पहले 3-4 गेम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
बिल्कुल। और अभी के लिए जब हम सारी चर्चा कर रहे हैं iQOO प्रेजेंट्स जो हमारा पूरा इवेंट चल रहा है बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया प्रो सीरीज पावर्ड बाय लोको, तो चलेंगे हम एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण गेस्ट की तरफ, जानेंगे उनकी राय क्या है पूरे इवेंट की तरफ, वो किस प्रकार से इस पूरे इवेंट को देख रहे हैं। बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली ई स्पोर्ट्स अभी के लिए जिस प्रकार से ग्रो हो रहा है BGMI के थ्रू, मिस्टर फिरासत दुरानी हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं लोको से। स्वागत है सर आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
बिल्कुल अच्छी तरह से, एंड आपके साथ साथ मैं भी काफी एंजॉय कर रहा हूँ। एक बहुत ही अलग प्रो सीरीज जैसा हमने कभी देखा नहीं
जी।
फिरासत मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि अभी के लिए जो इम्पैक्ट है BGMI ई स्पोर्ट्स का, वो आप इंडिया के ऊपर किस प्रकार से देखते हैं?
देखिए, BGMI इंडिया का अपना गेम है जी, और इसका सबसे बड़ा इम्पैक्ट आपको उसकी एंगेजमेंट में नजर आता है। हमने लोको की शुरुआत की थी 2020 में, और तब से लेकर अभी तक हम सबसे बड़े इन्वेस्टर्स रहे हैं मोबाइल स्पोर्ट्स में इंडिया के अंदर,
जी
और अभी भी we remain the largest investors in the ecosystem. However, हमको आगे आना पड़ा इस पर्टिकुलर इवेंट को सपोर्ट करने के लिए, बिल्कुल इसी रीज़न की वजह से, क्योंकि BGMI अभी भी लोगों पे सबसे ज़्यादा खेला और देखा जाने वाला गेम है
जी।
और इसके बाद उम्मीद यही है कि यहाँ से ये सब और भी बहुत ज़्यादा आगे बढ़े और बहुत सारी ऊंचाइयों को छूता रहे।
You know, if I may add a question, Mr. Durrani. Now, you did mention that you've been watching this tournament so far. So, as far as Loco and, BGMI, like you said, India ka apna game, what has your experience been so far, looking at the players and, as you mentioned, this ecosystem that is growing?
To be honest, it's a very unique approach that we took. Around the world, no live streaming platforms have gone out there and signed up players from various esport teams. Mostly it's content creators that take the cake and they become big Twitch stars or YouTube stars. But then India was unique in its capacity. We saw a few years ago that a large amount of interest in live streaming was totally dedicated to the best and the most upcoming esport players in the country.
Yeah.
And that's how we thought about doing this, and we've been lucky because our growth in the entire world has been one from which has become a case study. And now we're trying to launch various other regions and territories, and we're going and this has been so amazing that we're taking the same approach that worked for us in India to other countries and territories, thereby not going for content creators but rather investing in esport teams and players.
Yeah, and काफी ज्यादा सीरियस सवाल मुझे लगता है हम यहाँ पर पूछ चुके हैं, लेकिन एक सवाल मेरा ये रहने वाला है कि क्या आपकी कोई फेवरेट टीम है, या फिर आपकी जो टीम रहती है आपके अंडर या फिर आपके साथ जो लोग काम करते हैं, क्या वहां पर कोई इंटरनल राइवलरीज होती है? नहीं, आज तो ये टीम अच्छा करेगी, ये टीम अच्छा करेगी, क्या ये कॉन्वर्सेशंस भी चलती हैं?
Well, we are a startup. हम एक स्टार्टअप है, और हर स्टार्टअप की भावना एक अंडरडॉग को सपोर्ट करने वाली होती है।
Nice.
क्योंकि स्टार्टअप खुद भी एक अंडरडॉग होता है। तो ऑनेस्टली आपकी जानकारी के लिए, various and all the underdog teams in this series are Loco teams. And but then मैं इस स्ट्रीम पे आके इंडिया की सबसे फेवरेट टीम, फैन फेवरेट सोल के बारे में कुछ गलत नहीं बोलूंगा, and बोलने से कोई फर्क भी नहीं पड़ेगा because it's already at the top, as Ocean you were just saying. The lead is insurmountable. But yeah, like you said, we at Loco always root for the underdog. And we are looking forward to have, and some of the underdogs have shown us really great performances. आपने देखा Big Brother Esports, exactly. And Autobotz and everyone else. In fact, my happiest outcome in this entire series has been global esports. अब एक काफी लंबे अरसे के बाद एक PC focused org ने मोबाइल में सबसे पहला सक्सेस देखा है। एक तरह से अगर देखा जाए तो वो भी इस सीरीज के अंडरडॉग्स थे जो एक बहुत ही नई ऊंचाई को छू रहे हैं। माय ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट टू मायावी एंड हिज बॉयज एंड द मैनेजमेंट, मोहित एंड ऋषि।
वेल, थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सो मच मिस्टर दुरानी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड इट्स ऑलवेज प्लेजर टॉकिंग टू यू, एंड वी रियली विश कि आगे भी ऐसे ही हमारा जो इकोसिस्टम है वो ग्रो होता रहे। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग।
थैंक यू।
थैंक्स अ लॉट। बाय।
वेल, अगर हम बात करें ओशन, जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने एक प्रकाश डाला कि किस प्रकार से जो इकोसिस्टम है वो ग्रो रहा है और किस प्रकार से जो BGMI esports है वो इतना ज़्यादा इम्पैक्टफुल है इन सारी चीज़ों के ऊपर। ग्लोबल esports के बारे में उन्होंने चर्चा ज़रूर से करी और अभी के लिए वो बहुचर्चित टीम ज़रूर से हमें देखने को मिल रही है। आपकी क्या राय रहने वाली है ग्लोबल esports के बारे में, जिस प्रकार से वो कंसिस्टेंटली तो खेल रहे हैं बट अभी भी दूसरे पायदान पे?
पता है वो मैच्योरली खेल रहे हैं, इनफैक्ट कंसिस्टेंसी के साथ खेल रहे हैं बट मैच्योरली खेल रहे हैं। जब फाइनल स्टार्ट होने वाले थे उससे पहले एक लाइन बोली गई थी कि हम हर जगह जाएंगे, हर ड्रॉप हमारा है, हर जगह हम जाकर के ड्रॉप करेंगे। बट देन आपने देखा एक्चुअली उन्होंने अपने ड्रॉप को बस जॉर्जोपोल पर सस्टेन कर दिया है। कोई यासना का ड्रॉप नहीं, कोई हाइड्रा का क्लैश नहीं, कुछ ऐसी चीज़ नहीं, एंड दे आर ट्राइंग टू जस्ट प्रूव कि जिस तरीके से वो लोग खेल रहे हैं दे आर वर्थ द फर्स्ट पोजिशन, ऑल्दो अभी सेकेंड पर है, बट देन अगेन चांसेस माइट जस्ट बीट, क्योंकि आज तो चेस का डे ही है।
बिल्कुल। एंड इफ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट लाइक आपने जैसे कि ड्रॉप की बात करी, टीम हाइड्रा का नाम जरूर से आता है आपके अकॉर्डिंग। एक्सपेरिमेंट में जरूर से जानना चाहूंगा कि हाइड्रा का अभी तक का अगर हम बात करें लीग स्टेज और अभी के परफॉर्मेंस पे आपको मेजर क्या डिफरेंस देखने को मिलता है?
See, league stages में at the beginning they were consistent. However, they were on a lower rank as far as the overall rankings go, right? Then suddenly in week 3 they kind of upped their game.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
They still, and talking about global esports, they did drop down in Yasnaya, and we had all those clashes, and they were still at the top.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the grand finals is concerned, yes, they are going to be a little lower down where they would have wanted to be. However, it's not about just getting the first position. It's also about winning hearts in the process, which they absolutely have done, and I want them to come with their best foot forward today.
वेल ट्रू दैट। एंड आज का दिन बहुत ही ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण रहेगा और एक ऐसी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण शख्सियत जो अभी के लिए हाइड्रा ऑफिशियल को बिलोंग करते हैं, डायनामो गेमिंग, हमारे साथ जुड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे। वी ऑल नो कि कितना ज्यादा इंपैक्ट उनका रहा है इस पूरी कम्युनिटी के ऊपर। एंड अभी के लिए टीम हाइड्रा जो कि खेलते हुए नजर आ रही है, काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन वो खेल रहे हैं। हालांकि ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में उतना अच्छा प्रदर्शन नहीं आया। चलेंगे सीधे हम डायनामो के पास से और उन्हीं से जानेंगे कि अभी के लिए टीम्स में क्या चल रहा है और ये जो एक्सपीरियंस है, बिकॉज इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग ये पहली बार है जब उनकी टीम जो है वो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में खेलती हुई नजर आ रही है। एंड एक नई टीम कंपेरेटिवली हमें देखने को मिली, एक नई सिनर्जी के साथ वो टीम हमें देखने को मिली और यहाँ पर परफॉर्म कर रही है। कुछ जरूर से देरी रहेगी उनके ज्वाइन करने में, बट अगेन अगर हम ओवरऑल बात करें ओशन, एक एनालिटिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से हम जरूर से बात करना चाहेंगे। जोरो की बात करें, डायनामाइट की बात करें, दे हैव बीन वेरी गुड व्हेन इट कम्स टू लीग स्टेज, बट सडनली वो जो डाउनफॉल है वो हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। सो लाइक इफ अगर हम कुछ एनालिटिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से इसका एक रिप्लाई आपसे जान पाए तो।
सी इट्स लाइक एक्सपेक्टेशंस जो हाइड्रा ने बनाई अपने लिए लीग स्टेज के हिसाब से, दे वर ब्रिलियंट। लाइक हाइड्रा प्लेड माइंड ब्लोइंग, स्पेशली जब भी आपने वीकेंडी चाहे फाइनल्स में देखा हो चाहे उससे पहले, वीकेंडी हैज बीन वन ऑफ द बेस्ट मैप्स फॉर हाइड्रा जिस तरीके से हाइड्रा ने खेला है। सो दैट्स वन ऑफ द थिंग्स, क्योंकि वहां पर आपको पता है ये लोग बहुत डायनेमिकली खेलते नजर आते थे। एक प्लेयर हील भी कर रहा है, पर्व अगर होते थे मोस्टली हील बैटल पर जाते थे, बट बाकी जो प्लेयर्स रहते थे फाइटिंग स्टांस ले करके बैठते थे। डायनामाइट के पास येस्टरडे आई रिमेंबर देयर वाज दिस गेम जो वीकेंडी का हुआ था, डायनामाइट के पास फर्स्ट एड नहीं है, किसी और प्लेयर के पास फर्स्ट एड नहीं है, उनकी एचपी कम हुई थी एक फाइट लेते हुए, बट वो बैंडेज लगा रहे हैं क्योंकि उनको पता है एक प्लेयर पीछे है जो कि एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट्स निकालने की प्रॉपर यहां पर काम कर रहा है।
जी चलिए इसी के साथ हम चलते हैं अब सीधे डायनामो गेमिंग की तरफ और उन्हीं से जानते हैं कि एग्जैक्टली क्या चीजें चल रही है टीम के अंदर। डायनामो स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
बढ़िया। Can you guys hear me properly?
या बिल्कुल अच्छे तरीके से। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ डायनामो की पहली बार आपकी जो टीम है वो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में खेलते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, तो पूरा जो एक्सपीरियंस है टीम के साथ और आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा इस BMPS का?
काफी अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है, बहुत चीजें उनको भी सीखने मिल रही है, बहुत चीजें हमें भी सीखने मिल रही है, बिकॉज इससे पहले हम ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व नहीं रहते थे इन सब चीजों में। एंड अब ऐसा हो गया है कि लाइक हर एक सेकंड हर एक मिनट देखना पड़ता है कि लाइक यहाँ पे क्या चीजें गलत हो रही है, अच्छी हो रही है, तो उस पर काम करना पड़ता है। सो अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस हो रहा है।
I mean, मेरा तो खैर यही सवाल ओवरऑल बनने वाला था कि डायनामो जैसे कि हम लोग देख रहे हैं हाइड्रा के परफॉर्मेंसेस एंड ऑल, आज फाइनल डे है, एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या रहेंगी आपकी आपके लाइनअप के साथ? बिकॉज देन अगेन अब हम लोगों ने बात करा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बहुत बड़ी रहती है स्टेज के ऊपर, सो एक्सपेक्टेशंस आज के दिन की क्या रहने वाली है आपकी?
एक्सपेक्टेशंस तो एज सच ऐसी है कि लाइक बहुत अच्छा गेम प्ले दिखा दो, ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ लाइक बहुत बड़ा कुछ करके दिखा रहा है। ऐसा एक्सपेक्टेशंस ये लाइक आज आर या पार है, ऐसा कुछ करो कि लोग तुम्हें याद रखे बस हमेशा के लिए। सो ये मेरी एक्सपेक्टेशन उनसे है।
Dynamo, if I can ask you a quick question, I'm going to put you on the spot just a little bit. Now, of course, you have your team, the boys from Hydra official, but do you have a favorite player here in the BMPS?
Yes, I do. Actually, not one, but like I'm supporting Goblin. Yeah. Then all the Soul members. Then again, there's a player Eggy, Enigma Eggy, and Scream is also there. He's also playing very well.
Yes.
So like I have a bunch of players that I'm looking forward to. They'll be very good.
I'm sure you're gonna like Eggy because just like you, he is
the bolt action, the bolt action god coming up.
But lovely. After all, it's a community, right? We're all together.
Well, डायनामो में आपसे बस एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहूंगा कि आपकी फेवरेट टीम अपार्ट फ्रॉम सोल अपार्ट फ्रॉम हाइड्रा इनफैक्ट कौन रहने वाली है जिनको अभी के लिए आप चीयर कर रहे हैं?
ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट, प्यार मोहब्बत।
अरे आई मीन ये बहुत सही आंसर है, बिकॉज हर कोई देख रहा है कि जिस तरीके से टीम स्टार्ट कर रही है, हसल करना एंड खेल रही है। आई एम प्रीटी श्योर लाइक मैसिव रिस्पेक्ट टू द टीम।
अनडाउटेडली थैंक यू सो मच डायनामो गेमिंग हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। इट्स ऑलवेज प्लेजर टॉकिंग टू यू एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट विद टीम हाइड्रा एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग।
ऑल द बेस्ट।
थैंक यू, विश यू ऑल द लक टू ऑल द मेंबर्स, ऑल द टीम्स। थैंक यू गाइस।
थैंक यू
अप्रिशिएट इट।
वेल वो जो उत्तर था उनका कि उनकी अभी के लिए जो टीम को वो चीयर कर रहे हैं वो ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स रहने वाली है। एंड अगेन दिस इज द इकोसिस्टम, ये है इंडिया का अपना बैटल ग्राउंड। जिस चीज़ की बात करते हैं कि हाँ राइवलरी ऑब्वियसली रहती है, बट वो हमें गेम के अंदर देखने को मिलती है। बट अगेन अभी के लिए जैसे कि उन्होंने बात भी करी ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स, आई थिंक फॉर श्योर इट्स अ टीम टू लुक फॉरवर्ड टू, क्योंकि अभी जो उनका परफॉर्मेंस है 71 पॉइंट्स की लीड, आई थिंक इट्स अचीवेबल।
इट डेफिनेटली इज। देखिए 71 पॉइंट्स, इनफैक्ट कल के दिन भी अगर हम लोग बात करें, हर कोई सोशल मीडिया पर एक चीज जरूर बोल रहा था, इट वाज लाइक एक दिन बचा है, द जॉब्स नॉट फिनिश। इफ द जॉब्स नॉट फिनिश फॉर टीम सोल, तो बाकी टीमें भी तो सोचेंगी ना कि हम भी तो उस जॉब को खत्म कर सकते हैं, राइट? सेकंड पोजीशन वाली टीम सोचेगी कि यार अगर ये टीम टॉप 16 में रह करके यहां पर आकर के एक दिन में 90 पॉइंट्स लेकर के जा सकती है, तो हम क्यों नहीं? हम भी तो खेल रहे हैं, हम भी तो एक टाइम पर इतना कम गैप कर चुके कि 7 पॉइंट्स का गैप था। कोई टीम सोचेगी कि यार अगर ये टीम इतने अंक लेकर के जा सकती, तो हमने तो 2 गेम्स में 60-70 अंक उठाए, निग्मा गैलेक्सी जैसी टीम यही सोचेगी सीधा। सो आई बिलीव आज का दिन एवरीबॉडी हैज अ टारगेट ऑन देयर बैक्स, एवरीवन, चाहे कोई टीम फर्स्ट पर है, चाहे कोई टीम 16th पर है, हर कोई सोचेगा हर एक चीज देख परख कर करनी है। एंड जैसे कि हम लोगों ने पहले ही बात करी, दे हैव हैड अ ब्रिलियंट चैंपियनशिप जर्नी, बट नाउ द बैटल हैज टू बी वन बाय ओनली वन।
You know, if I may just add a point before that, I'm going to say that if you ever resume your tuition classes again, please मुझे थोड़ी सी हिंदी सिखा देना। बिल्कुल। Amazing. But anyway, just adding to that, the pressure is still going to be on Team Soul today. Now, this is what defines a champion from the rest, right? I mean, some will succumb to the pressure and some will rise up. So, like you said, there is going to be a target on everyone's back, but I want some more drama. So, you know what? I'm going to be rooting for all that. I want some drama.
The masala, yo.
Well, we have to wait and watch कि वो मसाला हमें देखने को मिलता है नहीं। बट स्टिल मैं आपसे जरूर से जानना चाहूंगा, अगर हम बाकी की टीम्स की बात करें, स्पेशली फॉर टीम आईएनएस, इफ वी आर टॉकिंग आर ई स्पोर्ट्स की अगर हम इनफैक्ट स्पेशली बात करें, देखिए अभी के लिए एक सॉर्ट ऑफ नथिंग टू लूज वाला जो एटीट्यूड है वो हमें जरूर से देखने को मिल सकता है। चलिए मान लीजिए पहले या दूसरे मैच में नहीं, बट उसके बाद अगर सेम ही परफॉर्मेंस आता है तो वो चीज हमें देखने को मिल सकती है। तो ऐसे में वो टीम्स जो कंटेंडर हमें देखने को मिल रही है टॉप 3 में, वहां पर क्या डिफरेंसेस देखने को मिल सकते हैं?
आर ई स्पोर्ट्स जैसी टीम तो देखिए आज चैलेंज ऑल आउट करने वाली है। कल थोड़ा सा देखा था उस चीज का, तो देखते किस तरीके से कर पाते हैं, बट देन अगेन विल जस्ट ट्राई एंड अंडरस्टैंड। अब दिन में क्या होता है वो तो दिन ही बता सकता है।
वेल ट्रू। अभी के लिए हम चलेंगे एक और स्पेशल गेस्ट की तरफ और उनसे हम बात करेंगे, उनसे जानेंगे कि उनका अभी के लिए क्या अप्रोच रहने वाले पूरे इस इवेंट के लिए। वो हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे निग्मा गैलेक्सी के पेन। स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
ठीक हूँ मैं, आप बताओ।
हम लोग तो काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया हैं। जैसे कि आप मैनेज करते हैं टीम निग्मा गैलेक्सी को, अभी के लिए जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस है वो क्या है, और आज का जो गेम प्लान है अगर उसके ऊपर आप कुछ रोशनी डालना चाहें तो?
वही आज का गेम प्लान एकदम सिंपल है, बस अच्छे से खेलना है और ट्राई करना है कि टॉप 3 मेंटेन रहे
जी।
So, if I can just ask a question, and on day 1 and day 2, Nigma Galaxy had 39 points each.
Yeah.
Day 3 was a different affair, 91 points. So, how did you build this momentum up? Is there something special that you told your players, or just let them do what they do best?
ये वही है चीज, बस ट्राई करते रहो, हार्ड वर्क इज एवरीथिंग।
जी जी काफी सही। एंड पेन अगर इस तरीके से बात करी जाए, बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर्स आए थे, 30 बॉम्बर्स आपकी टीम उठा रही थी, वो चीज आपका कल के दिन के इतिहास में दर्ज जरूर हो गया। बट आज के दिन की एक्सपेक्टेशंस उस टीम से क्या रहने वाली, क्योंकि हमने देखा अपोलो के आने के बाद जो फ्रैग पोटेंशियल बढ़ा टीम का, दैट वाज जस्ट ब्रिलियंट। तो क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस आज के दिन रहेंगे, बिकॉज हम में से हर कोई यही बात कर रहा है कि अचीवेबल है फर्स्ट पोजीशन अभी भी।
हेलो,
आई गेस शायद वो जो आवाज है वो उन तक नहीं पहुंच पा रही है। अभी क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं पेन?
क्या आप सुन पा रहे हैं?
हाँ सही है, अब सही आ रही है।
जी जी। सो मेरा सवाल ये था कि आज के दिन की आपकी एक्सपेक्टेशंस क्या रहेंगी, क्योंकि कल के दिन आपने 2 गेम्स के अंदर बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर निकाला, अचीवेबल ऐसा लग रहा है कि वापस से फर्स्ट पोजीशन के अराउंड आप लोग जा सकते हैं?
यस इजीली, आज वही ट्राई करेंगे कि बैक टू बैक चिकन्स निकल पाए और ट्राई करे कि जीत पाए अगर BMPS, वरना सेकंड पोजीशन इज आवर बेस्ट ट्राई।
जी जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। थैंक यू सो मच पेन हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड वी रियली विश कि निग्मा गैलेक्सी आज के दिन पे और भी बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस देकर के जाए। वंस अगेन थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग।
ऑल द बेस्ट।
थैंक यू सो मच।
वेल मेरे ख्याल से ओशर उन्होंने वही चीज़ बोली कि अभी टॉप 3 में उनका रहना प्रायोरिटी है। मेरे ख्याल से थोड़ा आइडियलिस्टिक से लेकर के जो रियलिस्टिक अप्रोच है वो हमें देखने को मिली पेन के अंदर, बिकॉज ही इज लाइक कि टॉप 2 में भी रहे तो काफी बेहतर है।
बट देन ये अब जैसे निग्मा गैलेक्सी ने कल खेला, राइट, एक और टीम है जिसमें इस चीज की छवि देखने को मिलती है, सिर्फ एग्रेसिव स्टांस पर जाना और फाइट्स लेने, जिस चीज को आप, मैं, स्पिरो मेजी, हम लोग अंधा रश बोलते होते थे, राइट। आईएनएस एक ऐसी टीम जो फिनिशर्स निकाल के पूरे प्लेट में रख चुकी है अपने। आपने देखा होगा उनकी रोटेशंस पर उतना हम लोग कमेंट नहीं कर सके, क्योंकि बहुत सारी बार वो अगर पकड़े गए रोटेशंस में पकड़े गए। बट आईएनएस इज अ टीम जो अगर आज ज्यादा लंबी छलांग मारना चाहे इन टर्म्स ऑफ, जब बाकी टीम में सोच के खेल रही होंगी, रुक के खेल रही, ये टीम फायदा उठाएगी उस चीज का।
I mean,
Well,
in
undoubtedly.
Enigma Galaxy's second chicken dinner yesterday, INS had what, 15, 16 finishes.
finishes, exactly.
But again, they just find themselves in that precarious situation, surrounded by the enemy at all sides. And, they start dwindling. But again, they do have that firepower.
वेल आप बात ही कर रहे हैं फिनिशेस की, तो क्यों ना चला जाए सीधे प्लेयर ऑफ द डे की तरफ। देखेंगे कौन से वो खिलाड़ी है। क्या गॉडलिन बैक टू बैक 2 दिन प्लेयर ऑफ द डे लेकर के जा सकते हैं, वो देखने वाली बात रहेगी। एंड जी हाँ, टीम सोल के गॉबलिन हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिल जाएंगे। 1 लाख रुपए की धनराशि और इन्होंने इकट्ठा कर लिया। ओशन क्या लगता है कितनी और लेकर के जा सकते हैं?
देखिए अब डिपेंड करता है, आज 2.5 लाख भी लाइन पर रहेंगे, उसके बाद 75 लाख भी लाइन पर रहेंगे, उसके बाद आज का 1 लाख भी। तो अब सोचे एक्चुअली कहीं ना कहीं ये लोग तो अपना फासला करोड़ के करीब ही लेकर के जा रहे हैं धीरे धीरे, ऐसा नजर आ रहा है।
Wait, because you have the favorite teams of the day. Also, I'm pretty sure Seoul is definitely going to be up there, and all that Nigma is going to be coming in.
वेल अनडाउटेडली, एंड स्पेशली अगर हम बात करें इस खिलाड़ी के बारे में, जिस प्रकार से हम देख रहे हैं बैक टू बैक कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मेंस आ रहा है। पहले दिन थोड़ा सा वो पीछे जरूर से थे, लेकिन उसके बाद एक बढ़िया बाउंस बैक हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। ये क्या एक ऐसी चीज है गॉबलिन की जो उनको बाकियों से अलग बनाती है, अगर आप मेरे को बता पाए तो?
He was actually a misfit piece of a puzzle. एक अलग पजल के, एक अलग टीम के वो एक पीस थे, वो वहां पर भी अच्छा खेलते थे, बट देन इस टीम के साथ उनको एक ओपननेस मिली। आपने देखा जब भी फाइट लेते हैं प्लेयर्स या तो बैक एंड पर रहते हैं, उनके लिए पाथवेज बनाते हैं, फाइट स्टार्ट करते हैं। सो ही एक्चुअली गेट्स दैट ब्रीदिंग स्पेस एंड ही इज अ लूज कैनन। जब फोड़ना है वो फोड़ेगा।
It's for me, it's like just imagine a pit bull, right? Now, what you have to do is someone has to control it because you can't just unleash it. So that
it's
is
an
where
unleashed
Akshat
beast, actually,
comes
yeah.
in, and he's like, all right, buddy, you see the enemy over there? Go get him. And that's what he does. He goes and he does what he does best.
वेल अनडाउटेडली वो जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, और आज के दिन पे भी वो परफॉर्मेंस की दरकार जरूर से रहने वाली है उनके साइड से, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से बाकी की टीम तेजी से ऊपर बढ़ रही है, नैया हो सकता है मझधार में आ जाए। बट अभी के लिए चलेंगे एक प्रोमो की तरफ, और प्रोमो के जब उस पार आएंगे तो 2 और भी ज्यादा खूबसूरत जो गेस्ट है, एटलीस्ट हम तीनों से तो ज्यादा ही खूबसूरत जो गेस्ट है वो ऐसा जुड़ते हुए नजर आएंगे। बात करेंगे उनसे, जानेंगे उनसे और भी ज्यादा कि क्या एग्जैक्टली चल रहा है, जो इवेंट है वो किस प्रकार से आगे जाएगा। इस एक छोटे से प्रोमो के बाद, एंड प्रोमो के बाद चलेंगे गेस्ट की तरफ।
चलो बॉयज, एक मैच और हो जाए।
बस 2 सर्कल बाकी है यार, इसको निपटा के खेलते हैं ना।
क्या सर्कल?
यार राज, तू क्यों नहीं खेलता हमारे साथ? अपनी स्क्वाड बन जाएगी।
स्क्वाड? पर पता नहीं यार, इसमें स्कोप है भी क्या?
हाँ देखना भाई, 2x लगा हुआ है।
2x?
तुझे चाहिए तो 6x मुझसे ले ले, मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा है। मैंशन चलते हैं गाइस, क्या कहते हो?
लूट के सीधा रोटेशन मारते।
मैंशन में लूट? तो हेलो, ये चल क्या रहा है यार?
BGMI
है?
सब यही खेल रहे ब्रो, तुझे कैसे नहीं पता? हर चीज है इसमें, जैसे फुल ऑन सॉलिड प्लानिंग, स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम वर्क, ट्रस्ट, और सबसे जरूरी 4 अच्छे दोस्त, ताकि अपनी स्क्वाड और चिकन डिनर के बीच कोई ना आ सके। अब तो सब अपनी स्क्वाड बना रहे हैं, तू कैसे रह गया?
चल यार राज, अब एक मैच हो जाए।
क्यों नहीं, अपनी स्क्वाड बना ले। हमारी BGMI स्क्वाड तो रेडी है, आप अपनी कब बना रहे हो?
Well, welcome back once again, and you're going to notice something. We have a little bit of a switcheroo. Ocean and I are on this, and of course, we are joined by 2 lovely guests. Let me introduce you to them. First of all, we have Mr. Minu Lee and Miss Rosa Kang from Craft and Esports. Annyeonghaseyo, first of all, and thank you for joining us over here. Let me just start off with you, Mr. Lee. So you new in India right now. What's your journey been like, regarding the food, the cuisine, and the culture?
So this is my 3rd time to visit India. Everything is fine, fantastic. People are kind, and food is fantastic. Only one thing is difficult for me is crossing the road.
Oh. Traffic is a bit of an issue.
I will get used to it. Right. And when I think of India, there is 2 words in my mind appears. It's large and young. So the India is a huge country. It's 32 times bigger than the Korea is my country.
Yeah.
And there are 600 millions of people who is younger than 25 years old. I think these characteristics gives India huge potential.
Yes, we have that youth power over here.
Exactly, we have that.
Exactly. Yeah. So about the food, unfortunately, I couldn't have tried many Indian food, but I tried the biryani and dosa, idli, vindaloo curry, and dal makhani. And I should say that yesterday I tried the combination of ice cream and gulab jamun. That combination is fantastic.
Again, that hot and cold just melts in your mouth.
Definitely.
But again, so I kind of take it that you're a fan of spices.
I like spicy food, but a little bit spicy for me.
Okay.
But I like it.
All right, that's really nice. And Rosa, my question comes up for you actually, and I might just put you in a tough spot with this one. But what do you think is the role of BGMI Esports for Indian esports and ecosystem overall?
Wow, actually, this is a hard question, but I think BGMI Esports is a platform for the users who have the same interest to enjoy and be bonded together, and creating this opportunity for the India esports itself to increase, and hopefully we can help India to become one of the strongest esports scene throughout the world. So that's what I think BGMI Esports is doing for India.
That's where what Mr. Lee said earlier, the youth community comes in, because
Exactly.
you know we are 600 million strong under 25. Now, Mr. Lee, just to keep on with the same question. Now, earlier we had the India series, the BGIS, and now we have the Pro series, the BMPS and the BMOC. So, what is the difference between the two?
So the BGIS is an open tournament for anyone can register.
Yes.
And also BMOC to BMPS is a semi-pro to professional esports tournament.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add?
Oh, well, after we have exposed our roadmap in the beginning of this year, I've realized a lot of new teams have actually registered for BGIS and BMOC, and I've seen that the well-known teams, now they have more competitors to fight between, because the new teams are actually doing very well.
Yes.
So I think now the well-known teams have to fight more harder to maintain their titles. So yeah, I think it's a good ecosystem we have, and yeah.
Just to add to the point, like I said earlier, India is a country of untapped potential. And I do believe the India series gives you a chance to, have those new gems coming out from the rough.
Yeah.
Actually, I see the huge potential in India esports.
Yeah.
So I believe that the Indian esports will become the next cricket.
Ooh.
In order for the Indian esports to become one of the top global sports, it is necessary to establish a strong esports ecosystem. So I think BGMI esports should contribute and support to establish Indian esports ecosystem by putting our resources.
I like this one, that yes, it has the potential to be the next cricket, and I believe this line will stay close to my heart, to be honest, the way you explained it. But
I mean, if you want to aim for something, might as well aim for the top.
And so with this, I mean, it's kind of a personal thing for me. I want to ask from you, and that is, what's next for BGMI Esports? What is the roadmap moving forward for BGMI Esports overall?
One thing that I can give you a hint is about the India series, BGIS 2022.
Okay.
So there will be India series 2022, and it will be registered soon.
Yeah.
So please take a look.
Yeah.
Look on.
Just to add in a bit, more information, as I said last time, do subscribe on our BGMI Esports channels, the YouTube and the Instagram, and all the information will be there.
Ms. Kang and Mr. Lee, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure talking to you. But before we do go away, is there any message you want to give to all your lovely viewers out there?
So thank you for your strong support and love for BGMI Esports. Really appreciate.
Yeah.
And again?
Well, yeah, thank you, everyone. And please keep being interested in BGMI Esports. Yeah.
I think the interest is definitely there, because there are lakhs of people watching us right now. And with your permission, I guess it is time to get things started. And Ocean, shall we do this then? Let's go! See you all in the games.
We are in it to realize our dreams, to kindle our passion for the game, to tend to our spirit of adventure, to fortify our emotions, to prove that we are the best through our actions. We are in it for all. We are in it to win. We are in it to be crowned the new champions. Next up is the top.
Today is the day where we crown the champions, and here we are to recite the story for one last time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the iQOO Battleground Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. And joining along with me is going to be my friend, the sun incarnate himself, Arka. How excited are you?
More than excitement, it's all mixed feelings, my friend, because ultimately anybody can still challenge the team on the top and take their place away, and that's the best part of BMPS so far.
It's still out in the open, right? Of course, 71 points of lead has been, taken up by Team Soul, but we still know that there have been teams who are going to do anything and everything it takes to try and contest for that top spot. But it is also competition out in the open for the second and the third spot, as well as we're talking about a lot of money being involved.
Now, this is where we have to say that the biggest prize pool ever in the esports of Indian history, that is going to be 2 crore rupees, and all of this is possible thanks to our sponsors as well as the game itself, Crafton, coming out with an amazing tournament over here. And it's going to be iQOO and Loco coming together with us to make sure that this becomes even more an amazing experience. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's a small promo for you over here. Go enjoy it out, because that has a lot of information about this beautiful device in my hand. And also, do not forget to look out for the promo of Loco as well.
I'm telling you, it's getting all heated up. The atmosphere, it's feeling humid, right? Especially for what we have to offer. 6 final games remain, right? And this is going to decide the fate of all these teams for whatever is to come their way. But getting back to business, Global Esports, we've been talking about them. Enigma Galaxy pulled out a comeback of their lives, Arka. Do you think they've got what it takes to do the same today?
Obviously, because once they've proved themselves, that comes up to say that they're capable of doing it. So 91 points is what they got yesterday. I mean, until Team Soul put up 80 points in 2 different days, I thought that is the maximum limit which a team can reach. But Enigma Galaxy came out of nowhere and put 91 points. And to challenge them again, like, we are the king of the hill, and why do you think we're going to stay back? They come up with 93 points. I'm talking about Team Soul.
Oh yeah, Team Soul, especially the way they've been playing. We're going to talk more about them, but we know you all love Team Soul, and you've loved us as well. So time to give some of those love away with all that merch giveaway for you guys. Support your favorite team. Hashtag whichever team you think is going to be topping the charts just to this particular day. And if you are right, and if you fill up the forms, you never know, 50 winners out of you guys are going to be getting this brand new cool BGMI BMPS t-shirt and zippers.
Now, let's not forget that it's not only about the merches, it's also about this beautiful device, which is also on the giveaway. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 of these devices are out there for grabs. What you guys have to do is head on to the comment section, and there's going to be a specific pinned comment over there. Click on that and make sure that you follow a few simple steps. And let me be specific over here. One is going to be leading you to the BGMI Esports channel, YouTube, and one is going to be heading to the Instagram handle of the very same. And if you follow one, you have to follow, and the other one you have to subscribe. Come back to the same specific page. There, they'll ask your name and email address. And mind you this, we are going to contact you. We ourselves will make sure that through the email, we'll contact you if you have won this. And do not forget to put all the details specifically right, because that's very important.
And more than that, also you can ask us questions, right? On Twitter, get over to hashtag Let's Ask Loco anything about the game, and we are here just so tickle our brains. But now it's time. We head into the battlegrounds itself. The first game, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be in the map of Erangel. And this is where we've been talking about being off to a flying start, right? Considering how thunderous Team Soul's performances were after that game of Vikendi, after getting that chicken dinner, they have never looked behind. And I'm not going to expect nothing less from the lads today. So do you think they're going to be aggressive, or do you think they're going to be a little bit slow, and as the day goes on, they're going to pick up pace?
Now, it again depends what the lineup is going to be, right? Because since they've already put up a huge gap, I think the first two games, they're going to increase the gap somewhere close to 100 points. And then they might bringing the OGs themselves into the game, entertaining the crowd and making sure that, they also go a little more aggressive. So I think aggression is written all over the map when it comes to the side of Team Soul.
It is indeed written, but now let's see who are they going to be chased by, as ladies and gentlemen, we venture into the battlegrounds, take it up to the skies, as for one last time for the day, let's go, as the flight path trajectory all the way from the eastern side, heading from Milta Power towards Siverny. And a lot of teams dropping onto it that western side are going to have so much issues. And then talking about issues, I think one name really comes up on my mind, has to be Global Esports.
Now, I just hope that they've planned out something very new, but for one last time we're going to be looking at these stats because it's very important. Global Esports are the dominators when it comes to the map of Erangel. On an average, in total they've got 95 when it comes to the map of Erangel, but let's not forget when it comes to the finish feed, there's always few names which is going to be popping up. One is going to be Soul Goblin with 20 finishes for himself, and then comes Eggy, who's catching up with his bolt action.
I mean, Goblin is way ahead of his league right now, the way this lad has been playing. But we're going to talk more about him. The first circle is in front of us. It is around that farm area. So we're kind of expecting the circle to end just around those potato hills. One of the circles that Team OR tends to dominate. But this is one of the circles that hasn't really favored the likes of Team EXO.
Now, at the same time, I somewhere feel that it might take a shift towards the side of the bridges which heads on next to Ferry Pier. In case that happens, again, there's going to be multiple locations you need to hold on. You have to decide whether you want hard cover, you want high ground, are you capable of taking a small ridge for yourself? And such kind of a challenge in the finale is going to bring forward more entertainment for us. But let's look at the drop location of each of these teams.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm just looking out at anything that's odd right now. Anyone who's out of position. Esports Wala WSF, they decide to head over to Siverny. Not a big issue because anyways, they're kind of out of the competition. No matter how much they try, it's all about getting an extra bit of those prize pool. But for Global Esports, it is against the world because Nigma Galaxy is catching up. One good game for them, and their second position might just be threatened over here. As they head in towards the Western Georgiapol city, nothing much to worry about. But for Team Soul, I am really excited. I'm really rather intrigued to see if they're going to go all guns blazing, or they're just going to sit it away, play the way they've been playing, because pretty much sure, Arka, by the third or the fourth game, a lot of teams are going to drop at that.
Now, let's not forget to see what the stats looks like, right? What the numbers, how are they being the dominators over here? Whereas the second team in the overall points table is still to reach 200 pointer. Team Soul has already crossed 250 points for themselves, showing how strong and how hard they can come into your face. But let's not forget one other thing. There are few teams who are capable of coming down to them. That's going to be Global Esports, almost hitting the 200 pointer. And also Nigma Galaxy, another 90 points coming in from their side. I do believe that they might challenge Global Esports for second spot. But if they push their luck, probably win the top spot.
But here's a little bit of a reality check. The two back-to-back chicken dinners that Nigma Galaxy got yesterday, if you remember correctly, the circle was heavily favoring them, right? And barring that, they've not had good games. So this is again one of those days where they have to play out of their minds. They have to somehow over-exceed their expectations. And in doing that, there are other competitors in the lobby, right? I'm talking about teams like OR Esports. I'm talking about teams like Enigma Gaming, and also the boys from Big Brother Esports.
Now, Big Brother Esports on the other side, they're going to be screaming their way throughout the game, if you know what I mean, because ultimately they've understood right now it's just about Assault making a name, leaving a mark in the official events to, next time they find each other in some other event, they're going to make sure that they stay away from them, because offensive is the best defense.
And there have been teams also, Arka, in this entire tournament that have been the loose cannons, right? We are talking about Team INS, a team that managed to accrue 67 points just yesterday, propelling their way all the way from the 13th position to the 9th on the table. And whenever it comes down to the games, you know, the final days, they really amp it up. And this time, it has not been Crazy Soul. Rather, it has been the IGL Joker himself.
Now, this is where I would like to say that Joker was one of the person to always watch out for. He always had that final laugh when it comes to the league stages, or probably, let's not forget, the BMOC itself. But again, just in case Crazy Soul hats up to that smiling face of Joker, we all know what's going to happen, right? Two of these assaulters can actually wipe down history, create the maximum number of finishes for the team, because this team is actually capable of doing that.
And, you know, again, we've been talking about Joker, our team INS, them getting into their mischievous deeds, but there's another team that has been causing a lot of trouble to the others in the lobby. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about Team R Esports, who almost tried to target Team Soul yesterday, but you know, to their bad luck, Autobotz come in from nowhere and just wipe them out. So do you think that's also going to happen today as well?
I think no team should have a second thought if they're planning to do something like that, because ultimately they do realize that sometimes when you start off by taking down the side of Team Soul, that is where the confident boost comes in, right? You take the top dogs and then you're like, right now, we are the people over here, right? We're just going to rush in and do the same thing as we have already slaughtered the Kings.
And talking about rushing in, going all guns blazing, this is one of those teams, 7C Spray God. And well, we've got to tell you this, it's his birthday today. And we kind of hope you all have that happy birthday Spray God spamming in the chats. And he's just not the only one having a birthday, right? It is also Global Esports' AJ who is also having his birthday. So happy birthday to two of you lads, and we hope that you get a second or a third finish and you've something to party about.
Now, at the same time, I really love the confidence coming in from the side of Spray God, okay? In that camp, we did see that he was wearing a crown. I mean, that does give out a statement telling that I'm going to be the king today. I'm going to make sure that I mow the lawn the best of how I can do it. And I'm hoping to see such a performance coming in from the side of 7C. But at the same time, there's one other man when it comes to bolt action, when it comes to mowing the lawn. That's going to be the man on our screens right now. That's going to be Eggy, as they've already started to target a team. That's going to be Hydra, who are trying to pass by them.
Oh, yeah. Hydra Dynamite just moving across Team Enigma, having spotted them out. Did land a few pot shots, nothing really connected though. But at the same time, you know, it's all about the pace building up slowly and gradually. None of them have started rotating except Enigma, Hydra. Team Kinetic, they're also starting to move from that eastern side. Team EXO finally stepped on their vehicles. They're also going to start maneuvering around the map and try to find a good game, a rather good start, because the entire grand finals had been pretty much off for Team EXO.
Now, this is where I would like to say that pressure of the comeback kings might have mounted over the shoulder. And that is what happens when you tend to do comebacks after comebacks. You know, eventually, at a round right now, as we speak about comebacks, it's going to be Team EXO taking on the side of Team Hydra. The first fight of the map, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like Team EXO have become a little bit serious when it comes to their offense. As Immortal, Sensei, Punk, everybody are going with grenades. They want the projectile to be hitting perfectly, as Dynamite is going to be using a defensive maneuver just to keep them away.
On the minimap, I see Fierce from the backlines. Has he spotted one out? Yes, he indeed gets the better out of Zoro, but Jackson comes in with a beautiful trade, but that's not going to deter Fierce from trying and pushing in. Puff, he's trying to cook a grenade, and so is Fierce. Finally lobbed over. Is it going to connect? No.
Or rather, it's going to be the second grenade which is going to be connected right now. This smoke screen coming in from the side of Team Hydra might backfire at them very, very bad, as it's given space for Fierce to rush in. He's cooking up that grenade. He exactly knows where to put it, but kind of misses it out. And this becomes, again, a 4v4 fight, a little bit favoring the side of Team EXO. The footsteps were also given away from Fierce. He's looking on the other side. He does see. He welcomes them with that UMP shots. I'm so sorry, but ultimately from the other side, this is the moment where they rush in as Fierce puts two men down at this point of time and eventually gets taken down, gets finished off as well, but ultimately backup comes a little late as Sensei does a little bit of damage.
Their happiness might be short-lived because our esports are here to cause trouble again. Team EXO not really coming into aid for his teammate Fierce. He must be furious at this point as Immortal has been taken down. But the trades are here, one after the other. It's the big brothers also jumping into the fight. It is getting exciting.
Now this is where I have to say that our esports were not watching out for their backhand, due to which they have two men standing down, and Sensei is not going to stop himself. He's like, I'm done. I'm going to be leading like an example, but not by force. And he's going to be going back to that hard compound or the high ground which he has, and he's going to be striking really hard. Gets one finish for himself as Rockstar hits the ground. It's going to be a push coming in from the other side. No! It's a complete squad wipe coming in. Team EXO, the comeback kings, are proving something else right now, ladies and gentlemen. Looking 6 finishes strong.
What a thunderous start to the day, Arka. I mean, I'm loving every bit of it. Nobody really shying away from a fight, but Team EXO do really need to understand the fact that they need to provide cover fire at the right nick of time. Because Fierce, I mean, for 5 to 10 seconds, he was holding on for so long. None of them really came to his aid, and somewhere down the line, him getting finished off, I do not know how he must be feeling, but for now, Team OR Esports have taken a little bit of a higher ground just beside the Potato Hills. Do find the players of Hyderabad Hydras rotating, and Ace Black could come in his crosshairs.
Now this is where I would like to say that Team OR is not going to come back from any kind of fights, right? Because they're sticking to the first time. Jelly is not somebody who's pretty far away. He's kind of, he's kind of far away, but not so far that in case he gets taken down, there's going to be a different story altogether. But Aditya, I would say that today, watch out for this man, because he's also going to press his trigger so hard that he wants to get the maximum number of finishes on a single day.
Oh, I did have a chat with this lad, He's like, we're going to try and get that #2 that we are famous for. 71 points between just Team Soul and GE. You're talking about a lot more when it comes about for OR. Now, OR Esports has been one of the most consistent teams. Rather, in our league stages, we did see them win by a huge margin. And ever since, during the grand finals, they've had their fair share of trouble as the circle again implodes in itself. Not a huge shift that we've got to witness. Like we said, the Potato Hills are going to be very important. Now, Global Esports, this time, no monkey business have made it to the center. It is imperative for Global Esports that they start getting on a lot of finishes. And for doing that, they also need to ensure that the players of Team Soul are dealt with pretty early on.
Now, at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, before all these teams start tussling with one another, I want you guys to share it among your friends, bring them all here to enjoy this amazing game, and look at the finish feed coming in. We are seeing that Team EXO has also started off in a great way. We have Enigma and INS pretty much close to one another, and I can still see that there are some shots being connected in every look and corner of the map. So it's going to be a maniac rush in from all these teams, but at the same time, let's not forget to see the circle going to be shifting towards the side of school a bit.
A little bit towards school, but Potato Hills do stand to become the heart of the zone right now. And OR Esports have a very good control over it. This is where majority of the fights break out. Look at Team Enigma's position. Any given moment, they can be shot from the backlines. But Enigma Galaxy do step up and take their head away from Team EXO as Sensei falls to his graves, as Immortal and Punk are the final two player alive.
Now, I strongly feel this was one of the best combinations you need to have from the side of Team EXO to stay alive in the circle, because ultimately one good support with one assaulter can actually rake up a lot of finishes for themselves. They'll be scouting out to get a proper hard cover so that they might not get into contestment with any other team. But let's not forget that we have still 14 teams and 53 players out there, so they might walk into anybody, any team, or anybody's crosshair.
No, Punk. He's got to watch out. If he does not, he might just get finished off. Elsewhere, Atanki getting the better out of the players of WSF. Another one of those teams that we knew had a Cinderella story going in, entering into the grand finals. The final two games of the league stages, they managed to get a chicken dinner, but here they are all in shambles. But for now, OR Esports, they've got the entire squad of Hyderabad Hydras right in front of them, and they have to defend it with all their might.
I don't think so that, Hyderabad Hydras have any idea that OR Esports is pretty much close to them. We're looking at Aru at this point of time, one of the best supporters in the game right now. And also, when needed, he steps up to be that assaulter as well. And I do believe that, he would have given out the information and they might converge in from two different directions, hopefully. But Aru's probably calls are not going to be answered as of now because they want control of the other side of the hill as well, because that is where backstab is more possible.
Oh, indeed, it is possible. But look at the mini-map over here, just on the right side of your screens. Team Soul and Autobotz might collide against each other. There you go. Shots have been fired. Goblin does lay him down with all those bullets as Hale. He's going to be going in for a trade-off as Fox. This grenade can do some hefty amount of damage. Does a little chunk though, but not enough to take any of these players out.
Now, at the same time, when a smoke comes in, just remember it's going to be Goblin coming in a bit more closer to loft those grenades, getting information as it's going to be coming, as he's already coming from a different angle altogether. And this is what I say, you need to think out of the box as Hell might be getting taken down. Yes, he does with that correct projectile. The follow-up grenade is also going to be coming in. This is what I call carpet bombing.
And Mr. IGL, is he making a run for his life? That's a question that we might have an answer to in just a couple of seconds, as Orva is right out in the open. Omega spotting him out, will just trample him over. No mercy being shown as Autobotz, one after the other. The numbers are trickling down.
Now, at the same time, the best thing for them to do is actually tuck their tails and run away, and that's what Mr. IGL does, because those survival points or the placement points is what we call is very, very necessary. But this is what happens when you try to take down the Kings, as Fox at this point of time amongst the smokes trying to hide it out. He might do the damage against the side of Team Soul, and in case he takes down Akshat and Goblin as well, who are pretty much in his crosshairs, just a little bit of a daring moment, it can be very, very fatal for the side of Team Soul.
Team Soul, do they have any idea of where Fox is right now? Because the moment the smoke dissipates, he's going to be out in the open. But for now, his tail won with the nature, not really giving his position away, but from the backlines, Omega just comes in and steps over him as Fox gets trampled over, as Team Soul march their way inside the circle, as we do have a little bit of an Eastern hard shift. Now, this is where I believe the players of Team Global Esports have really promising position, but Manya, gets exploded into smithereens.
And who does the job for him? It's going to be Eggy. And look at what Omega does over here. Just in case he goes inside the smoke. Probably he did see his leg or something like that outside the smoke. And eventually was like, let me just eliminate the doubts and just rush in and see if somebody is inside. But does get a person under his wheels. Now on the other side, G is also kind of suffering over here as Manya gets taken down. Now the whole weight falls on Joker's shoulder with Knuckle to make sure they get the right amount of finishes, as there's been a little bit of a clash coming in from the side of Nigma Galaxy as well.
Oh yeah, there you go. Apollo just peppering down the players of Global Esports with a few bullets of his own, but Nigma Galaxy have really good position to themselves, just staying around the edges of the circle. They have to wait for this next circle shift. Global Esports, despite losing out on their best player Manya, undoubtedly has been for me, right? When you talk about a team like GE, it is always a Joker that we hear about, but this tournament, Manya has ensured it is his to shine. But of course, Global Esports, they are looking at the bigger picture. They do have that second spot to themselves, would want that first one, but considering the fact that Team Soul, they're on fire, I barely doubt if that's going to happen.
Now Team Soul, they're relying on their firepower. For the first time, we are not seeing them go to the dead center of the circle and try to play around with it, but rather traversing all around the circle, getting information as to which team is where, and then try to come in. No, that's not going to be the case, and suddenly there's a diversion as they walk in towards the side of WSF. The action might take place over there as WSF knows that somebody is passing by, but eventually evades from there to get into a little bit of a safe spot as you speak about the Potato Hills. But again, this is going to be a very vulnerable spot because they have 4 squads around them, and this could be the beginning of the end for the side of Team Soul.
They just don't care, Arcad. Not at all. Have somehow managed to take over the center, but have managed to lose out on Hector. He's getting shot from elsewhere. They have been surrounded with a lot of those teams, but the revivals, they're going to come in as Global Esports do manage to take one out though. But he's going to patch himself up, administer that first aid, and any single moment we could have somebody else ramming at their direction. For for now, it's all about that 5th circle shift. Now, imagine if it goes towards that northeastern side, but one grenade from Aditya almost crippling down the squad of 7C. As there you go, Sarang and Spray got 2 lonesome players alive. Aditya getting taken down. Now it all comes down to the others players, the lonesome survivors, Jelly and Aru, to do something out of this game.
Now at the same time, Spray God with that crown gets taken down, and this is what they wanted at this point of time, as Sarang is also going to be coming in for a nade, but Jelly is going to be like, no, ladies and gentlemen, this is how you take down the final 2 players, as we are going to live a little longer to tell a different story.
Oh yeah, look at Nigma Galaxy at this point. Team Soul, they're just crawling at their direction, and they are getting a good workout out of them. But for now, Team Soul still have 3 of their players alive. Akshat is bleeding. I don't think there's any chance that they can get the rest back up. If they want to kind of take a few risks over here, could be a huge one. But for now, Team Soul, they're reduced to a 2-man squad as the circle takes a shift down south. And this could be the game that Team Enigma and Team INS were looking out for.
I just hope that Team Enigma knows that Eggy's position right now can be a little bit vulnerable, because anybody who wants to get to the center of the circle might just hit into the sniper tower. But let's not forget that Eggy is so strong that he might take down the 4 people who are rushing in towards him. And look at him traversing around that sniper tower and also getting information to every look and corner. But on the other side, it's going to be Hyderabad Hydras putting an end for the side of Team OR, who had 4 finishes for themselves.
Oh, not a good start for OR, and Immortal, he gets taken down, and Team Exo take a quick early exit from the lobby as Eggy spotting out the players of Hyderabad Hydras from afar from that wizard tower, as Kinetic decide to charge against the Hyderabad Hydras. Manti on real low HP as Bio decides to strike in, but it is the striker who steps out of cover and puts the final nail in the coffin, and with that, Team Kinetic Esports are also out of the server.
Now Hyderabad Hydras are coming in from one corner where nobody is ready to backstab them, or nobody is present to backstab them, so they might start their assault or domination from the northwestern side of the map, as Evo is going to be cooking a beautiful grenade to put down a player. That's going to be Everett. A follow-up grenade might be coming in any second soon just to get those confirmations, but also he's got information of the other 2. That is where this grenade is going to be lofted, and can that do the damage? Yes, it does. Puts down 2 players, following with Avi from the other side.
Oh yes, and Global Esports also on the sidelines there in shambles, as there you go, Evo getting that final nail in the coffin, taking out, but Team FS charging in at Global Esports' direction. Knuckle, he's just gonna get burned to crisp as another squad falls. It is the squad falling out like flies, left, right and center, as the final 6 remain. Team Enigma still standing strong, still holding the center lines, but for Team FS, this could also be the game that they were looking out for.
Now, at the same time, let's not forget that Team Soul has also gone out of this game with 3 finishes for themselves at the 9th position. There was a space for GE to actually come in and dominate, to clear up and make sure they come closer to the top position, but they have also failed with 0 finishes at the 7th position. But let's not forget, it's Nigma Galaxy who got an opportunity to challenge the 2nd position at this point of time, as Nigma Galaxy is looking with all 4 men strong.
Oh, they indeed are. Hyderabad Hydras in the final day, they finally wake up to their senses, playing that good old edgy strat, something that they've been comfortable with. But the next target, the nearest target rather, is Team FS. Now they've been hiding inside that little blanket of smoke. Once it dissipates, could be a different thing altogether, but they decide otherwise. They decide to tend to get inside the circle, try to get a good position, but K47 almost getting taken down. There you go, Striker. This man is on fire today.
Now, at the same time, it was Scream from the other side taking away all that hard work, but Striker has got taken down. It's important for the side of Team Ace Black, Team Hyderabad Hydras and Ace Black to put up the right kind of smokes to get that person back on his feet, because all 4-man standing is actually necessary, as we can see that it's going to be BB going against the side of Enigma. Evo is the only man far away alive for the side of Enigma, playing for placement points from here on. No, he's got Eggy as well, but that guy is in the sniper tower.
For a moment, Team Enigma, just a couple of minutes ago, they were a 4-man squad. Now they have been reduced. The numbers go down as Big Brothers make a good work out of the players of Esports, while WSF could also spot out Team Enigma. Maybe they know the vehicles just flattening the tires out. Bachwa just outside the zone. He might succumb to the damage coming in from the circle, but rather resorts for a healing battle.
Now, I do believe that it's the best thing to do, right? Everybody inside the circle are just tussling, fighting it out with one another. They're fine with the trade, but ultimately they won the finishes, which lies in front of them. We can see for the first time, nobody's crossed over 7 finishes, as we have 5 other teams standing over here. Bajwa, the last man standing from the side of WSF, somehow makes it inside the circle, but he has to realize this, that he might be the next target for the side of BBs, as they've still not looked to the eastern side, where he lies in the grass.
Needs to let go of that bag that he's holding on to as grenades keep on pouring from high altitude above. It's going to be Wixkey, Enigma, Galaxy. The kind of confidence that they've been exuding out of their body is impeccable. But for now, Enigma, Galaxy, they still have a good position to hold on to. It's all about the covers. It's all about the meds. It's all about the timings to pick up the fight, ladies and gentlemen, as the 7th circle is going to come upon us. And we'll have a rather more vivid picture about who will have the best chance in getting this chicken.
Now, according to me, the team which is going to be spread down in every look and corner will have a better chance, as Ege with that mini has started to take an assault against the side of Enigma, as BB is also going to be supporting him to put down Apollo, one of the strongest players when it comes to this lobby. He needs to stay alive for the side of Enigma, and that's going to be MJ paying the price, because he was holding back to the same very position. No cover fire coming in from the side of Vexy could be a little bit of a concern, but let's not forget that BB Hellgod is also got taken down. A good smoke, but will it be enough? No, he's going to go in for those finishes, and a very clever move coming in from the side of Scream.
They realize they need to pick up a lot of points today. Big Brother Esports still are one of the contenders for the top 2 at least, as Zen OP laying damage from inside that compound does some heavy damage to the players above him. But for now, Enigma Gaming still holding around the Wizard Arc. Any given moment, they're going to come out in the open. And that is what Team Big Brother Esports are waiting for. FS still inside that little bit of a shack. How long can they survive?
Now, this is where I have to say that there are possibilities for the side of Enigma to just go in for a heal battle. I do believe that they've got 8 for themselves, right? So just give it to one player who's going to be holding this Wizard Tower, and the rest of the things will come. You know, we have a saying.
Follow, yeah.
Yeah. They have a saying which says that, you know, good things come to those who wait. So I do believe that they might rely on that. But Dreams is going to be the person from the side of Enigma Galaxy doing the same.
Oh, Team Enigma instead deciding to charge in at the players of FS will get decimated by them, as Team FS are off to yet a thunderous start. 3 players surviving, 7 finishes to their name. Another one of those teams that is eyeing out for that potential top 2. Have been one of the most consistent teams, have been one of the underrated teams that have made it this far. But talking about making it this far, I was just about to mention Bajwa, as he is also meeting his makers.
Now, this is where Big Brothers are going to be so happy with their performance so far. That one rotation of taking away the side of Enigma from that compound is going to be so helpful, as Dreams from far away wants to take down the side of FS, but eventually retaliation from the other side could be a blessing in disguise for the side of FS, as BB gets taken down. Now Scream is going to be pushing in, he's going to be fisting the air just to make sure his footsteps is not going to be heard, but the throwables is going to be something which he has to rely on, as Hitman on the other side, as well as Clutch has already started to cook up grenades, as they might have a vague idea that Scream has already come in close.
Right out in the open, there's one box. You do know who might be behind that, and this could be very devastating. But for Team FS, they're spreading out, and this is what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Clutch taking over the shacks and having that little bit of an altitude gets the better work out of Scream. Now it is a 3v3. It's all about who the next circle is going to be favoring. From what I can see, it is indeed Big Brother Esports.
Now Zen OP, this is what I'd say baiting, right? Hitman is just going to go forward, give away his location, allowing the others to come out of the window, and that is where Clutch on the higher ground is going to be taking shots against the very player. But let's not forget, there are some smokes in the hands of Explicit. He's going to be cooking up a smoke screen right in front of him, or a smoke trail, just to make sure that they get inside the circle to the dead center, where they might take the game away from the side of BB.
They need to make sure that every single utility is used to perfection. At this point, Hellgod, he's got his eyes set at Explicit. You know, that's going to be a rather horizontal smoke, so as to confuse how the players of Team FS are going to try and come in. But Beast, he is making a ballsy move over here. If he can get that left flank going in, because Team FS, their vision is obscured. They do not have any idea of his movements around, and Zen OP can provide cover fire from the backlines.
Now, we know that, BBs have everything perfect for themselves as Clutch is still taunting out. But Hellgods, one grenade is the opening they were looking out for. And Xenop is going to put down Clutch as well. The last man standing is going to be Explicit, who is retaliating at this point of time. Might put down Beast. Yes, he does put down Beast. He has the last man standing, Xenop. A 1v1 situation where Xenop is going in for those grenades. But rather, it's going to be Clutch, or it's going to be Explicit from the other side, trying to come in a bit more closer. It's better he goes in for the healing at this point of time, because on the other side, Xenop has no medkits for himself, and that could be trouble. But no, it's got to be the Molly putting an end for him. A winner chicken dinner for the side of Big Brother Esports in the first map of the day.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what we wanted from Big Brother Esports as we segue into the post-match segment powered by Loco. And this is the kind of a start we wanted, right? Big Brother, Team FS putting all that fire in. 27 and 22 points collected respectively. But for Enigma Galaxy, it isn't too shabby. Even the same can be said for Team Enigma Gaming as well.
Now, obviously, right, double-digit number is something you would want when it comes to the grand finals itself. But let's not forget that Esports Wala WSF, Hyderabad, Hydras and Team EXO have something to cherish on at this point of time. I know that they also wanted something which is 10 plus pointer, but I do believe they're going to be happy with what they have. OR Esports on the other side, relying on only going in for frontal battles where they had a very good control over the high ridges. I don't know why they did not choose to go into the circle.
I mean, they were, right? They intended to, and they were showing that. But they did not really anticipate the players of 7C to come out of nowhere. The grenades were tossed over. It was just those beautiful trades coming in, and you know how deadly a 7C can get in those close combat situations. But for now, again, a beautiful start for Enigma Galaxy. I think Global Esports' second position has been toppled over by them. But with Enigma Gaming also coming into the fray, I'm pretty sure Big Brother are also going to be picking up a few paces up ahead. As ladies and gentlemen, we transition into finding who the iQOO MVP of this match is going to be. And Eggy with those 4 finishes and 692 points of damage. This man, he's been making waves.
Obviously, right, as we step into the post-match segment powered by Loco over here, there are few things in my head which keeps popping up. The demise of 7C in the corner where Aditya's one grenade restricted them, and after that there was a chance for Sarang and Spraygod to actually escape, but still chose to go in a little bit offensive, picking up all those finishes, had to pay a very hefty price. As we look at the top 5 leaderboard over here, 2 men from the side of Baby who did everything possible, and Xenop proves to us that in the final circle, you can get things done even with throwables.
Oh yeah, Xenop absolutely being one of the MVPs in those fights. But I really loved them mindset in that particular situation, right? Have Beast and Hellgod go a little left, but Explicit was phenomenal. The moment the push came in from the players of Team Enigma, played a very instrumental role in that aspect as well. As we head into a few more facts and figures, 12 grenade finishes is what we got to see, and it all started, I believe, with the players of Team EXO and Team Hydra battling it out, even Team Soul going after Autobotz, but also those 2 vehicles, that also makes me smile.
No, obviously, right, Team Soul, the way especially Omega put an end for one player over there with the vehicle, would knock the player out, with the vehicle, where he could have done a very great amount of damage. And speaking of damage, we're going to look at the hefty graph where we can see that BBs have been very, very clinical throughout the day. I mean, so far, if we consider the day, they have got 1,779 damage for 12 finishes for themselves. Enigma, on the other side, did do a lot of damage, did dish it out. They had the very control of the building over there, but ultimately, it was BB who came and stole it away from them.
Oh yeah, I mean, Big Brother Esports, I think they have been playing like they've got nothing to lose, right?
Yeah.
They've been taking those risks, they've been making those plays, but now let's see how much of it has impacted their position in the overall standings. As there you go, right now at the 6th spot with 169 points. Team Soul, all high and mighty, sitting at the tippity top. But Enigma Galaxy, this is what I was talking about, right? Now they have toppled over Global Esports. Global Esports really need to wake up, really need to understand that they need to get back to their old primal ways, where they were aggressive, where they packed a punch, because if they do not do that, maybe by the next game, Enigma Gaming can secure that 3rd position.
Now, this is where I have to point out for the side of Team OR as well, right? From the 3rd position, they've dropped all the way down to the 7th position, and that's a very, very big drop. They have to realize that from now on, it's better we go to the center of the circle and start assaulting, allowing Aditya, give him space so that he picks up all those finishes when necessary. And one key for success for the side of Team Soul is their early skirmishes, where they pick up at least 3 to 4 finishes for themselves and then rotate around, somehow survive to get a 5 more. And I do believe that OR Esports, if they pick this up, things can change a lot for them.
Oh, things definitely can. And OR Esports, they know what their goal is, and they have to do anything and everything it takes to achieve that. But another team, Team INS, I was really expecting bigger things from them in this one, considering how that circle took a southwestern shape, and they still had a very promising position. But the next movement that they make, they kind of are right out in the open, did not have enough cover to play around with, and it was again the teams above them that made sure they do not walk any longer. But for the other teams, I mean, we're not going to be more concerned about Esports Wal or WSF or our Esports. I think Bajwa did try to survive for a quite long time. And even Hyderabad Hydras, they were trying to make their presence felt. I think on certain moments, I really found Striker living up to his name, just striking fear in the hearts of his opponents.
Now, also, when you speak about Bajwa, right, he made it inside the circle, but there was a tree in which he could have just rushed in and taken cover and not come into the eyes of BB. But ultimately, with the circle coming in, I do understand that he had to come out in the open. But how much of a damage could he do against the side of BB was the next thing which was coming in my mind.
Oh yeah, I mean 100%. You know, the way he was surviving, all he had to do was get a few position points. They're fighting for the money, but for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, we've got this beautiful device, the iQOO Neo 6, and our sponsors, of course, for this event. They have a very special message for you guys on how to slay a dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Watch, stream, play, repeat, and also earn. You know, that is one thing he keeps telling me to say. And also, something I picked up from you. A lot of things I picked up from you. And I really thank you for being that amazing mentor for me. But again, coming back, you know, Loco is doing some amazing things. We don't need to keep telling you that, you know, there are streamers or content creators from BGMI over there. We did see it out in the video, right? All those big names are all streaming out there. So guys, please do head on over there. But just in case you feel that you can also play some games and showcase your talent, you need to have a device like this, because ultimately the finale is played by, you know, all the players are playing the finale using this device.
And I mean, more than a mentor, you're a brother to me. And I'm just waiting for you to come online on Loco. But for now, let's get back to business. Let's talk about the highlights of how the entire action unfolded in front of us. This is where I was kind of a little disturbed about, you know, Fierce. Look at him. Nobody's coming to his aid. He's been handling himself against 3 different players of Team Hydra officials. And this is where, you know, our Esports decide to chime in, and the response does come in though. But yeah, they're the pesky buggers inside the lobby today.
Now at the same time, Punk, you know, he's starting to live up to that assaulter name which he has, far away with the 3x, the perfect spray to take down just heads, and you're making sure they give that necessary backup from far away. But again, coming back over here, we did see that Team Soul was dominating from one corner, but this is the grenade we were speaking about. One good grenade comes in from Aditya. Two-player gets taken down, and Spray God, rather than making it inside the circle, he wanted to pick up those finishes, but also at least did you realize that he could have picked up that finish even with those vehicles?
Oh, he certainly could have. Again, we're going into speculation. Had he done this? Had he done that? It's all about holding on to your temperament today, right? There will be moments where you feel like you've got the adrenaline coursing through your veins, and then you're going to be a little nervous. Look at Global Esports again, this defensive setup that they have, and this is not how they are supposed to be playing, right? They have to go out, they need to start picking up fights, get into their natural element, get into their groove, otherwise the other teams will really step it up. But Big Brother, I think apart from FS Esports, right, I really felt that this has also been one of those teams, barring day number 1, in day number 2 and day number 3, they've been exceptional in terms of position points.
Now, when we speak about exceptional, this is where I have to say the side of Nigma Galaxy as well, right? So they had a very good opportunity to also rush in and take the compound away from the side of BB, but rather chose to stay there because they didn't have their Assaulter all on his feet or in the vehicles to rush in. But ultimately, the final moments came in such a way that Explicit did take down a lot of players. He had his complete HP, but the zone started eating him up. But eventually, one good molly coming from the other side. Let's not forget to see how that dealt it. It was the grenade which did a lot of damage. We do agree on that, but eventually you look at the fire trap coming in. This is what I call a fire trap is.
Oh yeah, I mean towards the end, Explicit was clearly out of any, his mind has been gone blank, right? What do I do? And there you can see the players of Big Brothers just celebrating in pride. We won this, and now we are getting there, one step close to our dreams to fulfill what had been left out in the iQOO BGIS last time around. And this is the big leagues we're talking about, Arca. And it was also the circle that we did anticipate that would head on towards somewhere around the Potato Hills. Eventually came a little bit down, but this is where Big Brother Esports held on to that particular compound and did manage to get the chicken dinner for themselves.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to step into the analysis segment where Fixes is going to be taking us through all those rotations from these beautiful teams as we look at FS Esports and Big Brother right now.
Of course, now we've been talking about the circle again. The moment we did see that, we already told this out loud and clear, it's going to go a little towards those Potato Hills, right? Now this is where I have to get your attention down to Big Brother. Now Big Brother drop over these points that you can see on that certain side of the map. They drop over here. We had a fight around that farm area around Team EXO. They went in, got a few finishes, I think a knock or a finish, and that was just about it. Now they traversed around. They imagined maybe the circle might be somewhere around here at this particular point, but the circle shift. They hard curveball hit when the circle somehow came around this particular area. That is where they decide to head into this compound, and they held it on to their dear lives. Now in comparison to that, if you talk about Team FS, they were the ones who made a few rotations here and there, right? Dropping off at Rozok. You could clearly see how they maneuvered, right? The first rotation is where they decided to stop over this area. They stayed here for quite a long time. Then they took over these hills, having that higher ground compound. And this was that little shack that they defended with all their might.
Yes.
And then they decided to come a little down south. They had the fight. And that is how the cookie crumbled for both these teams. But more than that, in this particular game, Team Soul, if you talk about the leaders, the way they've been performing, I really felt that they wanted to play through the edges. They wanted to get themselves into a lot more action, as a result of which, when they tried to get inside the center of the circle, that is where they were just pummeled down by bullets from every possible direction.
They know that, we need to pick up an average of 10 in every single game. So we're just going to aim at that. Let's forget about everything else, because once you have that lead set and the final 3 maps, they can just enjoy, put their heart out over there. If they want to go offensive, they can go offensive. Defensive, they can be defensive and create history over here. But at the same time, the final finish is something which I have to speak about over here, right? If it was just grenades, there were, chances for Explicit to place himself to the right or to the left and try to avoid it. But the molly was the perfect throwable to be used over there by Xenop, and he put it in exactly, first one is over here, the second projectile is a little away from there, so that, until the fire is burning, Explicit is going to stay far away, because Explicit was actually getting to the center of the circle, and that was avoided by the side of Xenopi.
You know, it all came down to how the shifts were, right? Especially that little bait and switch strategy where Beast and Helgot decided to take that little left side because they knew the players of FS, they had their visions obscured, right? Courtesy to their own smokes that they built up. Now, giving them that little angle around them, and that is where they drew all that attention coming in from the higher side, right? Now, this is where Xenopi, he was waiting, you know, because all these players firing at their direction, he did manage to throw a few grenades, made sure he made every single one of those utility count, and towards the end, of course, it was the Molo that did the job, but yes, they're one step closer to their dreams. Both these teams, Nigma, Galaxy, oh my goodness, the way they've been playing since yesterday, especially that two back-to-back chicken dinner they got, they're a little bit of a shaky run in the final one, but in today's evening, the first day, they open up with a banger. But now it comes down to the next map. That's going to be Miramar. And any speculations before you head out?
I would say that Nigma Galaxy will continue their domination over here, and Team EXO will suddenly pick it up. I strongly feel they're going to suddenly pick it up. They're going to be like, we're going to show you how to exactly play in the map of Miramar. And just in case they clash out with the side of Team OR, that is where, you know, they might end up in a very bad note. But in case these two never clash out, I think in the final circle we can expect OR, 7C, Team EXO, and probably the side of GE to be available. And all of these four are going to lock horns just to make sure they hit the second position, which pretty much is capable from all of these players.
Now that you mentioned GE, right, I think this is one of those teams that I'm really eyeing out for, because they did lose out on that second spot, did lose that little grip they had, because the way they started yesterday, I do not know what's going on in their minds right now. It's Age's birthday today, and they need to give him that present. In fact, he needs to gift himself that second spot at the very least. But regardless, like you said, I completely agree with you. Team EXO and OR, this is one of those fights that could happen. And Team EXO, they've not been having the tournament of their life at all. It feels every single day that they have woken up at the wrong side of their bed, because the way they come in, Fierce, he's been phenomenal, no doubt. Snacks, he's been one of the revelation, because considering every time he comes in, he plays as if he's playing for his spot in that playing four. And that is pretty much visible. And this is where the question comes down to what's going wrong in the minds of Sensei.
Now, I would say this, that, you know, Sensei today actually stuck with his team, right? He was kind of pretty much close to them. Even Jelly has started to do the same. He's not pretty far away, like how they usually traverse around. I do understand in the map of Miramar, it's a huge terrain. You need to have somebody, and you're going to take the risk for the team, because, you know, in case you get taken down, he can still guide on the other three players. But yeah, I do believe that, you know, just in case both these IGLs stay alive with the team, then we can see wonders.
But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It is the pre-match segment powered by Loco, where Arca is going to be taking a little bit of a break as the big man himself takes the stage, as he sets himself up, settles down, and XP. The game of Miramar, right? We love this map. It's both of our favorites, right? But lately we have been having that Eastern Circle all the time around. Now I've got to say, I'm bored of that. I want to see something on the extremities, because it is the final day, and we want some action happening somewhere else.
Oh, action is exactly what we need. But you remember, once upon a time, the circle did shift down to the prison just once. Yes. And maybe something like that could be pretty fancy, because you don't see a lot of water in Miramar, right? Only once or twice have we had the opportunity to cast such games. But again, it's going to be amazing. And boy, what a start to the day. Nigma Galaxy coming in and making sure they have the second position. Just 1 point over Global Esports. But point by point is how you build it up. And that is the beauty, of course, of this tournament. The iQOO BMPS Powered by Loco. Thank you to BGIS, I'm messing up, BGMI Craft, and then our lovely sponsors iQOO and Loco. You know, I'll tell you what's on my mind. So, of course, if you had a look at the prelude earlier, we had this interview, and BGIS 2022 was running in my mind. So, again, I do apologize for that. Something good is coming for all you lovely people. But, you know, it is the iQOO Neo 6 that we're talking about, and you all can get yourself one as well.
Oh, you certainly can. All you've got to do is head over to the BGMI official esports YouTube channel, and that is where on the chat section you've got a pinned comment, and click on that link and participate in this giveaway. And if you're lucky, 10 winners are going to be getting that beautiful device right in their pockets. But
kind of matches my tie today.
It does, but not
I like
mine.
that.
It gives me a little bit of a contrast, though. But yes, now it's the game of Miramar. But before that, you know, we've been receiving all that love XP. It's time to give some back.
Well, of course, we are talking about all this BGMI merchandise that could be yours, and all you have to do is follow the link in the description and predict which team is going to come out on top on this day as far as points is concerned. And make sure you spread your love. Hashtag, well, do you have an idea who's going to take it away? Because for now, Enigma Galaxy, boy oh boy, they have come in. They've gone a bit strong, and well, speaking of giveaways, we also have these bad boys, the iQOO Neo 6 that Fix has just mentioned earlier, and again, check that link in the comment section.
Of course. Now, it was just not Nigma Galaxy, right? It was also about the players of Big Brother Esports. But before that, I think we've got a huge, give a huge shout out to our friends from Loco. And we've got a few questions, I guess, maybe later on as the day commences. But how do you ask that? On Twitter, all you've got to do is hashtag Let's Ask Loco and tag @GetLocoNow. And if you've got some sensible questions, then if you're tickling our brains, I'm pretty sure I'm going to give you a nice answer.
Well, there you have it. The expert himself over there is going to be waiting for your questions, so go ahead and tweet it right now. But now, coming back to Miramar. Hyderabad Hydras, well, they haven't really had the best day. They were showing some glimpses of brilliance in the last game. Unfortunately, again, getting caught off in the rotations and then getting taken out one by one has been the Achilles heel so far. So I wonder if they're going to change something around, because if they do drop, say, at Campo Militar, we've seen them go on and win that chicken dinner. However, whenever they've gone down to Valle del Mar, things haven't worked out for them.
I mean, at least in the grand finals, right? Because during the league stages, it did. But today, I'm rather intrigued to see where they're going to be heading off. But more than Hyderabad Hydras, right? This is one of those teams that we were really hoping would perform very well in the grand finals. More than them, I'm more concerned about teams like OR Esports. Now, a team in Nigma Gaming, because they've also had a really consistent run in this one as well, being one of the prime contenders for that top 3 position. But not just them, it is also going to be about Big Brother Esports. One of their strong maps in Miramar. Let's see how they perform.
Well, we're going to say bye-bye from the studio, as it is going to be a beautiful day for some BGMI action. And I hope that action does come way this city. Now, the thing is, you know, you were talking about all these teams. Yes, they have been consistent. However, you know, they've got to make sure that they keep the pressure on, especially on the teams at the top. I'm talking about Team Seoul. I'm talking about Global Esports and, of course, Nigma Galaxy itself. So it is going to be interesting to see what they put forward today, because, well, in about a few minutes, in fact, in a few seconds, action is going to be plenty. And I like this. It is a Sunday, and, well, we're going to take you to church just for a little bit.
Of course, need to make your prayers. All you teams out there have to be doing it for the big prize, for the big chunk. But for now, it's the flight path trajectory, right? All the way from Torre Ahumada towards Los Higos. Just kind of dissecting the map into 2 halves. And I am a fortune teller, right? I do know how things are going to work out as Nigma Galaxy finally feeling the heat. They've never been this close to get that top 3 position. And here they are.
Here they are, and well, as you did kind of expect that, you know, Campo Militar is going to be where Hyderabad Hydras are going to be heading, and it does seem like, well, our predictions do come true. Now, the thing is, we're not going to expect too many fights right at the beginning. Something that I do wish we do see in Miramar, except that occasional, you know, drop clash when one of the members from a team is kind of separated from his teammates. And, well, we did see a lot of action early on, for example, between our Esports or our Esports having a clash at Impala and Porto Paraiso. However, for now, teams are going to be going their separate way. But do you think we still have those targets on the back for people like Team Seoul and, of course, Nigma Galaxy and Global Esports?
I think for Team Seoul, 100%. Because if you remember yesterday as well, we had the boys from our Esports try to, you know, cause a little trouble for them and stop them at their path. But that was kind of short-lived, right? But for now, looking at Team Seoul, I'm kind of surprised, rather taken aback by what Omega is trying to do over here. This is for the first time he stepped out of Picado.
Oh, and well, have a look at that circle.
Yes.
We might just be heading down to Via Del Mar, maybe the prison, maybe even Los Higos. Now, he is going to be a bit further away from his teammates, and well, he's probably going to just make sure he has the vehicles. He might just come back in, and he might just be scouting and making sure that nobody else drops near their position. Now, it is going to be a bit problematic for teams like Hyderabad Hydras, considering the distance from their drop location to the next zone is going to be a little tricky. However, it is Miramar. It's a massive, massive map, and there's plenty of real estate and plenty of terrain to traverse, which is something that I'm going to be expecting. They might even come in. What do you think? So I'm thinking right now, what if they head over to the west from up top, passing through La Cabrera, and come down El Pozo's way?
That is, of course, a possibility. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. But a few odd things that we've noticed is, of course, Global Esports, they're back to sticking with each other, right? They've now decided La Cabrera is where we drop all 4 of us and get the loot done, and that is how we enter in. And we're sort of anticipating that little bit of a western circle that we witnessed yesterday when 7C, they were on fire. But for now, even for the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to be kicking themselves in the foot, right? Had they dropped over at Valdemar, this could have been their game to win.
This could have been their game to win. And speaking of dropping, looks like a couple of teams are going to take their time, as Hydra official is going to be heading to Landriera. Now, the thing is, they really don't have anybody nearby, but, well, things are going to get heated up later on. Now, just coming back to the point that you were making, boy, 7C Esports, when they decide to, push that button, pull the triggers, and basically push the pedal to the metal, these guys are like a runaway truck with the brakes clipped. And I wonder if that's going to be the case today, because I'm not a big fan of this vehicle on our screens right now. What about you, Fixes?
I mean, me too. I do not like that either. But for now, of course, Hydra officials, this is one of those games, or rather one of those teams that have really proved their mettle. I think it was the second day that they were pretty much consistent, but through the third day, they kind of lost that grip, they kind of lost that momentum. We did see them dropping a few paces down below. But yesterday, it's always been one thing with them. The weekendy matches have been consistent for Team Hydra officials. And, well, for now, we do not have any weekendy anymore, right? It's just that Sanhok and Hydra official, they have to do much, much better.
Speaking of Hydra official, yesterday they did end things in the 12th position, and, well, they aren't going to be contenders for the throne and for that crown at this point. But again, they can keep climbing up higher and higher and get a massive chunk of that prize pool for themselves. But Team Soul over here, boy, oh boy, they've been looking good. In fact, last game wasn't exactly what they wanted. However, they did start off with a bang, wiping out, of course, the team that we did see. And, the instincts were on point in the last game. But for now, I'm going to be expecting something happening over here, because it is possible that as Omega is going to move a little due north, we might just see someone lurking on the hills above. And, well, looks like 7C's Prince is going to be coming in, and he might just be keeping a very eye on all this movement down below.
7C haven't changed anything apart from the fact that Prince finally comes into play and giving a little bit of a break to the birthday boy himself, right? Spray God sitting this one out, not the way that they would have wanted to start, but considering Prince is back into the mix, I think this is where I'm anticipating that 7C resort to getting a little bit more consistent in terms of their position points, because their fight engagement has been always on point. It's always about those position points that they need to work out for.
Of course, if you do go for the position points, well, your finish points are going to be racking up as well, because you have all these enemies around you. And if you are consistent with your shooting, well, that's going to be more for you. Now, we do have the map up on our screens. Our Esports down in Via Del Mar. They're going to be making a few transitions, luckily, because, the circle did form while they were going to drop down, and it is going to be a bit helpful for them. Now, I'm worried about teams like OR Esports, because we did see them at Porto Paraiso. However, if BB, they decide to go towards the southern coast of Miramar, that is where we might just see a few clashes. But again, as is the case with Miramar usually, you are going to have teams migrating these long, long distances. And unfortunately, Fixes, no action seems like heading our way anytime soon.
It's just a storm in the making, right? We know once the circle starts closing in, that's where we have all those fights brewing up. It's all about the teams trying to traverse around, get as much loot as they can, get their vehicles, and then make those movements. It's all going to be about those edgy rotations that teams are going to be resorting to. And one big move has already been made by the team that's in front of us, Team Enigma Gaming, taking that Western Highway, making sure that they have a prime position. We did see yesterday how good they were in the first game of Miramar, where the circle was somewhere around that western side.
It was indeed, and not a bad place to be because you do have hills on either side, and of course the road is going to be no man's land. But Enigma Galaxy off to a good start, and again, speculation is what we do best. So if Team Soul have a bad day, or if they don't get enough points in the first few games, that is where that little bit of pressure is going to start mounting on their shoulders. However, as I say it out loud, it kind of seems silly because I doubt they're going to let anything happen because pressure is what they thrive under. And again, like we say, it's the new breed of Team Soul. And these boys know that they have to pretty much win this, or, well, they aren't going to have as many accolades because, you want to basically do better than the past, right?
I mean, you certainly want to, but considering the kind of a lead that Team Soul do have on themselves, I barely think anyone's got what it takes to contest them, unless and until, Enigma Galaxy or maybe Global Esports or Enigma Gaming rack up 3 miraculous chicken dinners back-to-back, ensuring Team Soul have nothing in their bags. But for now, Enigma Galaxy, they have spotted out Hector, but decide to not fire any shots.
Speaking of not firing shots, soon we could hear a lot of ratatas in our ears because, as expected, Hyderabad Hydras, well, they are going to be traveling due west, coming in through La Cobreria and possibly somewhere west of El Pozo. But the problem is, a couple of other teams have the same idea because Global Esports are going to be heading in the same direction. And, well, INS as well. But for now, our Esports is Canary, dangerously close to the members of Hydra, Jackson, and Dynamite. He does have an idea where the enemy is, and looks like Jackson is not going to know anything about it, but he does open his scope. The 4 times over here is not going to be the perfect choice for him, as damage is not going to be sufficient. And now his position is given away, and rightly so. He is going to try and make an escape. And, well, lucky, as the car is almost going to burn up. But now, Jackson with a few follow-up shots.
Oh, yeah, and decides, I think he does not really want to overstep, and it's the right decision to make at this point for Hydra officials, considering Canary, he was plagued with fire. But what do they have to lose, right? They are at the very bottom. We have seen them being the troublemakers throughout the lobby. We have seen them trying to pick up the fights, even in the map of Erangel. We saw them going after the boys from Team EXO and Hydra, whoever survived, and they were just taken away in a jiffy.
They were indeed. Now have a look at the circle shift. Now Team Soul still pretty much in the center, but all those teams are converging in on their position. We have Enigma Galaxy at one end. We have Big Brothers making a little bit of a comeback. And of course, 7C, they've kind of pushed further back as, they've obviously left Picaro. And now they're going to be out in the open. Now the problem with being out in the open is that, sure, you might have some cover from one end, but if you don't have a good 360 vigil, well, chances are you might just get a few shots to the back of your head.
Oh, you certainly can. And at this point, Team Soul, they know they've got to watch out, but Bachma elsewhere falling down to his own demise, and surely needs to understand you're not supposed to step out of your vehicle while you're driving. But at the same time, Team Soul just covered by a plethora of teams from multiple different directions. It's Big Brothers on their sidelines as Rockstar finally gets the first blood inside the game.
Well, he is going to have that limelight shining on him today, and as expected, it was a member of Team Hydra officials that went down as Dynamite. Well, he isn't blowing anything up anytime soon. Now, they are going to be in a little precarious situation because smokes have been deployed because they want to make sure they get all that delicious loot for themselves. And I like how very they are being of those hills around them because sometimes, the hills do have eyes.
Oh, indeed they do. And sometimes, yes, especially in Miramar, with the kind of shots that are being laid out. But, yeah, I think Hydra officials, this time just rotating around La Drilera, they're going to be waiting for that hard shift coming in. But Team Soul, they do have the epicenter as Global Esports. This time, take a look at them entering in from the western side. But Apollo just laid a few bullets at the players of our Esports, I believe. Nothing really seemed to have connected.
And nothing right now. And although our Esports, they do seem to be in a good spot. They are going to be out in the open and expect the M4 to rattle off a few more shots in that vehicle's direction. Is he going to take them? Because, well, he doesn't really have that angle. There you have it, switching to the next window. And now all that information is going to be given out that another team has joined them in the vicinity. As you can hear shots in other directions, I'm pretty sure one of his teammates is going to be keeping INS at bay. Because have a look at your map right now. Everyone is going to be converging into Masera. And, well, that is where the action to come is going to be present as INS, as we just mentioned them. Now, have a look at one thing. Something just popped out for me. The way Enigma Galaxy are spread across A, it is good, right? They are going to keep enemies at bay. However, if they get taken down one by one, buddy, those revives are looking just a little bit tricky.
Yeah, I mean, the rivals are going to be bleak as here you go. They go charging in, Joker and Crazy Soul. They did that yesterday, but at the same time, Wixky's also going to do the same, trying to rendezvous with his teammates as finally he's made it over there. And finally, your concerns are addressed too.
There you go, because the moment he heard the vehicle coming in, he's like, I am not taking this chance. I am out of here. See you later, toodles. But now, Enigma Galaxy, again, they're going to be aware that they are going to be in a position that is going to be slightly tricky. However, they have this high ground. Ooh. And the fact that they have all this concrete to pretty much save them from all those sprays that are going to be coming in, they are going to be in a nice little spot. Now, Apollo, he knows that INS are going to be on one end, and INS would want to kind of, take the position that they have right now as well, because keep in mind, there is a massive hill behind them, but coming up from behind, we have a few more teams, and this is perfect timing over here, because it looks like Enigma Gaming might just be heading for said hill as a circle is going to close in. Team Soul once again, dead smack in the center.
I think we could really call it their game if Hector and Omega somehow managed to come out to the aid of Goblin and Akshat to where they are. But taking a look at Global Esports, they've got a really monumental task ahead of them. So many teams on the southern side. I mean, at this point, a western side entry could have been really wise, but I'm really getting concerned for these lads. As INS, they're one of those boys, I think by the third or the fourth game, they're also going to go all out. Or maybe it just could begin with this particular one.
Well, as expected, Team INS, they do want that compound all for themselves, and Enigma Galaxy aren't going to be on the retreat just yet. However, one of their members is going to be all by his lonesome as Autobotz comes at the fire, and, well, that Lamborghini is going to take some shots in its body. But nothing too far, well, nothing to talk about so far, because, again, plenty of cover for the lads. Now, our Esports, we did kind of see them earlier. I'm going to hold my thought because Dreams, although he is far away from his teammates, well, he got the better of Avi, and his teammate Wixie is going to finish what he started. And there you have it. Beautiful shots coming in, but no, it's Rockstar who gets the better of Enigma. Eggy, as now Rex and his teammate are going to be coming under heavy fire elsewhere, or Aditya open up on Team INS.
Every single bit of information has been relayed. Now, this is where MJ has to play with all his wits over here. He needs to know that two players of Team Enigma might charge in at his direction any given moment. But this is where Wixky also comes into the play. Enigma Galaxy, I love the split from their side. Now, if this can be executed into perfection, I think this could be one of those games that they've been really eyeing out for.
Now, the only thing that I'm worried about for Dreams is that it could turn into a nightmare soon enough, because OR Esports and, well, Team INS are going to be listening to all that commotion and just avert their attention in his direction. The corner up in area is going to be in the line of fire. Oh, another bullet could have done him in as Apollo is going to take cover, but I like the way they have that presence of mind. They're going to make sure they put the pressure on every single team, and, well, before it's too late, they are going to have to move out in case the circle does shift away from this team. But till then, they are the ones who are going to be dictating the law. They are, in fact, the marshals and the sheriffs of Chumasera.
Oh, indeed they are. No questions of that. But Global Esports, this reluctancy just to play around the edges, this urge to always keep surviving, and like you say, right, has been the Achilles heels for these lads, right? And again, they've been steering off from every single battle. Now, if you're trying to contest for the first position, you've got to play as you've got nothing to lose.
See, again, like I said, it's a hit or miss with them, right? Because at times when they did win the chicken dinner here in Miramar itself, they were at the periphery. In fact, remember, they let all the teams go by, but it looks like Team Soul aren't going to do that, as Sensei's position might have just been given away, and even if they see the enemy for a split second, expect some shots to be fired in their direction. Now, quickly coming back to the Global Esports point, it is a hit or miss. However, if they can catch the opponents off guard, if the opponents think they have their backs against the wall, that is where they can roar like that mini Godzilla on our screen.
But look at this shift, right? Team Soul again being favored from the circle as Hyderabad Hydras decide to ram in, maybe play around a few edges. But this is the moment they have to fight, and could lock horns against Hector because it's an entire horde that's charging at his direction. But Manti really needs to watch out as somehow he survives.
I love what Hector did, though. He was kind of just leading them towards Goblin's position, and from up top, they are going to be raining down death and destruction in their point. And now FS Esports' Hitman is going to be following them as well. Elsewhere, Evert is going to get the better. Oh, that was close for Ace Black as he almost was taken down, and Akshat does have some nice little angles to play around with. Hyderabad Hydras once again finding themselves in a precarious situation because in case they don't push on Team Soul's position, well, FS Esports could be troubled from behind, but Akshat is going to make sure that they still are kept at bay.
Oh yeah, at this point for Team Soul, it's all about holding on, right? They know that teams are going to be charging at their direction, but these wild coyotes inside the lobby would cause a lot of trouble. Joker has been leading the charge. He's been one of the top fraggers from Team INS, especially in the grand finals. But the big question is, who have they decided to go after? Is it the boys from OR? Indeed they are.
It is, and right now Aru could be in some trouble. A grenade is going to be flung. Unfortunately, it's not going to be accurate as a weapon would have been better in his hands at this point. But Crazy Soul now knows that the enemy is just outside that wall, and this is where his team could come in. There you have it. Joker is going to be, going on a little bit of a flank. Aru making sure he secures his position for now. Now what I want is, oh, that was terrible as Shane is going to be taken down, and it's Arthunki who's going to be doing all the damage. Keep an eye on him. He is atop this building right now, and he's going to be coming in from the other side, and for some reason the Predators now might just become prey as Evert is taken down with a massive grenade as well.
And they have locked horns against the Big Bears as there you go, Jelly just praying through and across as he's got better, but now look at the other teams, they also might charge in, and the nearest threat could be the players of Esports Wala WSF. A very well executed fight from the players of Team OR Esports, the way they played around the walls, and that really helped them in getting this squad wipe.
It's the restraint that they showed right now because, Aru did kind of give his position away, and they determined that, all right, the boys are going to be over here. I'm going to hold on to my thought because looks like OR Esports' victory might just be short-lived as Big Brothers, winners of the last game, are coming in, but he gets atop that little mound, lays down some shots, and can easily reposition himself. Now, BB with a grenade. Scream is going to be flinging it in his direction. Unfortunately, it's going to be a bit too short. However, grenades on the other side are going to be going off as Canary and another one go down to Global Esports' nade.
Oh yeah, now this is where OR Esports needs to decide to if they want to engage against the boys from Big Brother, as finally they are just rampaging through the lobby, getting the better out of the players of our Esports. They have been free bodies for all these lads outside, and now they've been racking up points for themselves as Esports Wala WSF have their vehicles exploded. Now who could that be? Was it Team Soul?
I don't know, I think it was Joker or one of them right now, but we're going to be focusing on another thing as action is going to break out again. Talking about Joker from Global Esports laying down lead in the enemy's direction. Now, they do have a good position fixes. However, they've got to be careful as they are taking shots at Enigma Galaxy from the other side. Team Soul, in fact, could be laying down some lead, or in fact, even Hydra, if they have an angle on them, could see some silhouettes against the backdrop as Dreams. Well, he does make it a safety, but it's going to be Invader from WSF who gets the better of him.
Oh yeah, at this particular point, finally we get the circle shifting a little bit towards the western side. We get a rather vivid picture of what we want to see. Now this is one of those games that Global Esports can get a chicken dinner in, but for now, hold on, OR Esports on a collision course against Big Brothers.
Again, they have been fighting it out for a couple of minutes, and now Helgard does have a good position. Zenobi's got to be careful. Speaking of good position, Arthunki's grenade is going to blow him to smithereens as he is brought down to his bloodied knees, and another one could be coming in. This is where Aditya needs to push up. There you have the second grenade is going to be perfect as well, as expected, as Zenobi is brought down as well. Now Beast with the VSS, of course it is going to be a silent subsonic weapon. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have too many options, and now he is going to try and make his escape.
And Jelly, would he let that happen though? It takes a few couple of shots, but hesitates and gets back because OR Esports also know they are also chasing for that #2 position over here, and they do understand Esports Wala WSF are right beside them. Those smokes do give away regain the position, but Team Kinetics, KU has to fight it against the wall, against Hitman, but somehow he's still alive.
He is still alive with a sliver of HP. Unfortunately, he does have a big bad gun against him, and Hitman is going to be taken out by KU instead. That was a little bit of a switcheroo because, well, Global Esports did just eliminate Hydra official out of the game of Miramar. Now, Hitman's gone down, and if I have a look, FS are going to be survived by nobody because have a look at your screen over here. They are out in the blink of an eye as Savatar from 7C Esports is going to be taking the fight to Global Esports. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras, as expected, their position coming under fire. The Autobotz are going to be laying everything that they have in their position, and sooner or later, buddy, that smoke is going to dissipate, but they've got to be careful. There you have it. Fox, in fact, was just taken down by his own teammate. Ouch.
That's preposterous. That's not acceptable. As from the backlines, Aura is also being dealt with as Autobots decide to fight, but from the backlines, I think it was Sensei doing all the damage as EXO decide to charge in inside this particular fight, and Team Hyderabad Hydras need to somehow make a movement inside the circle.
Oh, they are in trouble, buddy, because have a look at Team EXO. They're just going to make sure they gatekeep this team, and once again, maybe the blue's going to be taken out. There you have it. They are going to be spotted, and Punk is going to put a few shots down range, and he definitely is feeling lucky. As Manti's out, well, Maxi's going to fall down, and one by one, just like dominoes, Hyderabad Hydras are going to say bye-bye to us as they exit in the 8th position without any finishes.
Finally, some signs of revival coming in from Team EXO as now they decide to get a little bit more aggressive. God, he's been dealt with. There's no chance on earth he survives. But for BO and KU, they are the next target that Team EXO decide to go after. But how do they do that with Onyx watching from the backlines out in the open? Could possibly get knocked.
He could get knocked, and of course it's not just Team EXO that they've got to worry about, because 7C Esports are going to be having a keen eye on all this commotion in the distance. Now, as far as Team EXO is concerned, we did see this nice little reaction coming in. All he did was just slide his crosses a bit to the right, and well, that was the end for Hyderabad Hydras. And speaking about ends, OR Esports did have a couple of good fights over here. In fact, 7 finishes is what they are going to be leaving with in the 7th position. Now, we do have 6 teams remaining, and half of them have all 4 members still standing, but Global Esports are in a bit of a predicament. They do have to go down. However, if they go to the left, they're going to have to deal with teams like Team Seoul and XO, and if they go to the right, well, you already have some lying in wait. Before now, Mania with the Mini 14 laying down some lead on Goblin.
Now, this is where I was talking about 7C, right? Getting Prince in helps them in trying to get that little bit of a stability in terms of them trying to get those position points. They've already made it to the top 6, still have 3 of their players alive. Now, from here onwards, look at Global Esports, have racked up 5 finishes to their name, can really capitalize and take down the players of our Esports. Instead, they decide to go after Sarang, who will have his buggies exploded into smithereens, and there you go, he goes falling out.
He does go falling out, and now Global Esports in a good position to get a few more finishes for themselves. As Sabotage, well, his vehicle is going to be flipping all the way around, defying gravity. Fortunately for him, he does have his wheels back on, but again, another vehicle explosion could do him in, as Joker is going to let his M4 sing, and there you have it. The push is going in. I do believe Manya is going to be the first in the line of attack over here as the Prince of Darkness now, all by his lonesome, in a shack with barely any HP. He is going to be the next target. Elsewhere, our Esports taking a fight with Team Seoul once again as well. They are in a good position. However, Rockstar has a little bit of an angle on them. He is going to be laying down lead, and one of them is going to be brought down by Jabu's UMP.
And there you go, Rockstar continuing pouring all that lead going in. And this is where Team Seoul, they are being shot from multiple directions. And EXO make a quick work out of it as Goblin surviving with a sliver of HP. I do not know how much longer can he live.
Well, he does get his HP back up, but this is what we were talking about. Team Seoul, once they come in your crosses, once they appear on your finish feed, well, the teams are going to be a bit hungry to spoil the party for them. Now, Jadu, he knows his position. Oh, in fact, he did take a few shots, but Goblin gets back up. In fact, he's going to take Rockstar out of the equation, and Jadu once again coming under fire from EXO's Punk. Goblin, in the meanwhile, is going to bide his time and just patch himself up, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's the one who takes out the last member for our Esports, but looks like, wait a second, have a look at that. Team Seoul, they thought they were in a good spot, but you got to keep one thing in mind, Fixes. When you are out in the open, well, you got to have eyes at the back of your head.
Oh yeah, Team Seoul just got done visioned in that particular moment, but for now, Team EXO, they are absolutely ripping apart the soul of every single team. But the grenade coming in from Manya speaks otherwise. Global Esports, they want vendetta. They want that revenge. They need that chicken dinner, and they're at their right path.
They are indeed, with 9 finishes for themselves. Team EXO have 11. These boys are looking good, and against all odds, Team Soul's Goblin is still alive and kicking, and there you have it. He's going to be punishing EXO for what they did, as Punk's going to be taken down, and on the other side, it's going to be Global Esports' Joker and Manya, who are going to be making sure that Team EXO is out in the 3rd position. Now, this is what Goblin is all about. He does have a monumental task ahead of him, but he does not shy away from a fight, as he is just playing around with the enemy.
And there you go. There you go. Was falling out as Global Esports reclaim glory as they get the 2nd chicken dinner of the evening. As ladies and gentlemen, we transition into the post-match segment powered by Loco, as the point standings are right in front of us.
27 points is what Global Esports is going to be walking away with, which means we are going to have a switcheroo once again in the top 3 positions. Well, the 2nd and 3rd, to be precise. Now, Team Soul, a decent game from them. Even if they get 10 points a game, their lead, like I said earlier, is insurmountable. But, you know, Team EXO finally making some waves in Miramar with a little bit of a comeback, trying to get a bigger chunk of that massive prize pool.
Where was this EXO XP? I mean, this is what we've been talking about, right? This is what all the EXO fans wanted. But nevertheless, Team sold all these 18 points, you know, did make up for the last game as well. 10 points per game average is what they're going out with. But our esports, a little bit of a life being breathing inside their bodies at this point, as Team Kinetic not also falling out.
You know, I'm going to come back to Team Soul in just a second, because they shouldn't have survived at that point. Goblin's reactions are just godlike, to be honest with you, as we are going to find out who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. He is a rock star, and he's from our esports.
Oh, finally, we get to see some of our esports, especially when we've been talking about these players. 788 points of damage, those 7 finishes. Our esports had been all over the lobby, but this is what we wanted from Team EXO, right? Punk and Sensei coming back into the mix, and finally the IGA leading the team from the front.
You know, from Global Esports as well, because you do have Manya and Joker up on your top 5 leaders, and that is what we were talking about. You know, they aren't afraid of taking fights. However, we used 2 words yesterday, right? Hesitant and reluctant. Well, this time around, all we said was they need to take the fight straight to the enemy. That is what they did, and, well, the result speaks for itself as we have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures, and 7 grenade finishes in Miramar is kind of on the high side.
I mean, it kind of started off a little slow, right? Everyone was trying to settle themselves in, get towards the west inside. It was all about getting those loots. And it was still the 6th or 7th minute. I think it was Rockstar who did get the first blood. And that is where we witnessed a few more fights, right? OR getting into the mix, taking down the better of Team INS. But it was Team EXO, but GE, they were the silent assassins. Finally focused there on the circle. As we tend to kind of go into the FT craft, this is where the damage numbers really reflect of how good both these teams were.
I mean, just 7 points of difference as far as damage is concerned between Team EXO and Global Esports, and, well, that one finish is going to give them a little bit of an edge. Now, we've had a look at a visual representation of what happened in the game, but now let's have a look and see what it does to the overall standings, because Global Esports are going to be coming in a bit hot and a bit hard for Enigma Galaxy, reclaiming their position with a decent 22-point lead.
And OI Esports has also stepped up as well, but Enigma Galaxy did not have a rather good outing in this one, especially from where they started right at Chumasera. You could see that beautiful split, but later on, after that curveball, they could not survive for longer.
You know, we did kind of anticipate that although Dreams was far away from his teammates, he is going to be taken out by the likes of OI Esports, and in fact, it was INS who also had a little bit of fun getting a few finishes here and there. Now, that's the gamble you take when you split, right? We're going to come to that later because, well, Enigma Gaming also found themselves in a precarious situation, pretty much between a rock and a hard place, getting wiped out early. Now, as we have a look at the second page, well, our esports did have a good game in this map of Miramar, so they're going to be reclaiming their 15th position, and esports while at WSF, well, they're going to slink to the bottom.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, no matter what they do, they're not gonna really get themselves back into the top 8, right? If they have a miraculous run, open the Pandora's box, do something really out of the ordinary, then anything could possibly happen. But that's up for speculations.
You know, normally whenever you talk about Pandora's box. It's all the evil and everything that does come out. But the best thing is there's a little something else, and that is called hope. And speaking of hope, I'm pretty sure someone on the Hindi desk is going to be a bit happy because his name is the Latin word for hope as well. So again, I'm talking about Sparrow. But you know, this is awesome. I mean, this is what we want. Now, in the next few games is when I would expect teams like WSF, teams like our Esports, just to go a bit, like you love saying, ham and taking the fight to the big dogs. But that again is the beauty of this tournament. So thank you once again, BGMI Crofton. Got it right this time. And our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And you know what time it is? We're going to do this together. Let's slay a dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
I just have a question for all you lovely viewers. Can you spot the difference right now in the studio? We're going to give you a couple of seconds. Let's see if you've actually been paying attention to us. But also remember, you can get yourself the iQOO Neo 6 out in stores now.
Of course, you certainly can. And not just that, we're also giving away 10 iQOO Neo 6. And all you've got to do is head over to the chat section. There's a pinned comment. It's pretty much simple. All you've got to do is fill in the details. And if you are lucky, you're going to have one of these bad boys in your pocket. And this is where we're going to make all the announcement today, because it's the grand finals XP. But what a beautiful match. What a comeback being staged by Global Esports right now. Let's take a look at the highlights and find out how they did that.
Global Esports and, of course, Team XO finally making waves as well, because, well, that is exactly what we expected from them a long time ago. However, this is when we were talking about Enigma Galaxy. They did have a good time early on, taking out a few members of Enigma as they were coming in, but INS, oh my goodness, now the loose cannons of the round of the grand finals, they had to be a bit more aggressive. Unfortunately, when you let the other team do all the aggression, well, they are going to be the ones dictating the terms.
Oh yeah, of course. Now, this is what we were talking about, right? Big Brothers, they were having a really good time this time around the start of the day, but eventually that did not fare off. KU went off for a clutch of his life. But Autobotz, oh, I really feel bad for them. But, you know, they could have certainly done a lot better, deployed a few smokes on the eastern side, because you know you're exposed from that area. Hyderabad Hydras also could not get inside the circle. It was the players of Team XO just keeping them at bay.
But this is what they've done time in and time out, and I hope you all can hear me, because I kind of have a little bit of an issue over here. But anyway, coming back to the thing right now, Joker was instrumental. Did you see the way they were pretty much keeping enemies at bay at every single angle? And now this is where Punk just opens up with his M4, and well, Team Soul at this position should not have been alive, but against all odds, Goblin surviving till the second spot.
Oh yeah, I mean, you talk about Goblin, this is where like his reflexes, we did discuss about it, XP, that he is been amazing every single time, how he responds to the situation. I really felt for a moment maybe Jadu could have got the better, but it was Punk who did manage to take him down. But this is where Global Esports from here onwards finally got online, finally got active inside the lobby, and did a much better job.
They did, but again, Goblin against everything. When everything was stacked against him, he still comes in and takes a few finishes for himself, making sure that Team Soul and, well, him himself is going to be another contender, possibly for Player of the Day, because boy, oh boy, this guy just loves going in for those finishes. And a grenade comes in at the end, it goes boom, and with that, he's blown to smithereens. But, you know, Global Esports, like we just mentioned right now, did need a massive comeback. They have cemented their position for now. let's see if Nigma Galaxy are going to be swinging hard in the next one.
Oh, let's hope so. I've got my fingers crossed, XP, at this point, because Nigma Galaxy did have a really good start. Towards the end, it was sort of a mediocre game, right? And this is where I would really love to talk about how Global Esports really rotated inside the circle, because finally they have gotten back to their old ways. They drop off at Laco Breria. But along with Global Esports, I think it's also time that we discuss about how Team Soul played in this beautiful analysis segment where we've got all the map feed for us. And on top, there you can see Global Esports rotating from La Cubrera coming in down south.
Well, of course they are, and I was just going to set this up for you because the rotation was just amazing, and it is exactly what we expected, but of course you're going to walk us through this a little better.
Oh yeah, and now this is where we've got to talk about Team Soul as well, right? The moment they drop over at Picado, we do see that western circle being formed, and that is where they rotate really quickly inside those Chumacera regions, hold on to the center for quite a long time, and they have the game of their lives. Towards the end, they kind of shift around a little bit towards the edges, a little bit over towards the hill. That is where we saw that fight happening, where Team Exo's Punk unleashed all his mags out on the players of Team Soul. Goblin survived for too long. But this is where I think Global Esports really comes into play. Look at that long rotation coming in from that western highway. Made sure they got themselves out from every single fight. Finally, when they found that perfect entry time, they went in and caused chaos throughout the lobby.
Of course, if I may just add a point, I love the fact that, they didn't come in from Nandriera, just come into Chumacera from the west. They went down south via Del Mar, and then again, like we expected, right? This is what they do.
Oh, yeah.
They want to come and make sure that the enemy who is thinking that, hey, we have the backs against the wall, the blue zone is behind us, we're probably the last team coming in. They come in from behind and, well, just spoil everyone's party.
Oh, indeed they did. And towards the end, even got the better out of the players of 7C. They realized they had a few good fights to take, and they were pretty much confident, right? And this is exactly what we need from their side. But, more on that. Now, this is where things get really exciting, because the next map is going to be Sandhawk. One of those games where we know teams like OR Esports really tend to thrive. But for now, I mean, the discussion really comes down to the fact that it's about the battle for the second spot. Second, third, fourth, and fifth. And Enigma Gaming, if they have a really good game, you never know. They could also try for the second.
They could, but I do believe, of course, Sanok and Erangel are similar in vegetation. I do believe the next game is going to be in Erangel once again, where Gutka is going to be my focus. Now, I'm going to be sitting this one out, but I'm going to be sitting right over here while you two gentlemen are going to be commentating, because I wonder... Everyone knows that Soul, they're going to be dropping off one by one. I want to see some drop clashes. I want to see someone go in and spoil their party. But again, if suppose, now hypothetically speaking, if the next 4 games are like kaplunk for them, then chances are Global Esports would come in. So in my opinion, yes, the lead is still, it's dwindling though, right? It's about 60-something, 60-odd points at this moment. Oh boy, if Global Esports are still packing a punch like they did in Miramar, things could be a little dicey for Team Soul. I'm a dreamer, man. I'm just fantasizing about all that drama to come.
Oh, me too, because the way the entire storyline has been, it's been amazing so far. Team Soul, they've started building up that lead. These 18 points are really going to help them in sort of ensuring that the first position does not really get contested. And this is where the question arises. Do we get to see Mortal playing back again with us?
I mean, if they do get a chicken dinner in the next one, and, well, okay, fine, I'm a dreamer. I get it. But, I mean, we are realists as well. Chances of anyone, Global Esports or Nigma, overtaking them are really, really slim. I mean, I'll put it at a 90 to 10 odds right now. I mean, it is going to be a little tricky. But speaking of Mortal, if they do get a few more points in the next couple of games, we might just see him at the end. I'm sure all the lovely viewers would want that too.
Oh, we surely would love to see that. A little bit of Mortal, maybe a few Viper gameplays coming out, living the good old times, the good old days. But for now, it is Erangel, like we said, right? This is where we did see the boys from Big Brothers walk off with the chicken. The second game was not the way they did anticipate, but from the third one, they really have to make it count. And not just them, OR Esports as well.
Or Esports as well. They did have a good game in Miramar. In fact, the way they took out INS, like we love saying, was clinical. They had that restraint. They held themselves back. They made INS make all the mistakes. And then one grenade goes in and, well, pretty much opens the playbook for them. And, again, they did keep, I do believe, was it our Esports or was the team Kinetic at bay, right on that ridge, because that's where they lost 2 of their members.
Yeah.
However, this is the beauty of Miramar, right? You think you're taking a fight head-on in one direction, but someone from the distance is going to come in and take one of your members down. And once that starts happening, once you start toppling over like dominoes, it's kind of hard getting back up because, yes, you might deploy smoke, as was the case with Team Soul, but, you know, a lucky punk from behind could come in and ruin your day.
Oh, indeed it did. And I think Team EXO played phenomenal in this game. No caps, right? This is exactly how they are known to play. Even in the league stages, how good they were, that consistency coming in. Finally, when they were starting to doubt themselves, they go in for the fights right now, take those mid-range fights, and that is how they excel. But I think it's still pretty late for them.
Well, it might be late for them, but now we're going to be heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, which means, well, I'm going to say bye-bye to all you lovely people, and Arca is going to be sitting where I am.
And this is again Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. We've been talking about it, and yeah, we've been looking at Big Brother getting the chicken dinner in the first one and moving forward. We've got well, the other teams, Team Soul, the first game, they kind of flustered up a little bit. But what do you think? Can Global Esports stage a comeback in this one again? Get another chicken dinner?
I'm just happy that, I predicted that 3 teams will be there in the final circle. One was Team EXO, the other one was GE, the other one was the side of OR as well as 7C. I kind of failed in that, but in the map of Erangel, somewhere I feel it all depends on the circle completely. I mean, in case it's going east, we know which team. In case going west, we know which team. But just to place our bets, I think I'll stick with GE.
I hope so. I also really stick with GE because we want that comeback story to be real. But anything can be possible, especially where we've got a couple of games remaining for us, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the phone that we've been talking about. Our friends from iQOO have a very special message for you guys just about now. I mean, talking about the entire atmosphere, it all is getting heated up, right? Especially in the studios. But this phone, make sure it's got it all under control. The cascade cooling system really does help, and you might want to check that out. It is available on Amazon. But getting back to business, it is again another beautiful game of Erangel that's on our way. And in this particular matchup, right, this is where we've got to get ourselves into thinking as to what's going to happen, who's going to win. Is it going to be again these teams right at the very bottom causing trouble for the big guns? Because this is the point where they start deciding to target the other big ones.
Now, I do understand that, they want to go out and target somebody. But when we speak about targeting, sometimes when you guys give us so much of love, we want to give it back to you guys. And also, we want to make sure we hit the target. So, guys, do not forget to fill in my form first, which is there in the description, and then come out in the chat to vote out for the favorite team or the team you believe is going to be on the top of the table by the end of the day of that specific day only. And also, 10 of these beauties to give away.
Oh yeah, 10 of these beautiful devices to give away, and all you've got to do is head over to the comment section. There's a pinned comment out there. Make sure you're with us, right? Spamming and supporting your favorite teams. But now, Arca, it's time. It's time to head inside the battlegrounds, and it is going to be Erangel again. And for now, I mean, I'm just excited for where the flight path could possibly be.
Now, at this point of time, I would believe that I just hope that the flight path goes right to the dead center of the map, making sure that, everybody will have a fighting chance. Everybody will quickly loot up and start rotating around to wherever the circle is. Because ultimately, I know until the 5th circle, the story is going to be very different, right? Until the 5th circle, everybody wants to stay alive. But the changes coming in from the side of Team Soul, I do believe is one of the best, in this tournament, because ultimately in the final day, they have not chosen to go to the center of the circle. They have chosen to go in for assault, because ultimately finish points will give you that necessary average if you're playing it right.
Oh yeah, I mean, the finish points really comes into handy, especially for a team like Soul. They've got really nothing to lose, right? And for now, It is all about global esports staging that comeback story, maybe trying to push themselves further, try to defend that second spot, and try to inch in that gap that they have developed with Team Soul. Now, of course, global esports did manage to get the chicken dinner, but not much of a difference was visible in terms of the overall standings, because Team Soul, they were consistent as well. As we set sail, ladies and gentlemen, again, as the flight path trajectory all the way from the southern side towards Yasnaya Poliana.
Now, this is what we say, right? Right to the dead center. The map is cut diagonally into two different halves and two equal halves almost, to make sure that everybody can drop into their drop location. But at the same time, you know, one other thing which I love the most is going to be who is going in for those early skirmishes, and ultimately those 4 valuable points, those 4 early finish points which comes in your favor, is going to be so good for you, and that confidence boost might push you to pick up those finishes and win a chicken dinner.
Yeah, of course, you need that confidence. You have to let go of your fear, right? If you do not do that, then I'm sorry, my friend, you're done, because today is the last day. After this, we're going to have a long break, and then we're going to be back with the BGIS, and make sure you have enough time to prep up with it. But action comes into the mix very soon as Manya takes down Hero.
Now, this is how you take down a player in the get-go itself. Hit the ground first, pick up a vehicle or even a gun for yourself, and eventually that is how you play around with it. But at the same time, let's not forget to see the other side of the map, where the circle is going to be forming up, and that's going to be, way to the western side of the map, towards the side of Georgiopol and Hospital. But the center of the circle right now is going to be Gatka, and that means it's going to be Team Soul's advantage altogether, and they might have a very good game. But let's not forget, if they are targeted from the beginning, it's going to be a very different story altogether.
Oh yeah, but look at global esports now. I love what they're doing, and our esports, I mean, instant replay again, just showing how good they have been, and this is where they know they're playing with fire, right? But this circle, ladies and gentlemen, in front of us is through that western side. It is around Gatka, but Evo, what is he up to? Maybe on a collision course with Enigma Galaxy's Dreams, and this is not what either of these teams wanted, and they go their own separate paths.
Now, at the same time, I did see a finish fate coming up somewhere towards 7A. It was the side of WSF and also one other squad. I just hope that I know who they are. Yes, it's going to be TK. That's going to be the team Kinetic, as they have lost a player for themselves. So WSF are looking one finish strong within the 2.5 minute mark. But at the same time, Team INS, oh my god, all these teams have turned out to be as aggressive as possible.
Oh, they indeed have, and we know they're going to let themselves lose right now, because at this point, even Team INS, they've realized they have to get back to their own selves. Yeah. And yeah, this is how this team really thrives, right? In situations like this, when it all matters, and they have also delivered to us even in the past. Now, for Team INS, now even the previous game where they kind of got obliterated by the squad of Team OR, it was a little bit of a tough situation. OR really outplayed them in every single sense, but Team Kinetic, they decide to fight it out against one of the teams that's pretty much on the bottom, that is Esports Wala WSF.
Now, this is the fight we have to look out for, because looking at the points table over here, we do understand that WSF are way in the bottom, right? So have to be careful. They have to go a little more aggressive and get everybody down. But what a shot coming in from the side of KO. Oh my goodness, using shotgun at a close range. Very rarely do we see a person without helmet, without vest, without anything whatsoever, using a shotgun, taking a player down who's got everything possible, and eventually picking all that up and making sure he's looking a little more stronger.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, we would love things like that. But look at Tango, really in close proximity to Onyx. He has that bit of a silhouette visible from that right-hand side. And now, there you go.
Nice.
Gets a beautiful shot connected. And Onyx, all is going to wait and watch as Bio, somewhere down the line, he needs to come into the mix as Tango, just making sure he gets the better out of those doors, opens it up as Bio, firing at his direction, is on real low HP, has to somehow get into cover and heal himself up.
Now, at the same time, Ari is going to be coming in as a very good backup, as Molly is going to be tossed in to restrict the players from coming upstairs. But will there be throwables for retaliation against him? And we have seen them gas cans. I'd really want to see somebody explode from a gas can and get finished off, because that is the last thing, that is the only thing which you have not seen so far in this tournament. But ultimately, a proper control of all the terrain around you is going to give you an advantage, and that is what exactly was done in from the side of Kinetic. They were on land, they were in the next two buildings, and also using throwables, everything possible, and WSF at this point of time have 3 finishers strong.
Yeah, this is where WSF, they've been playing like they've got nothing to lose in the world. And KU, I mean, I know, I almost heard his heart beating out, just opening out from his mouth, but still, he managed to clutch that out with a shotgun. Very rarely do we see that happening, and it has happened again. But taking a look at how the circle has panned out, Arka, it's all towards that western side, right?
Yeah.
Around that Katka region, right at the center lies team. So look at that western area, completely vacant. The southern one is of course taken over by the players of team Autobotz, INS, around those 12-pack compounds. But not a lot of teams have started rotating. FS finally decide that they also have to get into the midst of the action. But the big question is, where is the hard shift going to take the circle to? Is it going to be an Everest circle? Is it going to be an open Gatka circle? Or maybe it could go all the way down south towards the quarry region, or maybe around the Pochinki hills.
No matter where you say, one team will have the advantage to select any of these places and try to place their bets to perfection, and that's going to be the side of Autobotz, right? Just in case they just move in early, rotate around, and try to probably go in for divided gameplay, a 2-2 split where one will be holding a little to the northern side and the other one holding to the southern side, and as soon as the circle forms in, regroup and make sure they have advantage. But at the same time, the same goes to the side of 7 Seas as well, because nobody is going to be coming in pretty much close to them, so they can rotate around, probably go in between Team Soul itself to reach on the other side and start their assault with nobody backstabbing them.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Soul, this is one of the dream circles that they would have wanted, right? We have seen them on numerous counts that they've gotten chicken dinners out of circles like this. But when we have these open Gatka circles, Arka, we have to make sure that we have enough vehicles on us, right? Especially towards the end, you've got to build a fortress out of just exploding your vehicle, and make sure you find that little cover to play around with. Or maybe this is where Team Soul also specializes in taking over the rooftops of these compounds. Step up and fire at every enemy that you can possibly spot.
Now, whenever you say that going on the top and making sure you fire at every enemy, one man comes to my mind, and that's got to be Goblin. The way they started it off, I mean, I know it's been a really long journey for us, but still, he was so strong, and he has left such a big mark. But every single time we think of this man, we'll never forget about this assault from the top of that roof.
And we've seen this time and again, right? Especially in the iQOO BMPS round number 4, what he did to teams like Godlike. I think every single fan can relate. Now, this is how Godlin really loves to play, right? He needs to spot out people left, right, and center, gets that cover fire from his teammate, and opens it up. But for Big Brother Esports, I think Scream, this is an important tournament for this lad. He did prove his mettle during the league stages, but in the finals, I really felt has been a little absent, in which, you know, you've got his other teammates finally getting some limelight, the likes of Hellgod and Zenop.
Yep, agreed on this point completely. And somewhere I do believe that, you know, if Scream was giving his 100%, I do believe that BBE would have been somewhere in the top of the table, or probably contending to the top spot itself, because the others have already summoned for the pressure of this tournament. And I do believe that, you know, Team EXO would be one of those.
I mean, they certainly could be one of those, for sure. But I've been liking how Team EXO has really picked the pace up, especially when they know it's just barely a couple of games remaining, and they have to head out of this tournament with their heads held high. And now in a nearby close collision against Team Big Brothers, this could be a fight that potentially happens as the circle again implodes on itself and Team. So look at that beautiful spread. But elsewhere, my eyes are looking out for Team Global Esports, who are still outside the zone, and it's just not them. It is also the players of Nigma Galaxy from the far east are yet to make a rotation inside the circle.
Now, if this fight keeps going on like this, where Global and the others might get taken on, but hard scoping coming in from the side of Evert to put down the players of OR goes in vain, just burning of resources. But coming back to what I was saying, just in case the number is still very close to one another, I do believe that these teams might drop into each other's drop locations and take up a clash. But somewhere, just picture this. Global will decide to go to Nigma Galaxy and Nigma Galaxy will decide to go against Global, and both of them will just interchange their drop location, but rather getting a clash. That is something I'll be looking out for.
Oh, me too. I mean, obviously, we would love to see some of those actions breaking out pretty much sooner or later. As now we talk about it, 7C and Team Enigma collide. Eve already being taken down. Avi with a beautiful trade as Eggy comes into his help of his teammate as Prince goes falling down. Sarang did try to come in as shots are being fired left, right and center. And Team 7C, they look to be in shambles.
Now, this is what I have to say for 7C. Is not the best of the things of what they do. But at the same time, there was one player with the low in HP and he was going in for a heal when he had an opportunity to take down the opponents. I do understand that one bullet would have been more than enough, but still, sticking together as a pack of wolves always helps you out, and Enigma has proved us yet again.
Oh, they always have, right? Now, Team Enigma, they have to stick with each other. Now, this is the right time because this is one of those teams that still has some hope, right? Now, we've been talking about it. They have a chance of making it to the top 3 and possibly top 2 if they really play out of their minds as INS Evert is being sprayed at and Scream does open up on him and gets that knock. Will instantly want to secure the finish, just tapping a few shots away, and he is basically done for. Now this is where Team INS, they are crippled. Now the big question is, how are they going to recover from this situation?
Now that is where the gameplay changes, right? Plan B comes into picture. All of them have to regroup with one another, make sure they stick together, back against the back, watching out in all 4 directions. Allow the assaulter to do the talking, and the rest are going to be going in collecting and farming everything possible to make sure that in case needed, they might go in for a hill battle.
Oh yeah, I think they would really want to go, and I think a few teams are going to resort to those healing battles. But look at Hyderabad Hydras. Now they have that Mount Everest control to themselves. They have a beautiful aerial view of where the teams possibly could be. But now Hydra officials, they are making their way inside the circle just from that intersection beside George Paul. Nigma Galaxy also tried to come inside. Now they've been pretty late to the party, and Global Esports from the southern side have also made it inside the zone. They could be on a collision course against Team INS, but for now, Aladdin, the lonesome survivor out of 7C, is fighting against life and death, where Team Enigma are just scouring the entire land and searching every single nooks and cranny to find that final finish.
Now, this is where I would like to say Enigma, they're losing the bigger picture. They're trying to take away one other player, but rather, if they concentrate on the zone and whatnot, it would have been much more better. But Aladdin finally gives away his location towards the side of Enigma as the pack of wolves will be starting to push towards him. How long can he survive? He's not going to survive anymore as Enigma is going to be hitting the ground way too hard. Will be the first team to get out of this game.
Oh, and look at the circle shift going way towards the southern side. Now, this is again another dream circle for the boys from Global Esports. Autobotz, they've got a little up ahead and could be on a collision course against Team Soul. They could battle it out, as there you have the map feed giving us a rather more vivid picture of what's really going to happen. Now Team EXO, look at them. They're going to enter all the way from down south. Now this is where they also might face the boys from Team R Esports, and if they can win that fight, they're going to get a few free finishes to their names. But around those little swampy areas, Autobotz have a little bit of a lower ground, but Team Soul still ensuring that they have the upper ground to themselves.
Now let's not forget that Hyderabad Hydras will also want to come to the center of the circle, and the team which is closest to them is going to be the side of Team Soul. Somewhere I feel that Team Soul have placed themselves in a very, very vulnerable spot, because ultimately if either Enigma or HH or even Hydras come in closer to them, that is where they might get taken down. And Autobotz, by the formation of them where 2 players are concentrating towards the side of Team Soul, in case there is going to be a third party required, I do believe that Autobotz are going to rush in and take them down. But GE, completely composed, staying together, backs against each other, making sure they're watching in all 4 directions, looks beautiful. They might get this game yet again.
Oh, they certainly can. But look at Team Hydra officials. Now, at this point, I'm also kind of anticipating after maybe a game or two, they also start going all out, right? And today is the day where they all do that, right? Walk off with their heads held high. But for now, they're going to be playing a little bit more stable, just going to be playing for that moolah that's up for the grabs for getting good position finishes in terms of that overall standings, as FS have the little bit of a high ground advantage as Aditya opens up on him, but barely connects any shots.
Now, this is what I have to say. FS's rotation has been phenomenal today, according to me, because every time they place themselves, they either have a high ground for themselves or a proper team right in front of them just to take that assault and pick up those early finishes. So I just hope that they take advantage of all these things, as EXO from the southern side will have our Esports pretty much close to them, the collision which you kept speaking about. And when you saw the rotation, Sensei all alone, away from all his teammates, could he again fall down the first person for the side of Team EXO?
I do not think so. I have a feeling in my gut that Sensei might get a few more knocks. But considering the fact that our Esports have nothing really to lose, we're going to talk about that. But for now, Scream, he's lobbed a grenade at Bajwa's direction, has done some possible substantial amount of damage.
Oh!
There you go, knocking him off, getting that beautiful finish. And Big Brothers, they're already looking strong with 3 finishes to their names. But look at this, Arka. This is what we were talking about, right? Now, Team EXO, they're going to get one of the best spots inside the circle. And so are the players of Global Esports, instantly going and taking over that hill spot. Now, this is where they have to be very meticulous. They have to be methodical. If it goes all their way, this could be another chicken dinner in the making.
Now, at the same time, how will Team Soul make it inside the circle is going to be something, as HH have already challenged the others, taken the other high ground for themselves and restricting the others for the rotation which they have taken. But Team EXO on the other side comes to the dead center, as HH is going to be sprayed down from the side of Autobotz. It seems like Autobotz have themselves very composed, have a little bit of a cover for themselves, as they've also taken the side of Team Soul at this point of time. Let's see who's going to be coming out alive at the corner of this circle.
Oh yeah, and Team Soul, I'm pretty sure they're going to recuperate, no issues whatsoever. They will have the player back up, but Autobotz, now they have to really watch out, because they did manage to poke the beer, and the moment Team Soul get themselves back up to optimal HP, they want to bring that fight. Now, the moment Orva peaks, he might get shot at, and there you have it. Goblin has spotted him out. Now, this is where his hands are visible, but there you go, messing with fire, but somehow both of them still breathe.
Now, at the same time, behind the side of Team Soul is going to be the side of Big Brothers. Just in case they decide to come and take a fight over here, the story will be way too different for the side of Team Soul, as Mr. IGL's rotation has been perfect, finding that blind spot against the side of Team Soul. But he has to be very, very careful, because there are other teams also rotating around from the same area. In case they find him, that's another easy finish for them to grab.
And Mr. IGL at this point, yeah, of course, now few finishes, teams are going to go all out for that. But for now, Team Autobotz, well, we'll have to see if they really decide to go against Team Soul at this given moment, because they still are yet to know. It is Team Soul in front of them, right? But the moment you get those knocks, you just know it's team number something, player number something. Now, once you get that finished, that is where you have that little information. Oh, this is that team. But for now, Autobotz, they're under fire. Big Brothers, they have that high ground. But Fox, he wants to get a little messy. He's itching for a fight. Does manage to throw that nade. Has taken a little chunk of damage though. But this beautiful smoke is going to ensure he doesn't get shot from the back lines, as Mr. IGL opens it up on Omega.
Now, this is where the other teams will be looking out for those finish feed and feeling a little happy that just in case Team Soul gets finished off over here, an opportunity for the side of Global Esports to do something wonderful, probably get a 15, 20 or even 25 finish when they win a chicken dinner, to make sure that they have a fighting chance to the top position. And Mr. IGL is doing all his best, all alone out there, restricting the side of Team Soul to make it inside the circle.
Oh, look at Hector, all lost in the stray, gets taken down as Mr. IGL. He's just going to open him up, as Akshar, he's also lost. He does not know what's really happening over here, as another Molotov goes flying in. But this beautiful plan coming in from the other two players, Goblin and Omega, as now the trades are also in a do, as Orva gets the better out of them.
Now, this is where one last man standing from the side of Team Soul has to be very, very careful, because in case he gets taken down, the pressure is going to mount against huge mount huge against the side of Omega, as he's got one more person pretty much close to them. I think that is GE Mania, who's coming up closer to check which is these two teams fighting it out. Can I pick up a finish for myself or not? And in case they do come in and pick up one finish for themselves, they're going to be so confident to move into the circle.
Oh, they certainly are going to be. As Omega, still, Team Soul, they've lost out on their primary player, right? Goblin. Now, this kind of gives them a little bit of a reluctancy from engaging in fights. This is where they go a little bit more tactical. This is where they have to play around Akshat a lot. Akshat has to be the man who survives, gets those finish points up. As the circle has shifted again towards that western side, as Team Enigma just decide to pounce in on the players of Nigma Galaxy, and this is something that they did not anticipate. Getting eliminated such early spots. And Enigma Gaming, this could be one of those games where they could reduce the gap that they have against Nigma Galaxy.
Now, this is the first time we're able to see that, oh my goodness, Fox on the other side is going to be striking against the side of BB, giving away his location, as Grenade is going to be cooked in from the other side, just in case it connects. No, it won't. But ultimately, I have to point this out that, you know, from the side of Team Soul, there's going to be a lot of retaliation from the side of BBs as well. Most of their players have got taken down. Probably one last man standing, or even we can say, no, it is confirmed that Team Soul is out in the 12th position with 0 finishes for themselves.
It's all right for them, at least for now. Still have a very healthy lead, but this is where Global Esports have 4 finishes to their name and are on the prowl for a second one. But there you have it. You know, just on the peripheries, they are getting good work done out of the players of Team Enigma, as Evo just blows into smithereens, and Global Esports decide to enter inside the circle with so many teams watching out for them. But they decide to check into this little shack where Avi steps out, but Ronnie will get that beautiful knock, and this is what I was talking about. Fight your way inside the circle.
Now G are very, very strong in this, right? Finally, we are able to see that Scream is stepping up and living to his name, as this beautiful grenade might put an end for the side of Eggy. One of those soldiers to watch out for as the push comes in from the side of Knuckle. He kind of has information as to where this person is, but from far away, Team EXO wants to be the spoil sport for the side of GE. 2 players of GE gets eliminated in between all these things. Vehicle explosion, shots coming in from far away from the side of ABCs as well. A very, very wrong move for the side of GE over here.
And Team EXO just coming out of nowhere. And now this is the point where Sensei also has to get himself into the mix, as now there you have it, Knuckle just getting eliminated, and Zen OP, there you have it, just on his uplines, as Sensei needs to retreat, needs to patch himself up, as Team FS from the lower grounds have one of their players knocked out, with Hyderabad Hydras still having control of the higher grounds. Who do they pick a fight up against?
Now, this is where we have to look out for OR. I mean, they have been silent throughout. They have been making sure that they do not get into any kind of skirmishes, but they have information of each and every team over here. Once they make it inside the circle, they might start dominating, as Hydra's official on the other side are having a little bit of an advantage because of the zone. But let's not forget, the 2 of their players are way far outside the circle, as Punk from one side is going to be dominating against the side of HH, as Maxi OP gets taken down by Zen OP, and eventually it's going to be Team EXO in the crosshairs of BB.
You know, Punk can push in any given moment at this point. The grenades are being lobbed over, just hiding behind that car. His position has been compromised, and this grenade could put an end to his misery. But no, Manti is relentless. He's still breathing, but he needs to let the boys from Team EXO pass, needs to let them go ahead, and then could play spoil spot, or else it could all just be about trying to get a few survival points, as OR Esports have a prime position, as Sensei gets taken down by Canary.
Now this is where Sensei always tends to be the first person to take the fight, and eventually pays a hefty price for it. Not just hefty, the whole squad gets taken down. Domination coming in from the side of our Esports over there, and we are able to see that FS is also saying goodbye in the 5th position with 5 finishes for themselves.
Aditya needs to administer that first aid. They need to get Atanki back to full HP, as Hydra officials have somehow made it to the top 4 in this particular game. Hyderabad Hydras against all odds. Manti is still surviving, but for how long? That's a big question. Global Esports, they've also been dealt with not a kind of a game that they had wanted, but for OR Esports, I do see a chicken dinner in the making, as Manti, before going out, gets the better out of Hydra officials and still gets that top 3 position for his team confirmed.
Now, this is where Manti has been crucial for the squad, right? If he survives, he knows exactly how to make it inside the circle, at least come top 2. We have seen him do this before as well, but our Esports versus the side of Team OR, these two bulls locking ons is what he'll be expecting, as smokes deployed from him, trying to make it inside the circle, could give away his location. But Canary on the other side, looking really strong. His crosshairs are working like a charm. At this point of time, this grenade could put an end for Jelly, but, you know, I think the bullets were strong enough to put him down.
Oh yeah, but for our Esports, they're having the time of their lives at this point. They're playing for fun. Now this is where it really gets interesting. Hyderabad Hydra, again, Manti, the lonesome survivor, Atanki. He's going to cook that grenade into perfection. Maybe it could be a little shy, few centimeters. But they do also understand that our Esports are right beside them. And there you have it, Kinetic spotted over, but the circle shifting to their direction. Now this is where OR Esports needs to eliminate that nearby threat in the form of Manti, and Aru is lobbing those grenades.
Now carpet bombing will be the best resort for the side of Team OR, and that's exactly what they're doing, as grenades have connected every look and corner, and Aru's grenade is going to be putting an end for him, as Jadu will be the last man. Oh, Rockstar is still there as Canary gets back on his feet, but the zone is completely favoring the side of our Esports, as a buggy is going to be coming in closer. Aditya's location has been compromised, and Jadu is going to be cooking up that grenade perfectly loft towards the side of Aditya, but he still survives with a lot of HP for himself. A rush from him is going to be inevitable.
Aru's cover fire is the most important factor in this particular battle, but look at Rockstar. He's going out for the flank. Aditya and Atanki have no clue of this little maneuver that he's made. Aditya out of meds already, as Jadu, he's going to be tossing a few grenades into a different direction. But for now, Aditya, he's going to try to cook one more. Did hear that footstep. This could be in perfection, but really does not connect.
Now Atanki also heard something coming into his left side, so he's going to be very, very careful. He realizes none of his teammates have put this smoke, and Rockstar will be trying to come in. And look at what Jadu does. Goes above the building. A very, very clever move. Having the bird's eye view about everybody else, as he's going to be looking out for Aru, who's going to be taking that low ground advantage to give out information about all the others. But let's not forget that at this point of time, Atanki has to look out for his left side, as Rockstar might be crawling in to put an end for the two players of Team OR.
Rockstar is very careful at this moment. Finally, Aru decides to go for that bait and switch play, trying to scar the land, maybe made it to his teammates, would want to topple over. Rockstar does it in fashion, as Jadu could not provide that cover fire, and now he's got his attention diverted as he's on the lookout for Canary, as Aru goes falling down, gives enough room for his teammates from OR to make some moves, but no, they are steady as a rock.
Now this is where OR has complete information about the two players of our Esports, as Jadu will be getting a lot of shots from either by Aditya and also by Atanki, and Atanki comes in to cover. Who's going to be lofting a low-toss grenade at this point of time to make sure the opponents get taken down? It's going to be a low-toss molly rather, and Jadu will be bringing out Atanki from his cover. Eventually it's going to be the last moments of the game where we have Jadu man standing. If he puts down Atanki, it's going to be a 1v1 situation. Eventually that is what has happened, as Aditya is going to be pushing in. Jadu knows his location. One is going to go down and come in for the final moments of the game, and it's going to be ROR getting that winner chicken dinner, as Aditya takes it back home. And what an assault with that AK.
What a day are we having. OR Esports, they strike back when it was necessary, ladies and gentlemen, as we head in to the post-match segment powered by Loco. Now, this is the moment we've been waiting for. 26 points OR Esports have picked for themselves. Our Esports, yes, they're onto a climb, but Hyderabad Hydras really good game. But the plays made by Aru in the end, that was phenomenal. Just gave every single position away, and Aditya clutching it out. Wow.
Where was Aru all this while? I mean, I was missing this OR Esports throughout. I was expecting them to perform this at least yesterday, so that, you know, it's going to be easy for them to compete for the second position at least. But ultimately, what a moment for them to step up, right? Because I really love the way he made that guts of getting into that buggy, lurking around and making sure. He knew that eventually he had to get taken down, right? But still, he gave out that crucial information to his opponents, to his teammates, who actually didn't have any information of where the opponents are. But 26 points strong. Hyderabad Hydras on the other side did try to fight the best of what they could, but Manti, you have to give credits to this guy for getting 10 position points for the squad.
Oh yeah, especially that final wipe on the players of Hydra officials. That was amazing coming out of Manti. And this is where he's actually proved himself, not just to himself, but to the entire audience and also to the team as to why he deserves a spot in that playing four. Not a game that Team Soul really were anticipating, especially how the circle took the curveball down south, right? They were around those swampy areas, held on to those few compounds, but fighting against Autobotz, I loved how the Autobotz really played in that moment.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what you need to do, right? You need to prove your pedal every single time, but 7 grenades, it's going to be coming up. 8,443 healings, and also let's not forget to see the 314 long distance finish coming in from the side of 47ish. This man with the AK, I don't know how much more can he fight out with that gun which he has.
Oh, he can do a lot, but I love those two vehicle finishes, especially one coming out in the very end, Aru just trampling over the players. As we take a look at the FT craft, ladies and gentlemen, and this is where our esports have that top spot. OR also did a hefty ton of damage, and I think it was all about the rotation from that western side. While all the teams were trying to come and migrate from that eastern side, it was OR who had that entire western belt to themselves. But finally we might take a look at the big picture, right? What we do have, but that's gonna wait for a little later, right? That's gonna wait because now it's getting heated up. 3 games done and dusted, and out of the 24 we had in the grand finals, final 3 remain, Arka.
You know what? As soon as I did not see any points table coming up over there, I understood that now, production team wants to play around with our minds,
they're gonna do that.
And make sure that we do the math sitting over here. But at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, just make sure that you have your pen and your paper with you, because from here on, it's for you to do the counting for your favorite team. And it's going to be a question coming in from Div. Huge shout out to you, Div Khanna. And your question is this: how do you compare the gameplay of Jonathan and Goblin, and what is similar and what is different? An amazing question. I mean, according to me, hands down, this has been one of the best questions ever asked out there. This shows that our esports community have such good talents, giving out questions which is necessary out there.
I think one of the major differences between Goblin and Jonathan I've really felt was Jonathan lately has been taking a little bit of that backseat, hasn't really been that entry into the team where Goblin is always the man ahead. Goes charging in, goes firing out. And talking about similar, I think they both play on their confidence. One of their lovely weapons that they love to use is AKM. That is something they've stuck onto, while all the others have resorted to these arms and everything else. These both kind of have a similar style, but I feel this Goblin is still Goblin, Jonathan is still Jonathan. Let's not bring any comparisons between these two lads.
Yes, absolutely agreed on this point. But again, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to thank our sponsors. That's gonna be iQOO and Loco. But for now, we're gonna be giving all the limelight to this beautiful device which all the players are playing in the grand finale. So we'll look at the promo of this device.
Watch it, earn it.
चलो बॉयज, एक मैच और हो जाए।
बस 2 सर्कल बाकी है यार, इसको निपटा के खेलते हैं ना।
क्या सर्कल?
यार राज, तू क्यों नहीं खेलता हमारे साथ? अपनी स्क्वाड बन जाएगी।
स्क्वाड? पर पता नहीं यार, इसमें स्कोप है भी क्या?
हाँ देखना भाई, 2x लगा हुआ है।
2x?
तुझे चाहिए तो 6x मुझसे ले ले, मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा है? मैंशन चलते गाइस, क्या कहते हो?
लूट के सीधा रोटेशन मारते।
मेंशन में लूट? तो हेलो, ये चल क्या रहा है यार?
BGMI
है? सब यही खेल रहे ब्रो, तुझे कैसे नहीं पता? हर चीज है इसमें, जैसे फुल ऑन सॉलिड प्लानिंग, स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम वर्क, ट्रस्ट और सबसे जरूरी 4 अच्छे दोस्त, ताकि अपनी स्क्वाड और चिकन डिनर के बीच कोई ना आ सके। अब तो सब अपनी स्क्वाड बना रहे हैं, तू कैसे रह गया?
चल यार राज, अब एक मैच हो जाए।
क्यों नहीं, अपनी स्क्वाड बना ले। हमारी BGMI स्क्वाड तो रेडी है, आप अपनी कब बना रहे हो?
Well, the big boys have their squads readied up. What are you waiting for? Because we did have a conversation today. The esports roadmap has been laid out. We know the BGIS is coming next. And this is one perfect device where you could start your esports journey from the iQOO Neo 6. And you can check this out on Amazon and get the best deals out of it.
Now, at the same time, let's not forget that you need to head on to Loco to find out the perspective of all these other players, right? You need to understand how come one team is so stronger than the other. For that, you need the perspective. It's all happening out there at Loco. Do not forget to head over there, check out all the channels of your favorite streamers, and then you're going to be heading on to Amazon to get this device for yourself.
Oh yeah, now it's time to take a look at this one game. Just how the action unfolded, and Global Esports were off to a really good start, and even towards the end I thought they would carry it onward, but this was one of my best moments in this particular game, especially Thunder just getting taken down like this. But 7C, not a kind of a start that they would have wanted, got the better out of them from the boys from Team Enigma.
Now Sarang, after he healed up, he was just waiting it out over there and just lying down, probably was looking at Rex, but he had to realize that there was a Ridge next to him. Coming in, attacking and taking that cover would have been much more better, but ultimately, coming back over here, Scream, oh my goodness, 3 finishes strong, and it was all coming in from Scream.
Oh yeah, and this is where teams BB's Scream has been such an instrumental player for his squad. He's always delivered when it mattered. Team Soul taking an early exit, but I don't think that's going to bother much, because the only nearby competitors, that was Global Esports, could not make a lot out of this game as well. It got all chaotic. I really felt FS had a very good chance in this particular game. They won that southern side, but look at Hyderabad. Hydras, a beautiful area of control they had, and they were being shot from multiple directions, but Manti, I don't know, against all the odds, how on earth did he survive?
Now this is where survival instincts come into play, right? The Lone Ranger, the title of Lone Ranger, that is also still in competition, but Kinetic from behind, the way he assaulted the side of Team EXO, oh my goodness, our esports, the way they were spread out in this specific circle, making sure they get all those finishes where FS got clutched out by the side of OR, was the turning point for them to rush in against the side of Team RE.
And towards the end, I think it was Aru that made all the difference. He had to be my MVP in this particular game. Like the way he played, especially with this maneuver, taking Rockstar out. And look at his reaction out there. And this is where he also spotted out Canary, right? This is, before going down, he made sure that the information was relayed. Everything was set up for Aditya. Atanki, he was the one just, trying to play around a little bit, get a few finishes here and there. But Aditya, he's the right man you need when you want a clutch like this in this particular situation. Did not disappoint, 100%. And OR Esports, I'm starting to wonder, I'm crunching numbers, how far were they? Have they made it to the top 3? Because Enigma Galaxy, bad game. 7C, bad game. Enigma were really close. Global Esports kind of messed a few things up. So much, guys. You really need to help me out. Let me know in the chat, where do OR Esports stand?
At the same time, it's time for us to head into the analysis part, where we'll be finding out as to how the rotation came in with 2 of these teams, right? So we're going to be heading out to see our esports rotation as well as the side of OR as well. So OR started off way far away, as we can see right now. The red one is coming from the side of RE. Way far away towards Novo is where they came, and they came into Puchinki, where they thought the circle might be favoring a little towards the side of Gatka, and then eventually got down to Quarry and immediately shifted way towards the left side. But OR on the other side, they exactly knew this is their specific drop location where they always go to. And you can see that, one second. Oh, there it is. So it's going to be Aditya, Athanki, Aru as well as Jelly, you know, all of these players, they were coming in, they started to move in, you know, they started rotating around. First they came near Puchinki, then moved towards the side of Ruins. Around the mountain was the best part of it all, because they knew that the circle has formed in, everybody will be across the mountains going in towards the side of Gatka. That is where they chose to go around Jojo, around hospital, come down, and where they ended themselves. A beautiful, you know, play coming in from the side of OR. But our Esports, as always, the longest rotation and the perfect one.
Oh, I think for our esports, they're playing, like we said, they've got nothing to lose. They've got that little bit of a freedom. They go all out. But for OR esports, they realize now we are playing for the #2 position. All we can do is try to steer off from fights, try to take over that western belt. And the best part, like you said, about them rotating around the Everest, was because we had the players of Hyderabad Hydras, if you remember, they took over the Everest pretty early on, and they realized there's no point contesting over there, because eventually when they go in, they will have to engage in a few battles, and they did not want to lose out on numbers. They wanted every single player to be alive, let all the other teams fight it out, and once the circle went a little downside, that is where they knew this can be our game. But in those final moments, the circle shifted to the favor of the players of our esports. Now, this is where, you know, I love what Aru did. You know, I'm going to tell that time and again, and has also, you know, cemented himself as the best support player. Of course, in the grand finals, we've seen moments where Hector has also done. But overall, if you consider to how the league stages, I think Aru has been my favorite.
Now, Aru has not been only your favorite, he would have been a favorite for so many people out there, especially the fans of Team OR, right? Because they were looking out for players to come in and fill that spot. OR itself is such a big entity, and they wanted somebody to live up to their name, and so did the side of Team Soul as well. When we speak about big entities, that is where we start to see who are the players who have come in to live up to their name. 3 to 4 entities over here have done an amazing job. One is going to be OR, one is going to be Team Soul, again, a roster which they relied on a lot, and they're paying off. And one more is going to be the side of Team Hydra, because this is the first official event they've come in, the first squad, and eventually they're finding themselves in the finals. You know, I do understand they'll have experience before, but that big name, the weight over their shoulder, but still performing to come in top over here, kudos to them.
I think it's still a journey that they're on. I mean, it's full of difficulties and full of troubles. But considering how things have been getting so close, so edgy, one game you have Big Brothers winning. The second game you suddenly have Global Esports coming. Third game OR Esports. These are exactly all the teams that are fighting for that second spot, if not the first. And now this is time where the tables are going to be flipped over as the pre-match segment powered by Loco comes in. And with that, I'll be taking a little bit of a break, and the big man XP, he's gonna be coming up and sharing all his insights and views with you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to increase your volumes, but the big bass voice is gonna be hitting the headphones, and you guys are gonna enjoy this as this goes. I like that. You know, sometimes whenever I've played few games, when I've heard a few voiceover artists, I so get reminded of you. I just hope that you need to pursue a little bit of those careers where you give
a world.
Yeah, exactly. You just need to give some voiceover for some gaming companies, or probably for some characters.
Well, maybe we might have something special coming up in the not so distant future. But now, as of course we are going to be heading into Sanhok. Oh boy, buddy, things are going to be in shambles. Everything, like Fix has said, the tables are going to turn, and we are midway through the day. 3 more games, and the destinies of a lot of these people are going to be pretty much sealed. Now, again, a massive shout out to BGMI Crofton for giving us this game, and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco, which means, once again, it's time to see how to slay your dragon. You know, the best thing is, since all the competitors in the grand finals of the iQOO BMPS Powered by Loco are playing on the iQOO Neo 6, that 90 FPS is one thing that stands out for me.
I mean, for me, it's the charge always, you know, because when you have to grind, ultimately, I know it's the tournament where you would want everything smooth and all those things. But after that is where you again prepare for the next big thing. And that is where you want to grind. And when you're grinding, you know how much the battery is going to be there, how much juice you'll need, and that's why you'll need something like this. 12 minutes, you have 50%, and a half an hour. You just take a small break, go have your lunch and come back. Again, 100% juice. You can start grinding.
I mean, 0 to 100 real quick is what the iQOO Neo 6 is all about. And, you know, speaking of 0 to 100, man, Seoul's lead is still, of course, like we love saying, insurmountable, right? However, Global Esports, I thought they'll do something in the last game.
Yeah,
However, they were taken down. But, you know, that's all that they are giving us. And speaking of giving things, well, we have some nice BGMI merch in store for you. All you have to do is follow Arca's steps.
Now, what you got to do is make sure that in the description, there's a link where you put your name. You give your details first because we need to know whom we are sending all of these, right? And then after that, you know, you will be heading on to the chat and making sure you spam the name of the team which you believe is going to be on the top of the table for that specific day. And if you are one of the lucky winners who's going to get selected, remember, it's 50 giveaways. So, high chance for your name to pop in over there and make sure that you spam out the team which you feel.
And also, if you're unlucky there, well, you can get yourselves one of these bad boys, the iQOO Neo 6. All you have to do is check your comment section, click on that pinned comment, and, well, follow the steps. And who knows, maybe you might just be getting an early Diwali present. But, you know, now coming back into the game, we are going to have a little bit of a switcheroo. Go for it.
One disclaimer is going to be this. But before that, we'll just look at the substitution. It's going to be Spray God coming back in rather for Prince. That shows that Spray God, the birthday boy, he was wearing a crown and he was, you know, yeah, even I loved it. You know, that's a statement out there telling that, you know, today I am going to dominate. And I just hope he does in the next game. And Max is going to be coming in for the space of Apollo. This is something I don't know whether it's going to work out because Apollo's firepower will actually add on.
I want to see them both play together, to be honest with you. But again, you know, you have to switch things up because it is going to be Sanark and, well, things can be dicey and maybe Max might have a few aces up his sleeve. We still have another substitution coming in as a legend is going to walk out as Zorro. Well, he's going to go and fix his mask outside. But we have another substitution coming in. Before that, you know, I want to come back to the point. I might just hold on to that because Karan's coming in and, well, Honey Singh is going out for Esports while at WSF.
Now, Esports via WSF, all of these wants to assault, right? So, get ready, XP. This time, I think we'll have to wrap a little more faster because from the get-go, there's going to be a lot of finishes on the finish feed itself. Now, disclaimer, the thing I was speaking about. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember this. In case your name pops up over here, either for the devices or for those merch giveaways, you have to wait out for us to come back to you. We're going to send you a mail. Wait for it. We're going to contact you some way or the other. Do not come in the chat and say that my name was there, but still I didn't say no. We're just waiting for the tournament to get over. We exactly know whom to send it to. We'll be reaching you through an email address which has been provided by you guys, and ultimately you will be receiving all the merches which is coming your way.
Of course, once they do go out, I mean, I've received some things in the past, so give it some time, you'll get there. But anyway, coming back to the game right now, we are making sure everything is tickety-boo in the lobby as we speak. And, you know, like you mentioned, action is going to be aplenty. It's going to be chaotic in Sanhok. And, well, we did see last time around in Erangel, Team Seoul didn't really have a good game. I do believe they just had that 1 point coming in from positions. However, it's not going to be that detrimental for them unless teams like Global Esports, you know, they really just step on that accelerator and do something, because I kind of felt like I was making this point earlier, right?
Yeah.
I kind of felt like they had 7 finishes when they finally were taken out, Knuckle being the last surviving member for his team. That fight on the hill that they took was just, I wouldn't want to say they dug their own graves, but unfortunately, everyone's attention is going to be up there because, you know, 2 squads were already fighting it out. There was so much smoke, and if you see smoke in the distance, well, you're just going to take a few random shots.
Now, somewhere I feel that another opportunity on the doorstep was not welcomed in from the side of GE, right? Because Team Seoul getting taken down with no points whatsoever. This was the time, you know, just that 70-point difference. Just imagine if they put up 30 points in this game. They had very good fighting chance in the rest of the maps. But ultimately, you know, the ship has set sail, so it's going to be hard for the side of GE. I still do understand 3 straight maps. If you do wonders of 30-30-30, not allowing the side of Team Seoul, it's still possible.
I thought I was a dreamer. It looks like you're a dreamer too. Of course,
obviously.
They need some divine intervention if they do want to, you know, topple Team Seoul, but it looks like their position is solidified for now. Again, 3 games, anything can happen. But the thing is, the next one, we're going to be traveling to the smallest map in the roster right now. It is going to be Sanhok, the tropical island. And although it is Paradise Resort, I love calling it Paradise City, where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Unfortunately, everyone has evacuated it. And speaking of, that's a beautiful song, isn't it? And speaking of evacuation, we're going to say bye-bye to you guys from the studio. As before the chaos, before the storm, let's just appreciate, well, the nice pristine water over there. Check it out. Crystal.
They're not too deep as well, right? You just go out and take a swim. We have seen every single time few teams tend to do that. You know, they come up on the top. Eventually, it's going to be lead putting them down under again. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you share it among your friends. This is the small spaces you get so that, you know, they can come in and enjoy the final crucial maps. For many teams over here, there's going to be a lot of something called switcheroo, which XP keeps telling over here.
Switcheroo.
Yeah, second, third, fourth, fifth, everything still, you know, on the contest. But imagine if something magical happens over here, Nigma or GE plays the hard out and chases off the side of Team Soul on the top position. It's going to be a very different story.
You know, whenever you say imagine, I always think all the people living in harmony. Of course, him and I, you know, we love our old school songs. Of course, we aren't that old, but, you know, we still have some good taste. I will give you that, Arca. But now, we are going to see some action here in Sanhok, and my question again is going to be about Team Soul. Now, we know they're going to be dropping down at the ruins. Probably one person is going to be between the ruins and Thambang. And, of course, you know, they're going to be scattered on that southwestern island. Now, they have a chance, or rather, other teams have an option to pick them out one by one. I know that I've been saying that I've been beating around the bush a little bit as far as this is concerned. However, I do want all that masala, all that drama, as we were talking about earlier. But in just a few short seconds, well, the big bird is going to take to the sky, and action is going to be coming to your screens.
Oh, the docks. The docks is one place I really want
I like
somebody.
this place.
Yeah, even me, because there's going to be ample amount of loot for everybody. If you're relying on those, for me, every single time I've been there, I've got myself a bolt action.
Have you now?
Yeah.
A bolt action fan, but there you have it. The big bird is going to take to the sky, and keep one thing in mind. This match is played on the iQOO Neo 6. Everyone is on a level playing field, and well, since it is Sanhok, the plane path doesn't really matter. It is going to be to the north, having a little bit of a southwestern trajectory, as it is going to end things over Camp Alpha. And well, speaking of the overall standings, Team Soul again dominating in Sanhok.
Now, Team Soul, you see 3 players of Team Soul, specifically 3 players.
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, Akshat, Goblin, and Omega. That shows the team to watch out for in the map of Sanhok is going to be Team Soul. But just in case somebody goes in and challenges them and puts them down early, that is where I want to see the difference in the overall points table.
Now, you're not going to see Hector's name over here because if you have a look at the team points, well, finally something different. Normally the circle is pretty much to the center or to the southwest. This time around, Ban, the place where all the people are going to be warming up before the game starts, it's going to be in the center of the action to come. And I'm going to be keeping an eye out on Soul for now. No one really heading in their direction. Enigma Galaxy just a bit close, but I'm pretty sure they aren't going to be tangoing with them just yet.
Now, next to Immortal, I see the side of GE as well. Now, what are they planning to do? Because ultimately, you do not want to be over there. As we can see, GE, 2 players have gone in for a different kind of a drop, whereas the other 2 are pretty much far away. But Nakul has got that gun in his hand, and that's why he's trying to spray down to the side of Fierce. But Team EXO, still 3 players have to land on their feet. And if that is going to be late, then GE is going to dominate against them.
They could indeed, but for now they're going to be heading to their favorite drop spots because, again, you don't want to lose your members this early on. Now, they did see them drop down one by one, but again, all the information over here, Arca, wasn't in their favor. And like we love saying, you got to do your homework, but they're going to be calling Painan home for this moment. And ooh, Ronnie with a few tricks up his sleeve as far as the bike goes is going to be showcasing it to us. Now, Team Soul, again, not contested at all. We did have a look at the circle. All the teams are going to keep their distance from one another. But I wonder where the first blood is going to come, because usually we do see, you know, someone landing a little far off from his team, and, well, he pays that heavy, heavy price.
Oh my goodness. I mean, with no skirmishes whatsoever, with no early confrontation whatsoever, my heart is right now throbbing, you know, because I'm getting scared. I do not want to fumble anymore. I really want to bring out everything which is out there. But ultimately, we need to realize that the circle which has gone to the eastern side, that is where a lot of them wants to gatekeep the side of Team Soul. But how are they going to rotate inside the circle?
You know, about the fumbles, I mean, we're all human. we all make mistakes. And the best thing is we are so involved in the game itself that, you know, the adrenaline is coursing through our veins as well. So sometimes you're going yada, 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 and you have a little bit of a slip. But the thing is, you just got to pick yourself back up. And speaking of picking themselves back up, Team EXO have been doing that. However, on the opposite end of the spectrum, Enigma Galaxy, considering the day they had yesterday, not so good.
At the same time, can you see Sensei down below in Same next to Enigma Galaxy trying to play it as safe as possible inside the compounds? I just hope he's not going to be that man again, the first person getting taken down from the side of Team EXO. The fans of Team EXO are expecting a very good winner chicken dinner, at least one coming in from their side today.
But the thing is, you know, I mean, Sensei, of course, is going to be the one leading the charge as far as his team's, you know, communication and the strategy is concerned. But then again, you know, nowadays, IGLs, they have to have multiple roles because they have to be the ones who go on reconnaissance missions, the scouts, as we like saying, because they're the ones who are going to pick the perfect position in the next spot. And for now, Sensei, of course, isn't going to do that because the circle is way off where. But again, he was just a little unlucky because he did land pretty much next to the enemy. In fact, if you just remember moments ago, we did see a member from Global Esports laying down some shots with his M16 in his direction. So he is going to be a bit wary that, wait a second, Enigma Galaxy is nearby. And, well, for now, again, no action on our screens. Team EXO Sensei. He's got to make it back to his team, but I'm pretty sure he shall do that without any harm. Now, we did have a look at the circle. Again, all the teams kind of spread out far and wide, but it looks like action might be aplenty because HH's Ace Black might just take the fight to Team Kinetic.
Now, these two people, I mean, there's been a love story going on between these two teams, right? They do not want to get away from one another without kissing with lead.
You remember the last game when Kinetic kind of made a little bit of an oopsie? HH did do that. I wonder if it's going to be the other way around this time.
No, I just hope so. But at the same time, you know, it's always give and take when it comes to love and war. It's not about being fair anymore. It's always give and take. And I just hope that, you know, Hyderabad Hydras realize that they need to spread that love, send those kisses in the form of lead towards the side of Team Kinetic.
Ouch.
But let's not forget what is going to happen as a push comes in inevitably from the side of HH. But it's going to be the other way around, as you said, as Kinetic God has already done the damage against the side of Team HH. Two players are already down. The fire trap which comes in over there, and eventually one person walking in is also going to be burnt out as shots are going to be fired from either side.
Well, there you have it. God is going to be brought down on his knees as Bayo is going to be taking the brunt of the action outside. Now, Team Hyderabad Hydras, they do have an advantage as Bayo has been lost. It's going to be another one going down. Onyx, the Rock Snake himself, is going to be the last man standing. But the problem is, well, he ain't here. He's going to be at home in the quarry.
Oh my goodness. Hyderabad Hydras, how much more do you want to take away from Team Kinetic? I mean, give them some, show some love. Hey, I mean, every time I say that, I do understand that, like, we are giving love through lead.
Well, speaking of love through lead, as you love saying, it's going to be Thunky who's going to be dishing out the pain from the distance. Now, again, it is Sanhok, right? The moment you fire a shot, everyone and their mothers in about its 800-meter radius are going to hear it, and, well, the airs are going to be a little perked, as you can see on your screen right now. HH's Ace Black was the intended target, but again, the distance over here, Arca, is just so much that even if they do get a knock, they might just go for the finish right there and then. But OR Esports spread out pretty much far and wide. They've got to recuperate at some point or the other.
Now, Hydra from one side probably can, as already predicted, that the side of Team Soul might cross over the bridge and push in towards them. That's why they're trying to build a barrier over there so that they put an end for the side of Team Soul. And you need to bring the Kings down just to challenge it out. But Global on the other side, the contenders for the second spot at this point of time being sprayed down. Manya! Why do you want to use that vehicle to traverse around the map of Sanhok when you know that everybody are hungry for finishes?
Speed is of the essence, and right now Joker is going to be relying on that as well because he does have the Vector, and that is a very fast weapon indeed. He does go up again, just trying to push them back, and two of the members have left, and Knuckle is now all by his lonesome. But the question is, does Joker have an idea? Because they're going to assume that GE have probably retreated, and from the distance, they might just lay down some shots at them. However, Manya, well, his fate has been sealed.
Now, this is where I was expecting the side of GE to use some throwables and restrict the side of Team INS to go near, you know, their teammates so that they might have a chance. But let's not forget the lurking Snake, who's pretty much far away from his teammates, might have a chance. But immediately, Knuckle thinks other way round. He just uses the other terrain or the other side of the hill to just escape from there and regroup with his team. But Global Esports, again not capitalizing. What do you have to say about that?
Hey man, I mean, okay, they lost Manya, right? I mean, the last second shot, maybe he could have made it, maybe he didn't. But what Joker and the boys did right now was they did fall back. Now, Knuckle was pretty clever. In fact, it was pretty smart of him not to make a move, not to throw anything, because what Joker from the other team, I'm talking about INS, of course, what he might have thought was, hey, wait a second, they've all backed off. And had Knuckle made a little bit of an oopsie, had he moved a muscle, had he batted his eyelids, maybe Global Esports would have been down too, man.
So much strategy, so much counter strategies coming up. But who is going to be restricted at the side of Team Soul to make it another few pointers?
You want that, right?
I mean, we do understand that we need to paint a beautiful picture. Sometimes when you know the black color is taking over the whole painting, you would want someone else to cover it up. But it's so hard to cover the black color on the painting.
Well, again, splash some white, splash some other colors of the rainbow, and that is what we see on our map every single time it comes up. Now, looks like action is going to be breaking out as OR Esports' Athanki, if I'm not wrong, or it could be Aru as well, has gone down on his bloodied knees. And I do believe it might just be our Esports who are going to be pushing in ever so slowly.
Now this is where OR is also not watching out for the back, due to which they might be getting paid. But Team Soul understood that, we'll play for placement points from here on, because ultimately that's what's required for them. And that ambush coming in from the side of Team Hydra has been read clearly from the side of Team Soul, as they're looking out to get some 2 to 3 finishes, so that it's going to be much more easier for them to bring that huge distance between themselves, as Dynamite is going to get sprayed by the players of Team Soul. But again, the way the rotation coming in from the side of Team Hydra, I don't think so it's going to be safe for them to come into this crosshairs.
Now, the thing is, Team Hydra don't have many options, right? Because they are going to have to move due north. And for them to do that, they might just tango with the Autobotz at a later stage. But again, Team Soul, they want to make sure they have all those finishes. They are going to restrict them out in the blue, and there you have it. One by one, they shall start falling, as Hector does get the better of Dynamite in this situation. But again, quick thinking on their part, Arca. Team Soul, they know they have to make it to the circle as well. And they'll have an idea, because Global Esports had a little bit of a skirmish with INS previously, they might believe that, they've kind of gone out from Painan. And in fact, they have those options of the bridge just to the north, as the circle is going to be closing in on itself. And well, looks like OR just lost one of their members.
Now, at the same time, let's not forget to see which other player have lost them. No, Team OR seems to be standing. Oh yes, Team OR has lost one, and Team 7C have also lost a player for themselves. That's happening on the northwestern side of the map, Rear Hathin, where we are able to see that Enigma is restricting the side of 7Cs to make it into the main lane. Probably they'll have to, rely on waterways at this point of time, as the fight between Team EXO and INS.
Oh, well, there you have it. Fist is going to be taken down by INS Joker. They're going to be moving in, as Crazy Soul is going to whip out his M4. Grenades are going to go off, and well, Fist is going to be put 6 feet under. Now, Immortal is the last man standing from in the distance. In fact, not the last man. He still has his teammate Punk, but he is elsewhere. So if he goes down, well, no revives shall be coming his way. But I like what Team INS are doing. They are scouring the terrain in the distance, making sure if they have a little bit of commotion, if they see anything stir or move, well, they're going to send, as you love saying, love in their direction.
Now, I just hope that the map feed comes on our screens anytime soon. Yeah, because eventually what I said, about 7C, trying to traverse through the waterways, just in case that, they do come in from the side of Camp Bravo, or probably from the side of Mongai, it's going to be much more easier.
Well, let's see if our wishes do come true, and if production is listening, we might just want to have the map up on our screens, because 7C, have a look right at the top, way outside the map. In fact, they might be going to the no-go zone, because they're living up to the name. They're going to be traversing the 7 seas around Sandhawk. Oh, beautiful.
Explorers, I would say explorers. With the vehicle, yeah. And the vehicle also, that's the reason why they've gone to the very corner of the map, right? Because 2 or 3 more bullets landing on this board, it's going to explode, and all of these 3 can lose their life. Playing for placement points from here on, Team 7Cs, I think they're aiming for the top 5 position at this point of time, getting the best of how much ever they can, and they realize they hit the corner. And do remember, 7C, that here, the earth is flat.
Yeah, the earth is flat, but again, they are going to just readjust their course, and well, they're going to be coming in at some point or the other. And I do believe, oh my goodness, something else I just noticed, because it was Enigma Gaming who were trying to, lay down all those shots. You could expect to keep an eye on your finish feed over here, ladies and gentlemen, because Evo, there you have it. They're going to be laying down shots, and boom goes the boat. As Spray got the birthday boy, well, he's going to be sent to a watery grave.
Now, Enigma, I love this persistency coming in from their side. You know, they knew that they took the vehicles, so they were like, we're going to reach, we're going to reach that land which is pretty much closest to the corner of the map itself, and we're going to make sure that we spread some love around, and eventually Savitar is going to be the next man, as Evo exactly knows where this fish might be swimming around. He goes in for the spray, connects most of it, puts him down, as the last man standing, Aladdin, pretty much far away, might be getting taken down because of loss of breath.
Well, either he's going to have a lot of water in his lungs, because no genie is going to be coming to help Aladdin right now, as, well, in a few seconds, we are going to say goodbye to 7C Esports, but they're going to be happy with that because, well, they're going to be heading to Davy Jones' locker itself. Elsewhere, we do have Team INS taking the fight straight to Kinetic Sonics. Keep in mind, he's the only man standing for his team, and all he has to do is back off. He jumps. He does hit the water. But Crazy Soul is going to be right on top of him, ready to shoot fish in a barrel. Or maybe, you know, if you don't want to shoot, use a grenade.
Clever thinking coming in, right? Because all of them exactly know how to play around, because everybody's strategy is an open book at this point of time. Everybody realized from their mistakes, but ultimately somebody who doesn't stick to it might be learning things a hard way. But on the other side, you know, I want to see GE and Team Soul coming in close proximity with one another to take one another, because the points difference, according to me right now, might be somewhere around 50 to 60. So just one game of GE getting a winner-winner chicken dinner with 30 points. Oh my goodness.
Little goosebumps and all that. It does, of course, tickle your flesh. But Team Soul, they're going to be holding on to their own right now, making sure they use that man advantage they have in case, and this is a big in case, they do take on Global Esports elsewhere. I do have a look right in the center. Hyderabad Hydras could be in a nice position to rack up a few finishes for themselves, making sure they have a nice 360 vigil all around them. And I see what you've got there, Arca. You have some more stats, and well, we can't really say it out loud right now, but I like what you're doing. Maybe you want to share that with me later on. But on the southern side of the map, we do have a few teams going off, but for now, it is going to be Maxi. In fact, he does lay down shots with that Vector, almost stopping Invaders' invasion.
Now, at the same time, Maxi is going to be relying on those throwables. This time, in the final day, we're able to see that, you know, mollies have been one of the best things to be used in a close and also mid-range battle. But let's not forget to see how Team Soul is going to make it inside the circle. GE, Team FS, everybody are there trying to gatekeep them, and probably in case they make it a little more daring from their side, they might get taken down.
They might again to the victor go the spoils, and let's see if these guys are going to be living up to that, because Jelly is going to open up and Scream is going to be screaming as he's going to be the first one brought down from Big Brother Esports. Now, you did kind of mention they have a little bit of an issue, but they are in the circle, so you know it's not going to be too problematic for them at this point. Also, Arca, keep in mind they still have an option to head over to the east and probably hit up Camp Bravo, where they might get some much needed refreshments and you know, just revitalize themselves every now and again. Our esports, again, they've had a few good days, they've had a few good games, but now, even though they are pretty much on the bottom of the table, looks like Canary is going to get shot at from the back, and it might have been Onyx, or was it INS doing the shooting?
Now, I do believe that it was Team INS who are pretty much inside the circle right now. You did speak about Team Soul taking that southern shift, right? They're going in and rotating. Do you see Nigma Galaxy to the complete bottom of the screens? They might be the spoil sport, right? They might come in and backstab them, try to bite their backs, but ultimately if they get the bigger chunk, they're going to be happy.
Well, let's see if they are going to be missing a few vertebrae from their spine, because for now they're still going to be keeping their distance from the circle. Again, you know, it is Team Soul. There you have it. 16 first aids on Hector already. And, you know, I was trying to bring this point up earlier, that we did see 3 members of Team Soul on the finish board, right? I mean, as far as top finishes in this map is concerned. But again, 48 points do come this lad's way as well, because he's been instrumental. In fact, in a few fights, we did kind of see him, you know, take out Punk that one time, and you and I, we almost had our little clash, which was amazing. By the way, it was kind of nice.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's like the unsung hero as well.
Yep, agreed on this point. But at the same time, let's not forget that right now, Enigma made it inside the circuit. They're looking for finishers strong. So it comes up to say that, you know, they're pretty confident with what they're going to do next. But again, Team Soul, I know that they would have looted every single building out there, got some health medkits for themselves, because they're very, very well known for those infamous healings which happens in the map of Sanhok. So probably they might do that. But OR on the other side is going to be holding the dead center of the map. Is this the game for them, as GE is kind of again having a little bit of a trouble with HH trying to gatekeep them?
Well, despite losing one man, OR definitely are in a good position. Or are they? Because, 4 men are definitely going to be stronger than 3. Now, Immortal, if you had a look, was at the bottom at the docks right now, making sure he has as many first hits as possible. And looks like, well, a couple of shots are going to be fired. And it is going to be Esports while WSF who come under Team Soul's aggression. Now, Global Esports down below Anarcha. I know you want to see something over here because if these two big boys clash, well, one of them is going to fall, and that might just give Global Esports, in case they come out on top, a little bit of a chance, a little bit of a motivation boost. But I kind of thought that Joker was spotted out over here.
Now, at the same time, one other thing which I have to find out is as to why GE is still holding this, right? They can take a rotation inside the circle rather than, trying to play for placement points over here, because Hyderabad Hydras are not far away from the side of GE. I do understand that they're trying to do something different over there from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, trying to play for placement points. But ultimately, it's those finish points which matter a lot. If you're not getting those placement points, at least you'll be going off with 5 or 6 for yourself.
Well, 5 or 6 every game, it's going to be helpful. But the thing is, at this stage, they need a lot more. And now Team INS, good finishes for themselves. They did get that squad wipe early on. 4 finishes to their name. All 4 members still intact. And, we saw yesterday as well, right? I mean, these boys, when they really do start firing on all cylinders, 16 finishes coming in Erangel is no small feat. And speaking of no small feat, finally, it is going to be Ronnie from Global Esports, who's taken down by Tango from WSF. And, well, they are now going to be a 2-man squad. And from above, Team Soul are going to be raining down death and destruction.
This is what happens when you hold to a position for a really long time. You had to prioritize the zone. You have to respect it. And ultimately, the team which had to survive a bit more longer is right now suffering a lot. And that's going to be the side of GE. Now, I know that, Team Soul's position is also going to be given away. And that is what WSF will be looking out for. Look at that. There was a player who could look at the side of Goblin, put him out, but still doesn't do so, due to which now it's going to be so hard. But ultimately, Tango does put him down.
He does indeed, but looks like another fight is breaking out elsewhere. We might just switch to that because EXO and Enigma Galaxy, as expected, are going to be locking horns. Now, Enigma Galaxy have been losing members left, right, and center. There you have it. Another one is going to go down, and Ace Black, again, this is all on your finish feed, is going to make sure that Akshat is going to be brought down as well. Finally, Tango is going to be seeing the enemy right in front of him, and it is going to be a snake in the form of Soul Omega. He gets one. He gets the second. Can he get the third? He needs some cover. He almost does. He's going to go around, but it's going to be someone else from afar who's going to put him down on his bloody knees, and I do believe it was Hyderabad Hydras.
Now, this is where Hyderabad Hydras are very clever, right? They were holding to that position from a long time. They knew that there are teams coming this way, and it's going to be easy for them to pick them up as quickly as possible. And this is what you do. Make sure that you bring your friend across. But ultimately, in the final moments, he got taken down. But they're going to be happy with the finishes. They've got 5 finishes already, an ample amount of loot to make sure that they have enough to take the fights in the further circles. But let's not forget, Hector has got 16 medkits for himself. Might be another 5 to 10 points is what he might take up for his team.
Now, Hero is in prime position. I think the enemy has no idea Joker is going to finally meet him, but he hits the deck in the nick of time, and boom! That is what you call reaction over here from the loose cannons in the form of Team INS, as they are going to be fighting the fight against our Esports. Now, Crazy Soul does know Jadu's position. A Molotov is going to be flung in his direction, again, just to keep the Predators away, and Canary is going to be backing off from behind as well, but shots are going to be fired, and, well, the magic is going to slip out of his fingers, as Joker is definitely having the last laugh.
Now, somewhere in between, we did see that Punk got taken down, right? So, the last player of Team EXO, Immortal, is way far away inside the blue zone. I really want to see when he'll be able to make it inside the circle. But ultimately, 2 of those big dogs, right? One is going to be GE and Team Soul, again going in for healing. But they're pretty much close to one another. If someone dares to step out, they might get taken down. But on the other side, Crazy Soul detecting a player in front of him and putting him down.
Looks like Kinetic Onyx was a bit of an anaconda after a meal, because he did not budge when Crazy Soul was coming in, but Crazy Soul has to go left, he has to go right, and now finally he does have some much needed cover behind a tree, as OR Esports, well, they can rack up a few finishes for themselves. I love this. They know that the enemies are going to be in trouble, as Jelly does bring down Crazy Soul. That calm is going to be coming in, that body, you got to go in and finish what I started elsewhere. Enigma's taking a fight with BB, and Global Esports, ladies and gentlemen, are going to fall down, and I do believe the play zone is the one that put them in.
he put the molly on himself and he got finished off, and that's the least thing you want. Probably he was trying to take down the side of Team Soul, but Team EXO, Immortal is also going to get taken down. Team Soul also goes out of this game. So that means that Enigma, OR have all got opportunity to get the winner chicken dinner for themselves, as Autobotz, Orva is lurking around over there. The slithering sake trying to come in a bit more closer, put an end for the side of FS Esports at this point of time, as HH are looking 6 minutes strong with 3 men standing very close to the circle.
Well, on the other side, looks like Enigma Eggy is going to be opening up on the Autobotz, and there you have it. With one last final nail in the coffin, they are going to be sent packing, as 6 teams are going to be vying for the chicken dinner here in Sanok, and 17 players are still alive. Now, Enigma Gaming, they are looking good, as Manti, he is going to put the pressure on Team INS now, but keep in mind, Shane is cooking a grenade, and if thrown perfectly, it could be detrimental. However, it's a bit too long. Manti goes in, unleashes his UMP, gets one. Does he get the second? No, he doesn't, because he's going to be taken down instead. Question is, are the teammates going to do something? Because Ace Black, well, he's going to make sure he gets Striker inside the circle, as Joker is going to make sure he finishes them up. This could be problematic for Ace Black, as Joker is now going to be on the offensive.
Now, this is what happens when you come in a bit more closer. You need to understand your terrain well, and that is what Joker does. Knows exactly when to go around. I do understand that was limited bullets, which he had in his UMP 35 with that extended, but still, the persistent spray and jumping and making sure he connects the bullets, absolutely like a charm.
Absolutely brilliant indeed, but he's got to be careful, because I think Haru might have an idea that someone is going to be in the distance, and, well, Beast from Big Brothers is going to take his sweet time making it to the circle, and just as I say that, he goes down, and with that, another one is going to bite the dust. Now, this is going to be an important fight. If that grenade does connect, FS Esports could be in trouble elsewhere. Haru, like expected, does get the better of Shane, which means, well, Joker is going to have his work cut out. Now, Aditya is going to be taken down as well, which means OR Esports is, well, just as I say that, their chances of survival are going to be dwindling ever so often. Now, Joker's position, I do believe, has been given away, but it's going to be clutch from FS Esports, who puts him, well, in the ground.
Now, Eggy on the other side, the MVP to watch out for. 10 finishes coming in from the side of Enigma. They're looking a little more stronger at this point of time. They do not want to lose their players, because ultimately this man advantage could be something really great, as Rex puts down a molly, comes out in the open. He's taunting the opponents to burn their resources, and ultimately he's going to take advantage of that, come in and try to take them down, but it's going to be so hard, because the opponents are coming in pairs.
Well, they are going to be coming in, and Enigma Gaming are looking like in a world of trouble, because I do believe they have 3 members down. It is going to be a 1-on-2 situation, as Clutch, he wants to live up to his name. He knows they're going to be in trouble. It is going to be Evo up against Clutch, and there you have it, with a nice little spray of that Oompa Loompa. He makes sure to do the job, but again, his victory is short-lived, because now he's got to go up against the 3-man OR Esports, and with 1 grenade, well, Jelly can just end this game right here, right now.
Now, the AKM spray coming in from the side of Team OR yet again gets the winner chicken dinner for themselves, 2 back-to-back, and eventually they're going to be so happy with this performance. Look at Athanki. He's just talking to his device.
I mean,
it looks like he's just talking to the device below, but ultimately he was just telling his teammates, "Kya kar rahe ho, bhai?"
Basically something like that. He is going to be communicating, as we are going to be heading into the post-match segment powered by Loco, and there you have it. Despite getting the chicken dinner, they're going to be 1 point shy of Enigma Gaming, who have 22 for themselves.
Now, OR Esports, you know, the last time I saw them, they had 163 points in the beginning of the day, and 2 chicken dinners coming in over here. 40 points is what they've got, right? I'm just calculating to see whether they can challenge the top contenders over here. In case they do, then it's going to be very, very interesting.
Oh, it is going to be interesting, because, well, yesterday they were only 6 points shy of Nigma Galaxy, and Nigma Galaxy, although they had a brilliant day 3, day 4 has not been in their favor. And, well, 7C Esports down in the 16th position, pretty much blown at the right at the beginning, but now it's going to be a bit tough to crown an iQOO MVP, because so many people come to my mind. I'm talking maybe Joker. There you have it. It is going to be Team INS's Joker OG, the man with the thinking cap on. 6 finishes, 1,037 points of damage.
I really like his look in the photo. You know, it shows that he's way too serious and he wants to get that final laugh. 1,000 damage coming in from his side. He did try his best to, you know, take his team across the line, but ultimately it was short-lived, obviously. But Enigma, on the other side, the number of finishes they've raked up in this game was phenomenal, and they do understand that, you know, it was required for them. So Rex coming in and Eggy, you know, starting to live up to his name. Probably Eggy might be the player of this tournament in the finals.
Could be indeed. Of course, I have a soft spot for Eggy because him and I, we love a bold action. Now, you know, considering Team Soul is still going to get a few points out of this game, 5 to be precise.
Yeah.
The lead might be dwindling, but Global Esports isn't doing anything as we have a look at a few more facts and figures as the match summary is going to be coming up. And of course, 12,532 is going to be the new record as far as, not the new record, I beg your pardon, is going to be what you expect in Sanhok, but have a look at the grenade finishes. Not even a single one.
That's the reason I want to put our eyes on the assists as well. 24 assists over there. You know, that shows that it was very less chances, right? Everybody wants to go to the center. Nobody wants to loft grenades because eventually the location is going to be given away. But FT Graph is where we're going to head on next.
Well, looks like they were letting their bullets do all the talking
yes.
in the game of Sanhok as we have a visual representation of who did what.
Now, this is where Enigma is going to be on the top with 2,120 points for 12 finishes. I know that nobody has been clinical in this apart from the side of FS Esports, right? Because look at that, 900 damage for 7 finishes. They were only letting go of those bullets when required. But ultimately, Team Soul, before getting taken down, again, put 4 finishes for themselves. And they are kind of safe over here to build up that gap between the first and the second position.
Well, they might be safe, but I love the fact that, you know, a podium still has 2 more positions, second and third. And that is where the race is still going to be razor sharp and razor thin, and it's going to be a nail-biting finish at the end. But a few teams not really getting a taste of blood in this round.
I do believe that, you know, none of them were respecting the circle. None of them were respecting the circle to make it to the dead center of it. It was only Team OR who was planning to do that, and eventually we can see the results out here. And we have seen in the finale, the person who respects the zone, makes it inside to the dead center first, has always come out successful. And I do believe that Team OR have started to do that.
Again, you know, of course, sometimes you do need the gods of BGMI to favor you in that aspect, because if everything is going according to you, all you have to do is sit back, take a deep breath, train your weapon at the enemy, and just let loose all those bullets and get the job done. And that is what we did witness over here. Even Enigma Gaming, I mean, they were relentless in this round. I mean, first of all, taking out 7C, and although they were in Hothin towards the north, right, they did have a massive rotation. Evo making sure that they did have a few bullets left as far as that explosion goes. And speaking of explosions, this whole tournament has been a massive explosion. So thank you once again to BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco, which means once again,
it's time to slay your dragon.
Well, there you have it, the iQOO Neo 6, and all our lovely players are playing on this device. So what are you guys waiting for? Go grab yourself one, and who knows, maybe the next time around, I did give a little bit of a hint earlier, as did our lovely guest from Crofton Esports, you might just be on our big screens.
Oh, obviously, right? Because when there is so much contribution coming inside the side of esports, even the guest did say, right, the next big thing for India after cricket, I mean, that's a huge statement coming
They're
in
going
after cricket.
for the top, mate.
Exactly. It's going to be esports, and I hope so, because they're all athletes here, and nobody is going to be just another player.
Absolutely. But now let's just have a look at what our players and athletes did, because the highlights for Sanhok are popping up on our screens, and, well, action was plenty.
Now, this is where Kinetic got, you know, he did put that molly over there for himself. But ultimately, you know, the way they did not back out, watch out for the backs, eventually got taken down.
And right over here, Manya, oh my goodness, so close to getting the job done. But unfortunately, he was taken out. And this is something we did have a couple of laughs about. But look at the aggression coming in from Evo and his teammate, because they knew that, you know, they are going to be coming this way sometime or the other. And, well, they were lying in wait as Esports Swallows Curran is going to make sure he dishes out damage in any single direction he can. And Hero over here did try and live up to his name, but, well, Joker was just a bit too quick for him.
No, agreed on this point, but again, we're going to be looking at other teams, you know, the other corner where everything was pretty crucial over here, right? Because we can see Team OR is over here, and the side of Team INS, the way they were making the rotation into the circle, eventually got taken down ruthlessly. And I do understand that Atanki was still not there, but 3 men standing did an amazing job.
They did indeed, and of course Hector just letting the enemy bleed over there as he had enough first aids for himself. Now this is where Joker really shined hard, and he really shone like a star. Ace Black had everything going for him, but he jumps, he shoots, he connects, and well, that was the end for Hyderabad Hydras. Now again, their victory was a bit short-lived as he was taken out by FS from the other side.
Now, I do understand that, you know, Enigma did try to do their best to take down all the players, but one mistake which they did while making inside the circle is not respecting the zone, due to which all of them got cleared out and Hitman had to deal just with one man. But Clutch, the last man standing, couldn't do anything much as Jelly puts that AKM bullet right into his skull.
I mean, just rattling off all those 7.62mm shots right at the skull, as you did mention. That is ouch, bad way to go. But OR Esports, back-to-back chicken dinners, they're definitely going to be climbing up on the leaderboard. And I wonder if they've breached the top 3, or maybe they might just have a podium position for themselves. But before we do all our speculation, let's do a little bit of analysis because, well, Arca is going to take you through a couple of teams.
Now, obviously, we're going to be speaking about two teams who fought it out in the final circle, right? One is going to be FS. And as I speak about FS, I know Explicit, Clutch, as well as 47S, all of them were on the other island, whereas Hitman was pretty much close over there, and that changed a lot, you know. And he was holding that position for a long time. He allowed his teammates to come in a bit more closer, and that is how it took place. But OR Esports on the other side, all of them were pretty close to one another, except for Aru, who went to the corner, the shorelines. He picked up everything possible from there. Look at this rotation to every single compound out there. He picked up, he knew the team requires all those bullets to take those final moments. And there's the camp. There's a small bridge over here. I just hope that, you know, I know how to use this. You know, this place over here, you know, this was the moment where they were holding that spot. There were some high grounds to work around with. They did make use of it. And finally, some hard cover. And after that, it was way too easy for them. But again, you know, seeing the other teams out over here, ooh, there's going to be a lot of difference. Yeah, that was the side of Hitman. I mean, look at how Hitman has played this off. Just one compound, and after which he's just zigzagging around those areas, allowing his teammates, telling that you guys can come in from this direction, gave out the crucial information, and that is how these two teams were there inside the circle. The circle forming in next to Paradise was a blessing in disguise for the side of Team OR.
Oh, it was indeed. And again, you know, they're going to make sure that they do what they do best, loot up everything to their heart's content, and then fight it out. Now, you were just showing us a couple of movements, right? I liked how... I like what you did there. So that is the story, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the Vikings, the 7C Esports team, is concerned. And, well, they met their demise pretty early on.
Yeah, it was very hard, right? Sarang got taken down over here. He was the first person to cross over towards the other side, but eventually the rest of these three were just moving around, and that is where Enigma came into picture and took them down.
Speaking of Enigma, you see where they took that boat just on the northern part of the island. That is where Enigma, brilliantly done. See, they land close by as well. So they had a visual aid helping them out already. They saw a boat in the distance, and, well, when you see something move, you are going to take a few shots at it. But again, it's only going to come down to the final two games. And, well, Team Soul's lead still might be unattainable for the other teams. But the race is still on for positions 2 and 3.
Now, somewhere I have to say this, that just in case Global Esports go bonkers, just in case, gets around 30 points in both these games. Or probably 35 in both these games. I mean, they might hit the top spot. They had a very good chance today. I don't know why Global is still satisfied with the second position when they had to give it a try.
Well, they're not going to be just satisfied because, again, they are going to be giving their heart out. But the thing is, they don't want to make silly mistakes. Because if they do that, then they might just slip down the ranks again. I like the fact that we have all this suspense, all this drama created. But I'm sure, you know, we are Indians, right? I mean... we're pretty decent at mathematics. I mean, if you go back in history, this is where, you know, a lot of it did start. So a lot of you in the chat are going to be doing your calculations, and I wonder if you already know who's in the second or third position, or maybe what that lead is as far as Team Soul is concerned.
Yeah, absolutely agreed on this point. But again, I just wish that some squad, probably it's the side of Team OR, will just let loose themselves to dominate the next two maps and probably challenge out the side of Team Soul. But for that, we have to see whether the zone is going to be favoring all of these teams, right? In the grand finals, I don't know how from when this started to happen, the team which has the zone for their favor, even the map of Sanok, we saw it so clearly, they will be always on the top.
Well, of course, that is common sense, right? Because they don't have to move. All they have to do is fortify their position already and let the enemies make all the mistakes. Because, you know, in my opinion, when two squads are fighting one another, usually the aggressors have a slight advantage because they're the ones dictating the terms, right? They're the ones making the moves, and the other team, they have to adjust to that. However, that kind of changes when there's so much lead coming in from every direction. So the ones in the middle, all they have to do is let them come towards them, pop out at the right time, take a few shots, and put them 6 feet under.
Now, one other thing which I love about every team holding the center is they're moved around that specific terrain. They exactly know from where is an angle, which is the place to hold, which is the place not to go to, and from where should you attack. And I do believe that every time you go to a terrain and hold it for a long time, it becomes, probably... There's a specific word in psychology, I forgot about it. It becomes a picture-perfect place for you. You know, you don't need to move around more. You know exactly that this is the point where I need to place my crosshairs, and eventually you take advantage of it.
Well, of course, you got to take advantage of any opportunity that comes your way, and this is the opportunity that has been given by BGMI Grafton for all these players. Of course, making it to the top 16, cementing their position in our hearts as well. We're not going to be forgetting them for a very long time. However, now, if we just talk about the games in hand, the next one is going to be in the deserts of Miramar once again. What do you think is going to happen? I want to see some commotion. I think maybe there might be a few extra teams in Picado. I have a feeling.
Now, if that's the case, I think GE is going to again think out of the box. They're going to have that wild split which they always come up with.
I love their rotation though.
Yeah, the wild split which they have, and eventually get all those medkits when required, come in the final moments of the game, steal everything away, sweep everybody off their feet, and eventually get that winner chicken dinner. But OR also are on the hat trick right now.
Speaking of coming in, well, the pre-match segment powered by Loco is going to be popping up on your screen, which means I'm going to say bye-bye, and Fixes is going to be where I am.
Oh my goodness, let's see whether that's going to be the case. But I did, need a little bit of a space for myself. Oh, this kind of commotion which is happening over here. I really want to go use a washroom.
I understand. I understand, buddy. I mean, considering how things are really getting heated up, especially after OR Esports did stage a comeback, a back-to-back chicken dinner is what we've been talking about, and this is the #2 story that they're after, right? But this is where the final Miramar of this tournament. Let that sink in for a moment. I know you're having those goosebumps. Team Soul still has that first spot to themselves. They're happy. Team OR might have taken over the second spot, and Team GE, they are chasing after it.
Now, one thing which I want to say is the late waking of the side of Team OR, and I do believe that we have to speak more about it, but eventually it's time for us to thank our sponsors over here. One is going to be iQOO Smartphones, as they've come up with some amazing device. Neo 6, the more we speak, the better it is. As ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, go enjoy this promo, because we're going to see how to slay.
It's all getting heated up right now, because we've been talking about teams dropping over at Team Soul in Picado. It is a slight possibility, but what really scares me is that #2 position at this particular moment, because you've got G in contention for it, you've got OR in contention for it, Enigma as well, and Enigma Galaxy. After a good start, I kind of see them fizzling out just a little bit, and we know that this one map is really strong for them. But talking about strong bonds and love, we love you guys, and hence we're giving away 50 merch again. Predict which team is going to be on the top tonight, and you never know, # your favorite team, and if you're lucky, you are going to get those cool t-shirts and those zippers.
Now, how do you do that? you have to make sure that you have to fill in a form which is there in the description, right? Because we need to know whom are we sending this to. And do not forget to do that as well. And also, let's not forget that there are 10 beauties which is going to be giveaway. When I refer to beauties, I refer to this device in my hand. All you guys have to do is look out for that pinned comment in the comment section where you'll be, you know, going to a specific link as well. But you know, from there on, it's going to be very, very easy for you.
Oh, it certainly will be. But what's not going to be easy for me is answering those questions that you're going to be asking to us. And all you've got to do is head to Twitter. Hashtag Let's Ask Loco. Your question, tag at @GateLoco now. And if you've got some really spicy ones, I'm pretty much here to answer it all.
Now, eventually, I mean, one good question. I really love that question coming in from that side because versatility comes into picture over there. And we all know Goblin is Goblin, Johnny is Johnny. As ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the map of Miramar. The final 2 maps of the day is going to be played out over here. Go share it among your friends because ultimately, every single spot is still undertaking.
I'm pretty sure none of you might want to miss that winning moment, right? Because it's history being created over here as we take a look at this beautiful view over these alpine hills. And from here onwards, it gets really, really exciting. I'm pretty sure from what's going to happen is, a few drop collisions is what I'm anticipating. Maybe Esports Wala WSF, maybe the boys from our Esports Kinetic can also join into the fray for being the notorious ones. Because the final 2 games, most of the teams know that their fates have been sealed. And from here onwards, they've got to do whatever it takes to bring in that little bit of masala, a little bit of a spice into this tournament. Because OR and Global Esports, they are fighting it out for that second position. And not just that, the way things went up in Sandhawk, we really thought that it could be somebody else. It could be someone trying to go in for that healing battle. Team Soul, they've not been having a really great day so far. But despite that, you know, despite all the odds, they still have a very good lead. And here we go. The last time in Miramar, we take it up to the skies, ladies and gentlemen, as the flight path trajectory all the way from down south goes all the way up towards Torre Ahmuda. And this is something that, you know, all the teams are going to be having for themselves. They're going to love this. But few big questions over here, Arka, will of course be that are the boys from Global Esports resorting to something different, to something out of ordinary? Because today in the first game of Miramar, we did witness them heading over towards Loco Breria. No funny business at all. But OR Esports, I think I can feel all these 3 players heading towards Puerto Paraiso. Nothing really out of ordinary happening as of now. But we have to take a look at the anomalies over here. That is Picado. If it's going to be contested, no monkey business there as well. Autobotz, EXO, Big Brothers, everybody sort of heading towards Los Leones. 7C, they'll resort to that 1-1-1-1 split out there on Team Enigma. A really important game for them as well. And Nigma Galaxy, I'm really keen to see what they can pull out in this particular game, as the circle is right in front of us, Arka, and it's a little towards the western side. Now, we have seen the circle pan out. We have seen the circle go a little west. But where do you think it's going to end? Is it going to be around La Trilera, or do you think it goes towards Chumacera?
I think La Trilera, I mean, that is the safest place for anybody to be right now. And the team which I'll be vouching to do so is going to be the side of Team GE. Immediately get all the loots which you want. I do understand Manya is again going for that big dig of staying away from his squad, which you already mentioned over here. But again, you know, if they just move on to La Trilera and hold that position and just wait it out for the others to fight it out, and somebody going and taking down the side of Team Soul early, that 57 difference between these 2 teams probably might be covered up hugely in this game.
I'm kind of disappointed because none of them want to try and spoil someone else's game over here, because everyone's dropped off at where they really want to. It's just a few changes being made over. That is Jelly, intending to drop way down south, just on the western side of Puerto Paraiso, just on the coastlines. And apart from that, Global Esports decide to stick with each other. This is one of those games that 7C really tend to thrive in, considering how they have been playing so amazingly well in circles like this. But Nigma Galaxy, yesterday we saw when the circle was in their favor, what could they pull off, and I'm going to expect nothing less from them even in this one.
Now, at the same time, I really want to see how much EXO is going to be coming back, right? Because they need to put some points on the table. I've been seeing that, there were several opportunities for them to do so. Something is not going right. And when I speak about Team EXO, OR's growth has been amazing as well.
Oh, OR is having a run right now. They know they have to chase for that second position, but hold on, Sarang, he's in a world of trouble. The Wild Coyote is charging in at his direction. There you go. Joker getting a beautiful knock, will get the finish, capitalize on the situation. They knew 7C kind of go in for this really wild split, and they had to capitalize, and there you go.
I mean, they know that, right? The team which is closest to them right now is going to be 7C. It's better we take them down and try to fight out for the other positions. But the late waking up of Team OR, which I really want to talk about. I know I'm being a little like a broken record at this point of time, but I do believe that, it's important for us to shed light over there, as they're going to be shot fired against the side of Team INS, and that rotation coming in from their teammates. It looks like they're out for revenge, and in case they put on the side of Team INS, they'll know next time not to taunt out the big bears.
Oh, they're on a warpath right now. They're enraged, filled up with rage over here, as Joker is getting taken down by Spray. Got a beautiful shot coming in, as if Bert might fall down, and there you go, gets knocked out. Team INS were off to a really good start, but now they look to be going outside the lobby as Spray God takes one more. It all comes down to Crazy Soul, the last sole lonesome survivor, and he might be just taken out in a blink of an eye, but no, still lives to fight.
Now this is where Aladdin's position is going to be compromised as well. He has to be very careful as he moves inside the circle. It's going to be an arm versus arm fight which is happening over here, but somehow gets into safety. Gone in for the revival. I just hope that he's put up a smoke whatsoever, or has gone in for the healing. Eventually goes in really late for it. Will be coming into the crosshairs of Crazy Soul. Crazy Soul, what is he going to do? Go in for the revival, finish off Savitar, who's giving out information, or wait it out for the other person to come in close?
Instead, just goes for the revivals over here. He understands the gravity of situation. It's always 2 better than 1, or maybe 3 better than 2, if he can do that. But the moment 7C get back up, one good grenade could seal the fate of the players of Team INS. They were off to a really good start, getting back to their old style of play. And there you go, the grenade being crooked over by Aladdin will come in any single moment. It is a battle for the top. Whoever gets there, no. Aladdin's position compromised, takes a hefty chunk of damage though, but still breathing.
Now Spray God, the birthday boy, is also out there over here. We have to watch out for his performance, as well as Crazy Soul puts the grenade to the right spot, and Spray God from the other side is retaliating with a grenade as well, and the last man standing, a lot of pressure over his shoulder. Suddenly INS are looking 3-man strong. Let's not forget the 4th one also coming in, and the grenade connects. This is gonna be the domination coming in from the side of Team INS, and 7C, the spread has backfired.
Now bear in mind, there's another team right beside them. Team Enigma chime in. They realize INS is at their weakest at this point. Do not have a lot of feelings to work around with. Few grenades being flung over. But INS, they make a run for their lives. They know they got what they came in here for. Did not have any casualty to their name. 4 finishes already. And Team Enigma, a little disappointed.
I do believe that, Team INS might just, go in, get all the loot which is required for them, re-strategize, come back and do the same what they did for the side of 7C. But this 7C is something which I was not looking out for. The final grenade, oh my goodness, right into the face of Spraygar.
I loved how Crazy Soul played in that particular fight, especially being the lonesome survivor. Did manage to get so many of those knocks, and 7C, they just kept on falling, kept on tumbling like dominoes. And this is where Team Enigma, they know this is the game that they have to win, and we know what they did to 7C in the previous game of Sandhawk. But Team Soul, look at them, they've already made the rotation right beside Team Enigma. The big question is, are they ready to pick fights?
I don't think so. I mean, at this point of time, nope. Let the others fight it out. Let's get some position points as of now, because everybody's position, like everybody have this one fear in them, right? Never let go of the position you're holding. Do not risk it out, because at least you have something to take home. And I do believe that's going to be in the mindsets of GE. It's going to be in the mindset of Enigma, and that's why they're restricting. But just in case GE had thought otherwise, I do believe with the potential they have in this tournament, they could have scooped the whole room and made sure that they are on the top.
I mean, they would, of course, try to be on top. But for GE and the likes of OR, both yet to make their entry inside the circle. Now, this is where it gets really exciting, right? Because what do they have to offer? Because if OR Esports can get a chicken dinner in this one, the hat-trick, oh, this is going to be a dream run. Maybe we have that lingering hope that if they can get the fourth one as well, considering how Team Soul's performance has been bad throughout the day, except that map of Miramar, maybe that top spot is out in the open, because right now Team Soul, from what we can see, they're playing way too seriously. They know, they understand. One good game, if they can have that 40-point advantage, then it's all over. It's all done and dusted. They will be the maiden champions of the first time ever iQOO Battleground Mobile India Pro Series.
That's a big statement, right? Just imagine, let's just sink in with what you just said over here. The big names are going to be so happy. The OGs are going to be like, finally, somebody is living up to our name. But yeah, Team OR on the other side, let's see whether they'll do something magical, because they have a lot of finishes up ahead of them. Probably 54 to be specific. How much will they pick up as they make it inside the circle? As the circle shifting towards the side of Ladrillera, Minas is still open for the taking. And let's not forget that Valid MR, where the drop is being at this point of time. If OR heads into that spot, gets the drop as well, they're going to look a little more stronger when it comes to firepower.
Now look at Manya at the top left corner of your map, right? He's the one scouting it out. But this is where Global Esports have to be way cautious, because INS is just beside them. Now, from what we have seen from that particular team, they're not going to stop. They are the suicide bombers right now. They're just going to go in. Every single soul that they spot out, they're going to fight it out. And that has been the way they have played. That has been the way they have thrived. That is how they got into the grand finals over here from the league stages. It was those last final couple of matches that they really stepped it up. But Team Soul, they're in a whole world of trouble, because Nigma Galaxy come banging on their doors.
Now this is what happens when you're on the top of the table, as Vixie is going to be coming in a bit more closer, as Hector is going to be cooking up the grenade, cut off the support and make the weakest. That's going to be the side of Team Soul, as Omega and Goblin. Look at the exchange coming in from the position, and this is what I love the most about them. As soon as Hector is getting challenged, Goblin is like, you just fall back and let me go forward with my assault and make sure that I put them down as they push in, as grenades are going to be cooked in from the other side. Goblin's big dig, will it pay or will it backfire?
I do not know for now. I think Team Soul, they're looking scared, at least because they've been thwarted off. This is not ideal Team Soul. They always tend to fight back. But now this is them looking at the bigger picture. They realize that if they fall down now, and if OR get a chicken dinner, their first spot might be up for grabs. And that is something that they cannot really afford at this point.
I think, you know, what might be the difference between Team OR and Team Soul at this point of time, when I'm trying to do the mathematics over here.
You've done it already?
Yep, somewhere between 60 to 70. And, and just in case, somewhere between 60 to 70, if I'm wrong, approximately about that side. And I do believe that if OR scoops a 30-pointer over here with a winner chicken dinner, the final map of the day, ladies and gentlemen, you would want to share it to the maximum, as it could be 5 to the finish.
It certainly will be. Now, this is the most important map for Team Soul. If they can get at least 5 or 6 points, I think it's done and dusted. There's no chance, even if you kind of wipe out the whole lobby. And that's an ideal situation that you're going to win it out. But yes, the conditions are laid right in front of you guys. For OR Esports to get that #2 position, they will have to have a really good game, and also ensure that Global Esports do not have a good one at this time, because it again goes back to the final game, and that is where the nerves start trembling. That is where, you know, the fears start settling in, and that is the last thing you would want, because Global Esports, look at their mentality, look at their body language, just playing around the edges, not taking any of those fights, as Karan just explodes into thin air as Hydra officials and Team Enigma make good work out of him.
This is where I would want to think about the mindsets of Team Soul. At this point of time, Dynamite will be trying to put that hard scope out, make sure that he takes the side of WSF, but Retaliation from the other side with that mini is going to make sure that he's going to be falling back and also down, as shots coming in from the side of Jackson, not connecting that well. Tango is still living up, but finally Jackson does put him down.
Does deliver though. But the big question is, are the boys from Hydra going in for a push? Because Jackson certainly has been the best player from Team Hydra in this particular tournament. But for now, You know, this circle shift, again, a little bit of a similar zone that we got to see. Look at the movements being made by the players of Team OR. Have that prime spot to themselves. Now, the only nearby threat could come in the form of Team EXO or maybe Autobotz, who decide to strike in from the backlines.
No, this is where Team OR is going to be very, very careful, right? Because they have Jelly up above, and he might give information just in case Autobots are coming in. And if that is relayed perfectly, that is going to be 4 finishes in their name. But again, GE is also coming right above them as well. So that could be double trouble for the side of Team OR. But let's not forget to see how Team Seoul is going to be challenged over here as Esports Walla WSF. They've done it before. They want to do it again. They've come in a bit more closer while changing the gun is where Team Seoul strikes. That is how you break the defense of the opponents.
And Esports Walla WSF, they really need to make a run. But Bajwa wants to find some cover. Hector is not going to let him pass. Tries to explode his vehicle. Does not happen. As elsewhere, Punk has been taken down, dealt by the players of Team Kinetic. Team Seoul, they've managed to rack up 1 finish point to their name. But they've got to get a few more. 5 points, and they are good to go. As Sensei lobbing this grenade. Does it land? Goes kaboom.
Oh,
yes, it does.
Now this is the point where they'll be wondering where is this grenade coming out from. The second one is also going to be landing to perfection, putting down Kinetic God, and that is where Sensei will be wanting to push in and take down the other 2 players. A 1v4 possible from his side for now, confirming all those finishes which he has put down. As shots are going to be fired from upstairs, he's going to listen to it very, very carefully, and he's playing it to perfection as shots are going to be fired from either side.
Now he's just getting in himself in a sandwich position because Onyx has dealt with Immortal. Now this is where Team EXO have left their guards open, right? This is where the flanks are out. But there you have it. Little bit of a help coming in from Nigma Galaxy from afar. And Team EXO get to live one more day.
Now this is where I would like to say that they've lost Punk, and they have to be very, very careful, because from here on, if Nigma Galaxy pushes in, they heard of all this commotion, right? So they're like, why don't we just take a peek over the horizon and check whether somebody is alive or some finishes are lying here and there for us to pick us up. But that is where Vixie puts Onyx down and immediately trades it off. 2 more shots coming in from the side of Mini 14, the deadliest of the DMR.
Nigma Galaxy, they're enjoying this, Rio. Open arms, free finishes to their name, but for now, our Esports, we know how notorious they can get at certain times. Did make it to the final 2, but for now, Striker going after Kinetic, flattens his tower out as he goes in for a spin, but still at the same time, Hyderabad, Hydras need to ensure that the right-hand side of Striker is covered with that smoke, does not get fired from any other direction. As Rockstar, he's being shot at from the backlines. It is going to be Crazy Soul who's going to take his graves.
Now this is where the circle is going to be shifting in towards the northern side. Ladrillera is where we have placed our bets, and eventually we're going to be getting that as a gift as well. But on the other side, we have to see how GE and OR are going to take control of that region as well, right? Because both of them so close to one another. Both of them need to survive and get around 30 points for themselves just to contend to the top position in the final map of the day. But again, let's not forget that Team Seoul is still standing high over here. They've got 1 finish for themselves. All they need is 3 more either positions or the finish points, which is going to be helping them out.
Eggy, in the meanwhile, just tapping away with his DMR. Did not connect those shots, though, but it's still not going to deter him from trying. Team Enigma, they've been on the prowl, right? Ever since from the start of the game, wanted to be a spoils party in that INS and 7C fight. Missed by a bare margin, but this is where that little bit of a hill capitalization can certainly help them out. But look at that southern side, the traffic building up. So many teams in the nearby vicinity. OR Esports with that beautiful 2-2 split. They're just ensuring their backlines are clear. And Autobotz, they've steered off as Ace Black on a little bit of a spray. INS trying to make it inside the circle. Will that vehicle survive? And the answer is yes, at least for now.
Now, at the same time, Team Seoul is going to listen to the commotion pretty much close towards them. That's going to be BB, but Manti is going to be persistent to put down the players of Team INS, but shots have been connected perfectly. His helmet and vest both damage. Is going to be falling back to regroup with this team. But let's not forget, from far away, Enigma is also coming into the picture. Have to be careful. It's going to be Canary, where Crazy Soul almost put him down.
Almost is the word that we have to emphasize upon, as now INS, they decide to go on a hunting spree. There you have it, Hyderabad Hydras, they are wounded. Ace Black trying to get Manti back up, but he needs to deal with the situation. Maxi realizes there's a vehicle coming in from the backlines. It's going to be the boys from FS firing at his direction as Joker opens it up onto its Ace Black, but needs to be ensuring the fact that he does not get taken down. Shots are being fired from every possible direction. How long can he live?
Now, this is what I say, that, it's a triple dreadlock, and I do believe that, Autobotz from far away has also given out their location, and GE will be looking to capitalize on this as grenades are going to be cooked in from the side of Maxi. If this connects, Joker is going to be going home in a very, very sad note as the final laugh will be coming in from the side of Hyderabad Hydras.
It certainly could. Hyderabad Hydras, despite the fact they have lost out on Striker, have somehow recuperated in this entire situation. Now INS, the numbers are starting to dwindle, but look at Autobotz just from the southern side as Ace Black decides to spray upon Evert, who is somehow obscured inside that little smoke. One more grenade could make things really difficult as INS have finally managed to bring up our Crazy Salt back to life yet again.
Now, at the same time, one other thing I want to grab attention is Team Soul getting 3 finishes, wiping out the side of WSF, giving them another little bit of confidence that they're going to be there on the top as Ace Black has gone back for healing. He has view about the side of Team INS over here as Autobots are trying to push in, puts down Evert at this point of time, and this is the opening they were looking out for. If they look a little to the right, they might find out the other players of Team INS as one hits the deck in time. That's going to be Crazy Soul still trying to survive to make sure that they get that position point for the team, but let's not forget that very close to them is going to be the side of GE, watching out for those teams to fight it out.
OG, understand how important this is, and Autobots being a blessing in disguise for the players of Hyderabad Hydras. INS on the verge of being eliminated as Big Brother decide to fight it out against Team Soul. Omega already knocked out. Now Goblin has got to fight it out against Dream. Does succeed though, goes after the second player. This is what we love about this lad. He is on fire.
I mean, 6 finishes coming in from the side of Team Soul and 5 going into one single man shows that this is not the team to play around with. But look at the mini-map out there. There's going to be 2 other teams coming in a bit more closer to them. They've heard that commotion. This is going to be Sensei coming in to take that attack into his face. It's going to be smokes coming in, not the grenades. And for the first time, we'll be able to see that Team EXO will be again rotating around to get a better position. But let's not forget that Nigma Galaxy is also coming in, creeping in a bit more closer.
Team Soul, I do not know how they're doing it, but yes, they are blessed by the almighty Fierce, taking a hefty amount of damage. Hector gets that beautiful knock, but the big question is, are they going to be going in for the push? Of course, they want the finish to their names. As Sensei, he's also taking damage. He's taking damage from elsewhere, maybe from the higher grounds as elsewhere. Finally, Global Esports decide to fight it out against OR. Aditya, he's got to defend with all his life.
Now, this is where I would say that Team ORNG is not something we wanted to witness, but Joker has already done the damage against the side of Team OR, putting up smokes to go in, push in a bit more harder, but Aditya on the top can be the spoil sport over here as Manya comes in a bit more closer, wants to get this finish point. They've understood that every single point for that second position can be very, very crucial. I do understand the point difference between these two is going to be barely 1 or 2 or probably 3 or 4 points.
And OR, they've got to cut on their losses and run because Global Esports is the last team that you want to pick a fight against with, at least for now. They have to hope they get third-partied from elsewhere. Enigma Galaxy's dreams from far afar could really spoil the party for the boys from OR as Atanki gets taken down by Ronnie. This is exactly the moment that the boys from Global Esports were waiting for. Now finally decide to go in with the little push. Manya leading the charge, wants to trample over as this is Carmageddon happening in front of us as Aru, he's going to be sprayed at, but OR tuck their tails and run.
Now this is where I would like to say that the Lion has taken 2 steps behind and something bad can happen over here as Omega is trying to shoot it out. The last man standing, no, he's got Hector as well somewhere close by, and that is why he's going mad as Dreams are going to be coming in. Can he crush the dreams of Team Soul over here? No, it's going to be the case as he gives more finish points for this squad. 10 standing strong is going to be Team Soul dominating from the one side of the map as they are fierce, the next prey in their crosshair.
They are fearless for this particular moment as FS decide to strike. Now Global Esports, they went in a little bit overcommitment being displayed, going after OR, now find themselves in a very precarious spot as Hitman laid in all that bullet. Has he gotten that knock on Nakul? Yes indeed, as Joker has to go in aid to get that revive on his teammate. But the big question is, what is he gonna do? He's trying to make a run for his life. He's trying to get inside the zone, but can he, considering the fact that Aru is watching over as OR Esports get revenge at the the right nick of time, or it is indeed the players from our Esports who get that final finish.
Now, who is going to be getting the center of the circle? We can again see that Team EXO is trying to play it around inside the ridges. The only hard cover inside the circle they're playing with, and Team Soul wants to lure them out, finish them off, and take this very position. But this winner chicken dinner can seal the deal for the side of Team Soul to be on the top and take the big title for themselves. As OR Aditya hits the ground, it's going to be Aru trying to play for placement points. Sensei jiggling around with the grenade in his hand, almost getting taken down, as Goblin persistency with 7 finishes is still looking strong.
I might just have a heart attack with what's going on right now. Team Soul finally deciding to push over, but Goblin instead gets taken down by Fierce. Now this is where all these smokes need to come out. They need to ensure he's alive. Already 11 finishes strong. Team Soul, they're being sprayed at, and the vehicles might explode, doing some hefty amount of damage. And there you go, Hector also falling out. This is the right time that OR need to capitalize on, but they do not have the numbers as FS. This is the moment they're gonna make a run for the zone.
How many times can Soul be lucky? I mean, this is again one of those moments where nobody's going to dare go closer to them, because the center of the circle is what they're looking out for. But Fierce, out of nowhere, thinks out of the box, is going to be cooking up a grenade, but not far enough to connect against the side of Team Soul. But he has to realize that he has an opportunity to go in for a flank and wait it out for the side of Team Soul to enter inside the circle and put them down. Goblin fully healed, might be looking dangerous as Sensei puts down Aru from the side of Team OR, and they're out of the lobby.
With just one finish that we have to keep in mind, considering she's already taken out Sensei. Trying to go after the other players of Team Soul, still looking strong. This is where they seal the fate. This is where they might get closer to kissing that trophy that has been waiting inside that trophy room, as Rex also getting picked off. This is where Team Enigma, they've been hiding, they've been stealthy, but at this point, Avi has also got to make a run for the circle.
Now, at the same time, he has an opportunity to pick up his teammates, and I do believe that, you know, they might pick it up, they might pick up their teammates and come in a bit more closer. But again, it's going to be Team EXO to the dead center. Team Soul still standing with 3 men. Who is going to take this home?
Oh, Enigma Gaming are very important, and the same can be said for Team FS. They have to play it all around. Aru, this is how he got exploded, and Global Esports OR both out of the game gives enough room and opportunity for Enigma and Team FS to make some huge strides. But for now, Team EXO in a very prime position. All they've got to do is hold on to the doors. Do not let anybody pass, and if they succeed, this chicken dinner could be theirs.
Now, most wanted chicken dinner for the fans as well as for the bootcamp of Team EXO. As they're trying to push in towards the side of Team Soul, they do realize that, you know, Enigma coming in from the other side is going to take care of the other people, you know, coming in from the northern side. But Enigma is also playing it very clever. You know, they're just going to come into the circle as quickly as possible. They want all that real estate, which is kind of right in front of them, as Team Soul now concentrating towards the side of Team EXO. Limited throwables coming in from their side. They have to rely on their firepower.
They certainly have to. There you have it, Hector cooking it up. And is it going to make the distance? That's the big question. Lobbed over, is it into perfection? No damage being done, but still, Team Soul, they're making a run for it. Do have found out Immortal did take a few shots, but it's going to be Avi who gets a knock. But from the sidelines, Enigma making some really huge moves, taking 2 of the players down over there. Now this is the moment Team Enigma strike 10 finishes strong. Is this the game that they were looking out for?
No, I think so, but at the same time, they had to look out for the side of FS as well, as Goblin is taking revenge over the side of Team Enigma, and we have to see whether Goblin can make it inside the circle. I do believe that, you know, with another finish coming in his name, what a spray coming in from the side of Goblin. Can he get this confirmations? Yes, he gets 1. The second one might also coming in his name. Oh, beautiful spray coming in from the side of AKM. 9 finishes strong, but eventually gets taken down.
Eventually falls, but still has done a hefty chunk of damage at Team EXO, charging in at Enigma's direction. The grenades being flung over. Is it enough? Has it made the right distance? No is the answer. But Sensei, he's still gonna try his luck, doing whatever he can do with all the resources that he has on him. But look at Eggy, just proning down, one with the nature right now. Star still does have that high ground, but the first knock is going to be so imperative for either of them to get the win.
Now this is where Sensei is going to boost up to his fullest potential to make sure that he has a fighting chance. Me leading the fight has given out information about the other 2 players, right? So in case he gets taken down, there is an opportunity. But one advantage which Team EXO has right now is the circle in their favor. here. Now, heal battle is one option which both of these teams can rely on, but we can see that Enigma is on the losing end when it comes to this case because there's one man standing with just 3 medkits in his name, or 2 to be specific.
Ooh. And eerie silence has taken over the deserts of Miramar at this point. Team Enigma just on the precipice of trying to get the chicken dinner, or are they going to be thrown over that cliff? Eggy somehow trying to spot someone out. They know exactly, both the teams have their informations relayed. It's all about who makes that first mistake and who capitalizes on the situation.
27 meters away, specifically 27 small steps away into the circle is going to be the side of Enigma. This is where I want some smokes to be deployed from either sides, right? But Rex is still alive. That is one man you do not want to come into, and that's what Sensei does. But giving out the information, he's going to be coming out in the open, getting taken down. No trades whatsoever. Yes, Fierce has got a trade over here, but shots going to be coming in against the side of Rex, and it's going to be Sensei also getting taken down. A 1v1 situation over here between Immortal and Rex, as Immortal going for the revival. The most cleverest thing to do. It's got to be Sensei giving out information. Rex has gone in for the healing with just bandages left out for him everywhere. It's got to be Team EXO at this final moment of the game. Can Rex pull this off a 1v2 as he gets up, connects the shots against the side of Immortal, but doesn't do much of damage. But finally he does, as Sensei tries to come in for the cover. A switch and bait coming in over here as the last man standing. It's going to be Fierce coming in a bit more closer.
Oh, needs to now lay down all those shots. Fierce almost on the verge of getting eliminated. The momentum is on Rex, ships onto his arm, sprays it down, and Team EXO somehow clutch it out. And there you have it, Team Enigma so close, but yet so far, as they also cannot believe what just happened at this particular moment as we head in to the post-match segment powered by Loco. As the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, are in front of us. Team Enigma, 24 points climb they've taken in this game. Team EXO, a beautiful Valiant chicken dinner, finally got it. But is this the game that sets Team Soul up?
I need a breather, man. I mean, that game was so intense. I really thought that Rex could pull it off. I mean, every single thing he did out there, he did it to perfection. But we have to give it to Team Soul over there, standing it out, waiting it out. They were scared. They ran away from a fight whenever required. They created that no-go zone whenever required. And ultimately, 23 points. They're going to make a difference of 70 at this point of time between themselves and the team in the second position, if I'm not wrong. I just hope that I'm good at math.
Maybe Enigma could have clinched that third spot, at least for now, because I'm getting all those numbers crunched in my head. Because OR Esports 5 points out, Global Esports barely 3, and none of them being on the good end of the receiving things over here. But for the others, Big Brother Esports, they have crashed badly. You know, it's been a steep decline for them, especially how they started their day. But for the other teams out here, FS Esports, this 15 points could be so crucial, especially in that battle that's going in for that top 3.
I do agree, but again and again and again, one man is taking away all those lakhs in his pocket, being the MVP of the day. This specific map again is going to be Goblin. I do understand that Team Soul would have pitched in for him, but he's given more than how much is called for.
Oh, get him a lot of sneakers. Get him whatever he wants. Give him a hefty raise. Whatever he needs. He's the star. The way this lad has been performing. But as we take a look at the few more stars other than Goblin over here in the top 5 leaders, Eggy. Oh, towards the end, Eggy and Rex, for what they really did. You know, this duo is stepping it up, especially when Enigma needed it the most.
I do believe that it needed the most in the second day itself, but, you know, better late than never. As we step into the match summary to find out what's happening over here, it's going to be 6 grenade finishes, which was crucial. It was timed to perfection, and we all know in the beginning how 7Cs got taken down. 3 vehicle finishes. I know that we did not witness any of those, but in the highlights, all of that is going to be caught out. 8,717 finishes. This is the closest fight I've seen in the map of Miramar in both BMOC and BMPS put together.
This had to be one of the most explosive games throughout this entire tournament. No caps, because especially with what's on the line, how teams are considering all these players, oh, this is phenomenal. But of course, like you said, 6 grenade finishes coming in, 3 airdrops being looted, 8,000 healings. It's a little less, but who cares? Everyone's just going in for the knock in the push. But it all started with that one fight. Team INS going after 7C. We're going to talk about that, as now the FT craft is right in front of our screens, and to the right, those skyscrapers, Arka, that's baffling.
I mean, look at Team Soul as well, right? They've contributed enough in this game, getting 13 finishes, sealing the top position. I don't know whether they've done it as well, because some mad hooligans in the final map might come in and, you know, try to challenge them out. But I would say this mature gameplay from the side of Team Soul from day one, the shift of devices when it's required, all of it has paid us perfectly. But Enigma, 3,000 damage for 12 finishes. They played their heart out, like you said.
#2, that's the big question over here, because somewhere down the line with this beautiful game, getting these amazing points, Team Soul might have just secured that first spot for themselves, making all those minds, those number crunching being done. But yes, the second, third, fourth, right out in the open, it's all about the money, it's all about the bragging rights, ladies and gentlemen.
When it comes to bragging rights, there's one device which is bragging from the get-go of this tournament. That's going to be the side of iQOO smartphones, bring in with Neo 6. This device is amazing, as you can see that the fight to the finish is required with a proper device. Go check out the promo.
Watch it, earn it.
I do believe that, we had to give credits to Loco and, I mean,
I'm shivering.
Neo 6, that's going to be...
I'm shivering.
I am iQOO, but still, the reason why I'm stopping on my words is I was just doing the calculation in my brain. Guys, let me remind you this. I might be good in maths, but I can vouch and tell you guys, FS Esports, Global Esports, Team OR, Team Enigma, all of them are fighting for the second spot right now, and one bonkers is going to be coming in from the side of GE. In case they do wonders, they can take the top position, which is almost nil. I would say it's a bleak, very, very bleak opening for the top position. But I want to say is this. Approximately 15 to 17 points difference, is the difference between the 5th to the 2nd or the 6th to the 2nd position. So anybody's game is going to be there, ladies and gentlemen. I know I'm not going to be on the desk. I regret. I know I'm making statements over here. I regret not being on the desk. But ultimately, it's time for you to share it among your friends and make sure they all come in over here to witness the second spot to be taken in that BMPS finale.
Of course, you're going to be sipping on your sodas and watching it, supporting from the sideline.
I'm going to be sitting right here, my friend.
You're welcome. You are welcome, at least for the final game, especially the entire scene. I'm shivering, but the studio, it's all hot and humid, especially how things have gotten really so intense at this particular moment, right? We have to consider it is now the battle for that second spot. It's just not about the money anymore, Arka. It's about the bragging rights, and especially teams are fighting for it, giving everything that's required. You could see that desperation kick in, especially in that one fight where Global Esports and OR Esports went against each other, and where OR decided to just tuck their tails and run. GEs wanted to go in, and it's all going to be here in front of us in the highlights as Team INS, like a pack of wolves, they just go charging in, and somehow they managed to clutch it out.
Now that is where, you know, teamwork comes into picture. Even though 2 players got taken down, they did not let go of what they have in hand, right? It's going to be Shane who falls down over here, also gets taken down. Crazy Soul, the last man standing. He has to face off 2 players because eventually, you know, Aladdin did come in closer, but the final moments came in for them like this. But there were some mini 14 shots which was incredible over here, right? So that was also something to watch out for Team X. So they started picking up finishes exactly over here against the side of Team Kinetic. One good grenade and the follow-up grenade coming in from the side of Sensei as well. Team Ioness far away, taking down the side of Team RE. They were waiting it out. Every single team has played their heart out. I just hope this was the beginning of the tournament because every single map would have been so more crucial. But the team which did the heavy lifting from the beginning and is, you know, they're just taking those prizes home is going to be this team on the screen, Team Soul.
I mean, had that been the case, I'd probably been in the emergency unit by now because I literally had my heart exploding, my lungs shattering with what really was happening and going on in that game. Look at this. Every single team leaving no stones unturned. And Team FS, I think, has to be one of the teams who is playing as cool as Cucumber at this point because, I mean, especially how consistent they've been, right? We've been talking about the big names, the big dogs, but FS in the midst of it all somehow are always making it to the top 3 or top 4.
I mean, what did I say? The rotation of FS is trying to impress me the most in the final day and they are living up to it. Look at that. The final man, 47 is, he knew that he had to survive because his gun can do a lot of talking and that's what he tried to do. But eventually Team Soul's rush coming in and it all got ruined because of Enigma. But what Goblin does is going to strike against them perfectly, pick up those 2 finishes when required. But that is where Sensei is going to be like, yo, look at this side. And he just finishes him off.
I mean, Team EXO stepping up pretty late inside this tournament. They should have played like this before. But look at this. You know, Rex clearly, he had no option. And switches to his M4, has that 4 times going in. Forgets to switch to the red dot. Eventually does though. Has a little bit of a dig with his ump. But look at the HP. Towards the end, Fierce realizes this is where I really need to capitalize. Goes in with that ump. This is why it's one of the most devastating weapons. And did come down to the wire just by little margins. And that is the margin that separates the second team, the team at the 3rd position, the 4th, and the 5th.
Oh, yes. But at the same time, Fierce, 2 points which I want to point out from him is, 1, no helmet, he was still rushing in. 2, he was thinking to go to the center of the circle, whereas Enigma was trying to play it from the corners. They realized that now if I don't go in for the finish, the zone from behind will eat me up. I already have low on HP. No med kits was one of the other things, right? We did see that the other person had it, but just in case he had a med kit to his fullest potential, I do believe that, you know, Team Enigma could have taken it home. But the next phase is going to be the most crucial one because it's going to be analysis time and Fix is going to give us information about what all has happened so far.
I think we have to take a look at Team EXO and Enigma, right? Both those teams in pure contrast to how they drop, especially starting off with Team Enigma. I love what they did. Drop off around that San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, then they decide to rotate over. Now, once we did see that happening, there was a little bit of a fight taking place between the players of Team INS and 7C. They really wanted to capitalize. They did come in somewhere around this position. They were holding on, but they realized that this fight is something that we cannot take anymore. Team INS made a run for their life and they just went all away. But after that, what they do is something pretty impressive. They kind of held on. This is one of those most important points. They held on to this particular hill, right? They waited and watched out all these teams coming in. That is how they find out the perfect moment and rotate through Monte Nuevo, take control over these hills, while all the other teams were fighting out in the lobby. They just were from the sidelines, getting the better out of everyone, chipping everyone away, dishing out huge tons of damage to Team Soul. Now this is how, in contrast, we come down to Team EXO. Now they've been also playing around a few very good spots, right? Especially these hills that they held on across, right? These 1 point, then they kind of rotated around Chumacera. This is one of those areas that they stayed out for too long. But it was that little shack that they were holding with all their lives. And towards the end, that is what really helped them in getting the chicken dinner.
Now, at the same time, you know, there were one more team who was doing an amazing job. That was the side of FS. If you could shed a little light on their drop and then select team, and then you can click on Team FS to show us what exactly happened, because their rotation where they fought their way inside was also phenomenal.
I mean, they did not have to travel too much.
Yeah,
But
that's the first point. I do agree.
It's all about them holding on to these particular hills, right?
Yeah.
Especially that hill cover, hill area, trying to steer off from fights. They're letting everyone pour in this direction, whichsoever. They were just going after them, getting those finish points, waiting for the right team time to strike. But there was another team that Arcad really wants to talk about. It has to be Team Soul.
Yeah,
but,
we're just gonna view as their rotation, and I think that's gonna be more than enough for us.
I think if time permits, we're certainly gonna do that, and let's see if we can make it. And here we have Team Soul right in front of us.
Yeah, so the small rotations coming in from these two teams, we did witness it, right? So there was a small, they went above, they had that high ground for themselves, and then eventually when the time was right, they came down. In between that, they had few clashes which they had to keep them at bay, and I really love the way the final moments where it was Team EXO versus Team Soul, both of them restricting. In the beginning, Team EXO wanted to take down Team Soul, and then eventually they were like, no, let's just restrict them. Team Soul, first they were like, let's keep EXO far away, and then they're like, no, we'll take them down. That, pace shift which coming in between these two was also amazing.
I get you, buddy. But, at that moment, there was numerous amount of teams that wanted to take down Team Soul, but none succeeded until the final moments where
Enigma.
I think, Team Soul were pretty much out of any option. They ran out of smokes because of how engaging were they in so many of those fights, because the entire southern side almost had been cleared by them. At least they had a huge role to play in that.
Yeah, agreed on this point. But again, ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to bring in your friends. The final map is going to be very, very crucial. Let me remind you yet again, 15 to 17 points, somewhere around that spot is where the second position is still to contest. There's going to be many names, big names as well. Let me remind you, Enigma, Global, we have FS, we have OR, we have... who else? We can bring in the final games. FS, Enigma, Global,
I mean, we
OR.
have it all I know those hiccups are coming through because nothing is really flashing across my mind. All I'm doing is waiting for that final game to begin, because this is where, if this was chaos, you do not have any idea of what happens in the final game.
Now, this is where, I have some wild dogs to speak about, or the dark horses who's going to just unleash themselves and just go around picking up as many finishes as possible. That's going to be WSF, right? Because suddenly, out of nowhere, in the final map, when they have nothing to lose, they become that hooligans who wants to pick up every single team out there. So in case they are not restricted, what kind of a gameplay are they going to bring in? Are they going to be the catalyst for the winning of any of these teams who are taking the second position? All of this is going to be possible, ladies and gentlemen. Again and again, I'm telling you this. Make sure you share it among your friends. Make them all come in over here, because ultimately, the fight to the finish is just few seconds away in the final map to come.
Indeed it is. Now, we did talk about a certain teams. Now, you mentioned about Esports Wala WSF.
Yeah.
Along with that, few more names I would love to add to the list, right? Who are going to be to their notorious ways. I think one of them has to be Team Kinetic. Then our Esports and few others. Like for the big dogs, there are few big dogs who've also not made it quite far. I think Hyderabad Hydras, and if they want to cause trouble, go for it. And this is where I think Global Esports will need to watch out for, because Global Esports have tried a lot of things. And talking about Global Esports, Hydra officials.
Yeah, now it switched on for you.
For what they did to them during the league stages, those final few games, this is the perfect time to get revenge.
Now, that is what's going to be happening. The statements are given out over here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be stepping into the pre-match segment powered by Loco. I'm going to say goodbye for the event itself. Thank you so much. It was an honor here. And we're going to have the bass voice hitting from where I'm sitting.
You need those top, because it's XP out. And now you're going to come in. And now it's all the time that we've been waiting for, XP. I'm getting all riled up, all stoked up to find out who are gonna be the teams that take that top 3 positions out here. Now you've settled in. You were watching the match from the sidelines.
I was.
Take me through it, man.
Alrighty. This is it. Now, I loved one thing in the chat, by the way, since you've been casting the last couple of games. I was just, doodling around.
Okay.
A lot of mathematicians out there.
All right.
And it does look like, well, someone might go away with the big thing, but the race for the second position is on, and that is the beauty about this tournament. It all comes down to the line. And, of course, a massive shout-out to BGMI Crofton for giving us this amazing game and our sponsors, iQOO and Loco, which means for the last time, before the final game, let's see how to slay your dragon. Well, there you have it. How to slay your dragon. Not to be confused with how to train your dragon because, well, you want to make sure that you kill everything in your path. But again, that's where the iQOO Neo 6 comes in. 90 FPS, buddy, and BGMI makes it just a bit too easy, doesn't it?
Especially with BGIS round the corner. And for all the esports enthusiasts, now you're searching for a very good smartphone in this particular mid-range segment, right? Gets you that Snapdragon 870 5G processor. You've got that 80 watts of flash charge. Want to top it all? That cascade cooling system.
You read my mind. That's it. Because, as I was saying that although it is pretty nice and chill in the studio, things are heating up. And when things heat up in your game, well, this phone is going to make sure everything is nice and icy. But before we get on to the action, we did ask all our lovely viewers to send their questions on Twitter using the hashtag AskLocoNow. And now we have Anuj Chabra coming up. And if I may, I'll just ask you the question itself. If you could pick one player from one team and fit him in another team for their game style, who would it be and why?
Oh, that's a really tough one to answer. And
so many possibilities.
So many possibilities, so much permutation and combination. But if you have to talk about the perfect team to be laid out, it's all about, the synergies between the
100%.
players, right? It's just not about how a player is performing in one certain team, and you cannot expect him to perform the same way in a new one, right? That has been the case of Seoul. They're so gelled up with each other. There were a bunch of misfits, keep in mind. But again, coming back to the answer, I think for me, I'll have a little bit of a spot for maybe Sarang. And I think a team needing a support player from the backlines could go maybe towards to EXO.
EXO, again, they do have a little bit of commotion inside the squad itself. So, something might need to be happening. And you know what? I might even just put Spray God in as well. Make sure that these two lads stick together. Because, boy, they do put up a fight. And, well, what we're going to do now is make sure you know that there's a lot of BGMI merch up for grabs. And all you have to do is hit the link down below. And I'm sure they're keeping a close eye on the points for the day. And you could get all this BGMI merch, but there's a surprise coming in this time around. It's going to be Max in the studio with us as Wixie from Enigma Galaxy is going out. And there you have it, the big man himself, Mortal from Team Seoul is going to make an appearance as Akshat is heading out. And, of course, they can afford to do this because, well, they pretty much have the title in their hands, but the race is still on for that second position.
Indeed it is. Hashtag 2 is what we're talking about. 4-5 teams in the mix. Whoever could get over their fear, get over those butterflies in their stomach, is going to be stepping out with all that bragging rights, those money. Yes, that's going to happen. And it's like this. Because I was literally shivering while I was casting all those feelings, those goosebumps. I can barely feel what's going on in the mind of the players.
Well, of course, as far as Team Seoul is concerned, we know that things are pretty fancy. And the celebrations might be there in the boot camp as it is.
Yes.
Of course, we're going to be celebrating together later
Get the dole for Team Seoul. You've got everything.
We'll do that later, but again, just a little bit of music over here. But now, let's come back to business. Everyone's going to be happy seeing Mortals coming back, all right? Let's take another second. Let's just get over it, because even we're like... But the thing is, now, again, for all the other teams, they might see the names coming in, but they'll be like, it's not going to make that much of a difference, because for them, everything is going to be on the line. And this last game is going to be their last chance to shine in the spotlight.
The final ride, the last hurrah, the last dance, call whatever you may, because this one, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a banger of a match. Everyone's going to be excited, because this is where we write history, right? Legends are going to be etched in the Hall of Fame because it's the first time, 2 crore prize pool is out for grabs, and it's been about being the best, the highest ever in the history of Indian esports, and it is time, XP.
Well, as we warm our hands up, we're going to say bye-bye from the studio before the final game of the iQOO BMPS Powered by Loco. But once again, before the carnage, death, and destruction visits the map of Wrangle, let's just take a moment and appreciate the unknown soldier.
Of course, the unknown soldier, the one that created it all. I love that signature, the white shirt and that black tie. And
I got that outfit at home.
Yeah, you were really close. I mean, you were sporting a blue one this time around, but I like this outfit. I have this personally in my account, but inside the museum. Now, this is what I was talking. Now, this is where you're gonna have the portraits of the champions,
I love
the
it.
lair,
I love
right?
it.
And it's gonna get so spiced up.
It is going to get spicy indeed, and well, of course, one team is going to be walking away with all the accolades and the glory. However, there are still positions to be filled. The race for the podium is still on. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, everything is still up for grabs, because I was listening to Arca and you earlier. Only about 15, 16 points is the difference between these teams. So everything is going to come down to the last moment. And we promised all you lovely viewers out there that it's going to be a nail-biting finish.
Indeed it is. Race to the final position is what we have over here. But yeah, I think for now, we've been talking about teams kind of going away into those mischievous ways, right? We're talking about Team Hydra. This is the right time. This is the right time to, kind of repay for whatever they did to them in those, league stages. So that is Global Esports I'm talking about. But XP, it's time.
Well, it is time, as the Big Bird is going to take to the skies for one last time in the iQOO BMPS Powered by Loco. And of course, the man of the moment himself is going to be on your screens playing on an iQOO Neo 6. It is Mortal from Team Soul. And well, looking at the flight path, we might just see a little bit of a Southern Circle this time.
I hope so. I mean, imagine the final game and a certain circle for us, a military base at that, and this could be all out madness. But for now, I mean, nothing out of the ordinary. Team Autobotz, they're heading towards Primorsk. I'm just eyeing out for any odd things happening, right? Because teams, they're going to be scared. They might get targeted. They might be pushed over. And let's just wait with bated breath and to see if anything is off.
Fexus, at this point, what I kind of believe is it's the final game, right?
Yeah.
Now, they already have their positions. If that fear sets in, it could be problematic. I want them to have fun, because at the end of the day, that is the essence of the game. Because if you don't enjoy what you do, then why do it, right? I mean, you and I both know that. I mean, we started talking for a living, but we do come from different backgrounds. However, action is going to be starting pretty much soon, and looks like a few teams might just tango in or around Yasnaya. But the question is, where is the first circle going to form? And as predicted, the entire Sosnovka military island is going to be in Zone 1.
We've seen this circle time and again,
Goes
ends
south.
around
Goes
that, snake buildings. But yes, if it goes south, this is all that we ever want. But Global Esports, they're trying something different, are they? OR Esports, they've dropped over where they're supposed to. Puchinki has been left vacant. Now 7C. I think they want revenge for what INS did and could maybe try to spoil their party.
Well, let's see if some parties are going to be spoiled, because, well, like I said, like we all mentioned again and again and again, all that money is up for grabs. A massive 2 crore prize pool is what the teams are fighting for. And it's safe to say that 75 lakhs has already been, well, it's out of commission. But have a look at Yasnaya Polyana. A lot of teams heading over there. And if the gentlemen on the ground do find their weapons, they might just shoot a few birds out of the sky.
Oh, they can indeed. At this particular point, look at Team Enigma. Evo especially, he understands the gravity of the situation. He understands the atmosphere in the lobby. But Global Esports, despite all odds, still decide to head over towards Western Georgia as FS and Hyderabad Hydras can lock horns.
Well, they can lock horns, but the problem is HH are going to have a little bit of an advantage because they have the compound for themselves, and this is quick thinking and good thinking on K47's part, because, well, he couldn't really traverse across the land itself. Now, Clutch might join his teammate, but there you have it. Ace Black coming in from behind. The positions are going to be given away. He does have the shotgun with himself, and he does shoot. He connects one. The other one is going to be a shotty versus shotty, but it's going to be Clutch who gets the better of both these members from Hyderabad Hydras. Not off to a good start yet again.
You know, free finishes for FS Esports. They're going to take that with open arms. And who would have thought an S12K out of every single weapon? And this is what we wanted. This is exactly the kind of a start. And Hyderabad Hydras, oh, we've got to say them goodbye pretty soon.
Well, looks like they are going to be bidding us adieu as Ace Black is slowly but steadily going to meet his maker. And of course, he is going to end up in a watery grave. Now, FS Esports off to a good start. They can rack up a few finish points for themselves early, which means they might just rise through the overall rankings. Again, it's not about the podium. It's not about the top spot just yet. It's about all that money that is up for grabs. But, you know, we did see a lot of commotion fixes around Yasnaya. However, at this point, it is still going to be Hydra official city for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, teams aren't really messing things around, but FS Esports, they finally recuperate. Now, this is where my cause of concern arises. Considering they're engaging in battles, this is delaying their time to get their loot done.
You know, despite Global Esports, they usually do drop down at the military base, permitted by the flight path. I'm going to hold on to my thought because it looks like Aladdin is going to go in and Hellgod is going to be the first one brought down now. The opposition is going to come in. Spraygod spraying lead with his UMP, almost gets a few connections. He is going to be low on HP, switches his gun. Unfortunately, Zenopi is going to get the better of him. Now Beast with a massive grenade. It has been flung, but unfortunately, Sarang is still going to be alive and kicking. This is where Scream could be instrumental. Unfortunately for BB, well, they're going to be down to just one lost man.
Slippery fingers knocking himself out. It all comes down to Scream, who has no other option left but got to get that revive onto its Beast. Now, 7C, they're doing exactly the same. I do not understand why both of these teams engaged at this particular situation.
Well, they did engage, but we love the action. Now, this is where the oopsie came in. He did cook it pretty well. Unfortunately, that little bounce of the ball was going to make sure that he comes down instead. And now Scream, he has picked up Beast. They are going to be cooking some more grenades. They know that the enemy are going to be pushing on their position as well. And Sarang is going to open the door. The grenade is going to go boom. He does lose a massive chunk of his HP, but for now, it is still going to be a 3v2 situation. A Scream is going to scatter right to the top.
And Aladdin, he's already cooked up a grenade over here. One good toss and it could be all over for Team Big Brother, as Beast does not have the best of the meds, right? Just has a few bandages to work around with, steps out of cover. Oh, very interesting position being held by him.
Absolutely, and that is what presence of mind is. And from above, he can be raining down death. Aladdin has no idea that something's going to be close by. Lucky for him, it is just a couple of smoke grenades. But now this is when he might just jump down and do something out of the ordinary. And that is something that you and I definitely want to see. But there you have it. They are going to go up. They're going to be unaware of his position at this moment. I wonder if they know where he is standing as a grenade is going to be tossed in. But 7C, come back down.
They have no clue of his whereabouts at this particular moment. Sarang just spraying through. Savitar also making those moves, those entries, but Scream, he's going to toss one more grenade, cook it into perfection. This could land, but nothing really hits.
Nothing really hits, but Scream is going to hold on to it. But there you go. Finally, the position is going to be given away, and
Beast.
Sarang is going to get the better of him as Beast OP. Well, he is going to have to go the other direction and survive for as long as he can. And there you have it. Scream is going to be finished. The Superman punch was coming in. However, the bullets from Sarang were just a bit too fast.
And Big Brother, goodbye from this tournament. And now Team INS come in to cause carnage throughout the entire lobby. 7C Sarang, does he have time to get himself back? Because Team EXO from afar were also playing spoil sport in this particular fight.
You know, you're going to agree with me over here. All the teams are going to be converging in on this position because for now it's going to be Evert who gets the better of Savitar at the beginning. Now Aladdin with his suppressed M4 is going to keep sure that, you know, the enemy is kept at bay. But we just had a look at the map here, Fixes, and everyone could be expecting or might be anticipating a southern shift. So, you know, this little area is going to be hotly contested as Sarang's AK is going to rattle off as Joker goes down, and Shane with the Zuzi, well, he hits nothing but concrete.
Oh, indeed. As now Sarang, he's going to make those hasty moves, but shots coming in from the back lines. It's going to be Crazy Soul who gets that knock, but now 7C, they're out of options. Aladdin is what they have, and he's going to do something out of ordinary. Savitar, not the best of HPS. Crazy Soul, there he goes, gets taken down and gets that beautiful finish as 7C, their journey is over.
Imagine the pressure. We were wondering, why is he running willy-nilly right towards the position? Because from behind, another team wants to come in and partake in the party, because Team EXO is going to be coming in. Enigma Galaxy's ears are all puckered up, and looks like Team INS are now now going to be in a little bit of a sandwich situation. Question is, can they survive against these odds stacked against them?
Team EXO, they've gone past their fears. They don't care. They've got nothing really to fight for. It's all about ending this tournament with their heads held high. Maybe another chicken dinner could redeem the glory that they've lost. But for now, Punk, he's just waiting out. And just with bated breaths as those grenades go pouring in, is it going to be enough securing that knock?
Well, let's see if it is going to be enough. Because he does have an idea, but then again, you know, of course, the enemy is going to be expecting some projectiles coming in through the window. So it is a good decision that he's going to hold on to his utility as long as he can. But again, you know, have a look at the map. We just had a look on our screens. Everyone is going to be converging in towards the eastern bridge that leads to the Sosnovka military island. And this is where, well, maybe in the future, Crofton, if you guys are listening, you might just want to call it the graveyard from next time around.
Could have a landmark, position here, with a few hollow sprays edged. Yeah, something that reminds of what has happened over here. Look at this. Nigma Galaxy also wants to join. And Team Soul, they're already celebrating. We just do not have Mortal. We also do have Viper Chacha with us.
I love that. I love that. And of course, Mortal in his iconic outfit over there, just making sure, hey guys, we're just going to be relaxing over here. If you still want to comment at the king, you better not miss, but looks like the King of the Hill has already been decided. However, we are still going to see whether number 2 is going to go OR's way, GE's way, or anybody else for that matter who have a good game. Enigma Galaxy still in the fray here, Fixes.
Oh, they indeed are. But for now, Team Kinetic, like I said, I really want them to play spoil sport. Really ruin, nothing to lose, ruin the lives of maybe Team Enigma Galaxy, because up until yesterday, they were nowhere into the mix of things. They were at the 13th position, and suddenly, out of nowhere, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, and they're in the top 3.
They are indeed, and well, OR Esports is going to be a big game for them. It's going to be a big game for Global Esports as well. And speaking of GE, they're going to be out in the blue, taking their sweet time, coming in, capitalizing, or rather just trying to make sure they get those position points and securing themselves a podium finish. But elsewhere, up north in Rozhok, looks like the one lone survivor from Hyderabad, Hydra, is going to try and keep his company, well, unoccupied over there because OR Esports, well, they're going to be opening up on Enigma as Avi has been brought down to his knees.
This is bad news. This could get as worse as it could get for Team Enigma. Cannot really afford to lose out on numbers. We did witness, though, Evo was the one who worked kind of a contingency plan if everything goes astray. As OR Esports, it's just not Team Enigma they're dealing with. It is against the big guns, the big dogs, that is Team EXO, who lie right in front of them.
Well, Team EXO, they do have the open grounds for themselves. OR do have a semblance of cover, but looks like shots are going to be coming their way from behind as they are going to make their way to the double barn houses just at the edge of the water over there. And of course, this is one of my favorite places as well, you know, because you have a lot of versatility with all these buildings. You can do so much, make up so many angles, but it'll only work, Fixes, if the circle decides to come their way.
Oh, yeah. And that is where we're always being kept thinking, right? Keep guessing as to, is it going a little bit down south? But now the chances are very limited, and well, it looks bleak that we might get to see it going towards the southern side, maybe to a position where the players of our esports are, could be an important point. Those 2 barn houses could be in very good position to hold at this given point.
Absolutely, and I do kind of have a feeling, an inkling actually, that, you know, it might just head over to Potato Hill as well, because have a look at that. All the teams do want to come and make sure they get the highest spot in the map so far, as Global Esports coming in from behind Team Soul. Could we see a little bit of a kerfuffle breaking out? Because Hector, well, he's just going to go north and do what he does best, making sure he picks up every single first aid, although they don't need to do anything right now. They can pretty much just bow out in the first position, but they ain't going to do that.
I think, winning with a bang is what Team Soul would want at this point. They've been steering off from fights. They do not care about what's happening. But for Global Esports, we really could hear, the heartbeats, the breaths just coming out. But now this is the point. I think they're in a collision course against the players of Autobotz.
Well, a collision course is what we're expecting, but we are also going to wait and see where the circle is going to go. There you have it. It has a drastic shift. Team Soul are looking good. Autobotz are looking good. Global Esports at this moment are definitely looking good as well. And of course, one of your men that you do want to have a look at, there you have it. Your favorite player on your screens right now, Soul Mortal.
Oh yeah, there you have it, in his iconic hazard suit out here. But XP, we've seen this circle in the past, in the league stages. The one circle where walkouts managed to go with the chicken dinner, right? The one game that they took Seoul in over the Pochinki Hills. It's sort of similar. Team Seoul is exactly holding that spot right now.
And of course, you have to do what you're comfortable with, right? That is the position they usually love. And, well, we did see walkouts walk all over them last time around, but unfortunately, they aren't in this competition at this moment. Autobotz. Oh boy, they know that this is the calm before the storm, because everywhere around them, they're going to have some movement. They're going to see something stirring in the distance, and, well, the hearts are just going to be pounding a little bit extra. But for now, they're holding on to the four houses pretty well, making sure that they are split up. And our Esports, on the other hand, well, they have the gods of BGMI shining down upon them as far as the circle is concerned.
Look at Team INS, though. If we could have the map feed in front of our screens. They've taken it all down south. Beautiful. There you go. Crazy Soul, Ivert. I really love this adaptation to the situation, because they still have something to fight out for, right? If they go all guns blazing, get a lot of finishes, maybe end up with a chicken dinner. You never know. Maybe the third position or maybe the fourth.
Now this is where things get interesting, because if, for example, if Global Esports, well, I'm going to hold on to my thought, because Enigma, Avi, we did see him being brought down early on. He was picked up, but now he is going to be put 6 feet under for good, and Hydra official are going to get their first finish to their names. Just quickly coming back to the point that I was trying to make. Global Esports, again, see, they're an intelligent team. They're not going to be silly about the fact that, they're not going to keep an eye out on the backside. But this is where INS loves calling home. This is where they drop down, so they're going to be a little bit more versatile with every single nook and cranny as Evo come under fire from Athanki. However, this time around, he isn't going down, but who does go down is Kinetic's KU, courtesy Curran from WSF.
Oh, of course. Now, that is a fight that's happening inside the cities of Pochinki. But for now, OR Esports team Enigma Gaming, two of the teams that are fighting for that second spot. But for now, we've got our attention shifted on this particular one. Tango with a beautiful flank out here could make some really good work.
Well, Bayo's going to make sure that Invader is not going to be chucking any grenades at his comrades, and that is, of course, what you want to do. Smoke's been deployed over here, and now he can go in for an easy revive. But this is where Esports Wala, again, a team with nothing to lose. Both of these teams, as a matter of fact, they need to come in. They need to make some moves. I know that they're waiting for another pick, perhaps, but Esports Wala Tango, look at him. He's going to be on the right flank for his team's point of view. But unfortunately, he can't capitalize on what he started, because KU is going to be picked up.
At this point, I do not understand why Esports Wala WSF and Kinetic are fighting it out. Nothing to really win. But Striker, I think, is just, helpless, searching out for more first aids, anything that he can potentially get. Because the moment he goes down, so are the Hyderabad Hydras.
Well, they might go down as well, because, again, last man standing, he doesn't really have too many options. Now, the thing is, the circle has kind of imploded in, and as expected, it is going to be around Enigma Galaxy's compound, and the Autobots are going to be happy as well. However, their happiness might just be a little short-lived, because a few teams, if I was them, I would definitely want to hit them hard, and it looks like outside something has happened, and Team Hyderabad Hydras are going to bid us adieu.
I think this is where I think the teams like Seoul could take over those little hills right in front of those visit towers, just where Autobots are, right? That is one of those areas that can be contested. You've got a lot of riches to play around. Nigma Galaxy have a very promising position, but it's another fight, like we've seen speaking about it. Kinetic, Esports Wala WSF fighting out still in Pochinki.
Well, looks like another fight is breaking out as our Esports' position is going to be taken head-on by FS Esports, but no, it's going to be a few of them just were wiped out in the blink of an eye. That vehicle exploding, taking out Hitman and K47, and, well, the last man standing, Explicit, well, he's going to be hitting the water right now, and our Esports are going to be under fire from elsewhere, and another fight is going to be breaking out. Oh my goodness, this is going to be crucial for the boys from Global Esports, as Manya has been brought down courtesy Team INS.
This is a collapse, a huge one for Global Esports. You need Manya in situations like this. He has been one of the players who's made a lot of difference. Now, this is what we love about Team INS. Global Esports had no idea they're going to get struck from behind.
That's it. That is exactly what we had anticipated. And boy, oh boy, do we love it when the predictions come true. But now Evo finally coming under fire from Dynamite from Team Hydra is going to be brought down. And there you have it. Jelly from OR is going to come in and steal that finish. And again, every single point at this moment matters, as Team XO's Fierce is going to get the better of Enigma Rex.
Oh, he certainly will. Jelly still maneuvering around inside the lobby, wants to spot out, get those finish points, 2 already secured for OR. Now with Global Esports losing out out on men, and Enigma Gaming not really having a good time inside the lobby. Is it Team OR who walks out with that hashtag too?
I don't know, buddy. I don't know. Global Esports, they are still survived by 3 members, and for now they're outside the circle, but Team INS could be their spoil sports over there. Now Goblin, again, the job has been done, but these boys are hungry for more, as now Team Kinetic are going to be coming in their crosshairs, as Goblin is bobbing and weaving against all that fire coming towards his position, as Rockstar from our Esports is going to be making sure they still hold on to their position, as Esports, while at WSF, well, they're going to say bye-bye for the last time in this tournament.
Indeed, they are. Finally, Mortal opening up on his AKM as Hector, look at what he's up to, as a grenade just opens up. Onyx or down on his knees, as Goblin trying to scout through the land could get the better out of KU.
He probably could, as Hector is going to make sure that Onyx is brought down, and now the right flank is going to be exposed. He might just see God at the distance. There you have it. Shots are going to be fired. He goes around the smoke. In fact, he's going to be tucking tail and running this time around, because normally you don't expect him to miss, but there you have it. He is not one to back out, as once again he turns around, lays down a few shots, as Hector is going to be the one who is dishing out all that damage. Now, God needs to replenish himself out. Bayo is going to be in a bit of trouble, and I like that Mortal still has his iconic DP28 right in his hands.
We're just living the memories right now, enjoying the moments, as Hector, another good grenade, has been instrumental for Team Soul so far, for the kind of cover fire that he's provided, for the kind of openings that he's had. What a grand finals has it been for this man?
Oh, it has been amazing, and you know, all these boys are going to be sharing in all the spoils later on, but for now, Team Kinetic still survived by 2 members. They still can get a few position points. They still can make some more money, but the problem is there's a green goblin heading their way. There you have it. He opens it up with a grenade. He's going to go in and make sure he finishes them off, and he knows that God was way back on the other side, and as far as he's concerned, well, he is skedaddling out of there in a vehicle.
Team Soul, they're playing without any fear. They have nothing left. You know, they've done the heavy lifting. They've done it all, but this is where Enigma Galaxy, they're playing as if their lives depend on this game, still hiding in those barn houses, not even moving a muscle.
Every single point is going to matter. Every single point is up for grabs, and they're going to make sure they get those position points, as Team Soul's Viper is going to get the better of Dynamite, and well, Soul Viper is going to be taken down instead.
Now look at this. OR Esports, this is one of those very important fights. They really need to live alive. If they go falling down, this could spark an end to their hashtag 2 dreams right now. Team EXO really closing in. Ooh. They really want to pick a fight.
I just saw something pretty interesting. Now, of course, Team EXO are going to be closing in. Sensei is going to be coming in from behind at some point or the other, as Punk is going to make sure he lays down enough grenades. And, well, speaking of Sensei, looks like his flank was outmaneuvered, as he's going to be brought down to his bloodied knees. But now, Fizz, he has an idea where the boys from OR Esports are, as grenades are going to be flung on either side. And, well, keep one thing in mind, another team could come in from behind and play spoil sport, as Hector once again unleashing hell on hell from Autobotz.
You know, Sensei giving the position away for the boys from OR Esports. Now this is where things stop. Now they need to fight. They need to pick this one, as Global Esports now in a collision goes just spraying across, gets that one, or can he get more?
Well, they might just get more, but looks like they are going to be content with one right now, because our Esports is going to be hit hard from behind, as grenades are going to be going off. And well, Ronnie was just brought down to his knees. Now Knuckle, he's got to make sure he picks him up first, because well, they do have a semblance of cover. Our Esports, they are playing phenomenally right now as far as the smokes being deployed is concerned, but looks like when you are being shot at from every single direction, things are going to be a bit tricky, as Viper opens up his 4 times on the Scar Rail, lays down a few shots, and Global Esport, they are in a bit of a predicament here, Texas.
You know, what I'm really concerned about is the EXO and the OR Esports fight. If we could have that fight in front of us, there you go. Punk opening it out on Aditya, as Jelly has to be that wall, has to somehow ensure that his men are back up as fierce. He's going out for a flank. Immortal on a run. Jelly might get trampled over. Hits right on him, and there you go. Jelly still getting that knock.
He does get the knock, but now Fierce is going to be coming in from the right flank. He does spot Aditya. Aditya goes down. It's going to be a one-on-one situation. Is it going to be Fierce? Is it going to be Jelly? Is he going to wobble? He does wobble. It was not a one-on-one. It was a 2-on-1, and Zatunki once again coming to his team's rescue. This guy has been so instrumental. It is not even funny.
But this is where Team Soul, no, they've got their work cut out. Goblin comes in to strike. OR Esports left lamenting, as Goblin, he is looking for more. Can he get a few more finishes to his name, XP?
Well, he just might do that. Of course, he is still leading the charge, as Ronnie, his days are definitely numbered. Oh my goodness, the shrapnel shrapnel raining down from the skies is going to be just a bit more painful, but again, some respite coming in. Keep one thing in mind, Joker is still out on the back line, so Global Esports' hopes and dreams are still alive on one man's shoulder. For OR Esports, they do have 6 finishes already, and every single point is going to matter, but Mortal over here, I think he spotted a snake in the distance. I think he's heard something. He definitely saw something slithering away, but it's going to be his teammate Viper who is going to snuff out the lives of Global Esports.
Ah, this is Team Soul written all over it. XP, look at the hills. We did talk about it. Whoever capsizes this is the one who has a very good chance of getting a chicken dinner. Now, if Team Soul go on playing like the way they've been playing, look at Dreams out in the open. Finally spotted out Viper, taking a few pot shots, but has connected just one bullet.
He did connect one bullet. But again, they are looking good. Have a look at that. 10 finishes for themselves already. OR Esports at this point aren't going to be making too many noises for themselves as, well, Makes your fortification is going to be coming up. But, oh my goodness, I spoke to Swoon because Apollo from Enigma Galaxy comes in and, well, seals the deal for him. But looks like Soul Mortal finally lets his DP28 do all the talking as Dreams from Nigma is living a nightmare.
Legend, all coiled up, ready to strike, bite when the right moment arrives, as Team Soul has no clue of his whereabouts. At this point, Mortal, like you said, has let himself loose. He wants to get the better out of the players of Enigma Galaxy, and suddenly their dreams are going to get turned into a nightmare.
They are indeed, as MJ is going to be one of the last few members remaining standing inside that little compound. But as you mentioned, Legend from Hydra. Ooh, he has an opportunity to actually go down in Legend if he gets the better of Team Soul at this position. Elsewhere, Aru's going to pick himself up. And speaking of Aru, he's going to get revenge on Enigma Galaxy as Apollo goes down. And now they're just two as far as Enigma Galaxy is concerned.
I feel they've done it. But look at INS. Joker still surviving, still relentless. A few shots being taken over at max. Could go falling down, needs to ensure he gets that finish before the life is snuffed out of him, as Joker somehow using the smoke coverage. Can he get the better out of MJ? Yes, he does, as INS out of nowhere have clutched this one out.
Oh my goodness, the dreams are going to be shouted for all the teams in the 2nd to 5th position because Enigma Galaxy is out as well. Can OR pull this off? Because now they're just 4 teams remaining, and there you have it. 4 becomes 3 as INS Joker is going to go out with a bang. But Team Soul, baby, they are looking good, and finally this is when Legend shows up and he gets the better of Soul Viper. Now all this information is going to be given away, although they are going to be produced by one man. Man, they still have 3 people to contend with. You have Hector and Mortal at one end, and, well, the Goblin himself at the other. And speaking of the Goblin, Altunki just blew him from the face of Erangel.
Now Legend, he is taking a fight against the Legends in themselves, the ones who are contending for the winners of the iQOO BMPS. But OR Esports, the boys have dug in so far against all odds. XP 9 finishes strong, and again it is Altunki, the lonesome survivor, doing it all.
Man, he's a lone ranger, he's a lone survivor, and he is always going to be there at the end. But now Mortal, he does have his weapons. Have a look at that gun. It is fancy, the DP28. And, well, Hector and all they have to do is just bide the time, wait for the enemies to show themselves, because grenades are being flung in his direction. And Legend is going to be slowly but steadily coming a bit closer, creeping towards his spray. Now, of course, the backpacks are going to be left behind because you don't really want to give your position away. Same goes for OR's Altunki.
A little bit of a Mexican standoff, right? Legends could spot Altunki around, needs to play around the cover of this tree, but now Altunki somehow has got to make an entry inside the circle. 19 meters is what he's got to traverse, but can he make it? Can Legend survive more than him? Or is it going to be Altunki who ends at the 2nd position, or maybe could turn the tables over?
Anything is possible at this moment. However, I think Hydra Legend's position is going to be given away. There you have it. Shots coming in, and Hector is going to make sure that he seals the deal as Team Soul are now going to go up in a 1-on-2 situation against OR Esports. And now Hector, he does have an idea, mind you, that, the shots were coming in from this direction earlier. And the question is Altunki going to be dug deep? And, he is already wearing the dress of a mummy. So that's going to be something that is going to be interesting to see fixes. But I wonder if Mortal is going to put that final nail in the coffin for Team Soul.
He does have that high ground.
Oh,
you realize that. The grenades coming in. Still has a few first aids to work around with. But Hector, he's going to be relentless. Still pouring in all that shrapnel he can into that possible direction.
He can indeed, but Altunki, he is fully boosted up. He's going to make sure he doesn't move a muscle at all, because chances are, if he does so, someone might just see something glistening in that bush. But for now, Mortal with a grenade of his own. Well, he isn't going to be finding anything. It's kind of like battle chips at this moment, because you're just trying to be lucky with your throws over there, as the circle again is going to force them to come closer to one another. Both Team Soul and OR Esports, well, Team Souls have already got the job done. OR literally fighting for their lives.
Shooting arrows in the dark is what it is, right? It's all about connecting. It's not about missing. Mortal makes those big brain plays, wants to spot out Atanki, needs to have that little bit of a higher vision. But this is where I really want him to traverse around, right?
That's it! There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Mortal and the boys from Team Soul are going to be the winners of the last game in the iQOO BMPS Powered by Loco. And boy, oh boy, what a journey it has been. What a statement they have made at this moment, walking away with all the accolades, all the glory. And, well, they come in and seal the deal at the end as well. Love it.
Just came down to the wire.
Just beautiful.
Just beautiful. The way it's all been destined, the way it's all been written. We've been talking about it. It's all about the universe aligning for making Soul the champions over here, ladies and gentlemen. The way they played, came in with a bang, went out with that shebang, and this is all the fans that we needed. It's the rockets flying up to the moon, the galaxies afar. It's everything up for taking.
I mean, just a brilliant game coming in, and of course, we do already kind of have a little bit of a prediction who's going to be walking away with that beautiful trophy, and it's going to be these boys behind us. However, we still don't know who's going to finish in the second position, because, remind you, once again, a lot of money is on the line, and boy, oh boy, every single position, the further down you go, well, the lesser you get out of that big chunk of the money.
Oh, yeah. I mean, OR Esports, I think, really did come out swinging, right?
I think they might have got it.
They might have. They possibly might have. Especially the situation of how they entered inside the circle against all odds. They had to go against the Bulls, right? Team EXO, they were left untamed, right? They were just going around, going after every single soul that they spotted. But what a wholesome match has been. And indeed, what a tournament has it been. Wow, XP.
It has been amazing, but I do believe now we are going to be heading into the rewards section of the segment of this show, because we're going to be waiting with bated breath as well to see exactly what is happening. But before we do so, I mean, again, it has been an amazing day so far, and congratulations for, first of all the teams to make it to the top 16. But now we're going to find out who is going to be crowned the champion, because in a few seconds, well, we're going to be switching things up and heading in a different direction. But Fixes, it's been amazing.
It's been amazing. I loved it.
You know, I think let's just keep quiet for a second.
Yeah.
धन्यवाद मेजी एंड एंकी। वेल, ये जो पूरा पड़ाव था काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन था, और इसी के साथ अब मैं यहाँ पर स्वागत करना चाहूंगा मिस्टर मीनू ली फ्रॉम क्राफ्टन। हाउ यू फीलिंग? हाउ वाज द कंपटीशन? आई एम एक्सट्रीमली हैप्पी, एक्सट्रीमली अमेजिंग कंपटीशन यहाँ पर हमें देखने को मिला है। लेकिन एट द एंड एक टीम यहाँ पर विजेता बनती नजर आई है, एक टीम सर्वश्रेष्ठ भारत की टीम बनती नजर आई। जिस तरीके से मेजी ने बात करी कि वो 12 से लेकर के 12 तारीख पर उन्होंने अपनी यहाँ पर हिस्ट्री बनाई है, एंड दे हैड अ डेट विद डेस्टिनी, दे स्पोक वन लैंग्वेज, द लैंग्वेज वाज द लैंग्वेज ऑफ सक्सेस। जिस तरीके से इस टीम ने अपने आप को सर्वोपरि सर्वश्रेष्ठ बना करके रखा, देवियों सज्जनों, आप लोगों के विजेता इस iQOO प्रेजेंट्स बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया प्रो सीरीज के रहने वाले हैं टीम सोल। जिस तरीके से इनकी तरफ से प्रदर्शन आया, इनकी तरफ से यहां पर काबिलियत देखने को मिली है, हर एक चुनौती को पार पा पर के इन लोगों ने अपने आप को सबसे ऊपर रखा है। चैंपियंस कहलाए हैं, हक से कहलाए हैं। जो भी अड़चन सामने आई है उसको पार पाया है, उसको साइड में रखा है, और इस समय एक परचम भारत में लहराता नजर आएगा। आज की रात, कल का दिन, अगला हफ्ता, बच्चा बच्चा बोलेगा कि मैं सोल फैन हूं और मैं हक से इस टीम को सपोर्ट करता हूं। जिस तरीके से इस टीम ने यहां पर खेला है, बात करी जाए साहिल जाखड़, हर्ष पौडवाल, अक्षत, सोहेल, नमन संदीप माथुर और यश सोनी, ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, एक इमोशन बन के उभरे हैं। मिस्टर मीनूली, how was Team Soul's performance overall?
It was great. That's all I can say.
I mean, great is the only emotion, in fact, you know, जो यहाँ पर निकल करके आता है। जिस तरीके से इस टीम ने खेला, in fact, शब्द वो बयान नहीं कर सकते जो ओवरऑल ये इमोशंस इस टीम ने ला करके इस ट्रॉफी के लिए सामने रखे हैं। इस समय देश की सर्वश्रेष्ठ ट्रॉफी ये देखने को मिलने वाली है। ब्रैगिंग राइट्स इस टीम के पास रहने वाले हैं। हर कोई एक सपना लेकर के बैठा हुआ था कि कब टीम सोल इस ट्रॉफी के करीब आएगी। हर एक चीज जो करी जा सकती थी, कड़ी मेहनत, लगन, निष्ठा, सब चीजें झोंकी गई हैं यहां पर। और ये सिर्फ टीम सोल के प्लेयर्स की ट्रॉफी नहीं है, हर उस फैन की ट्रॉफी है जिसने इस टीम को ग्रो करते हुए देखा है, उभरते हुए देखा है, सामने आते हुए देखा है। एंड एट द एंड सोल अमित, सोल सिड, पूरी टीम जो बैकएंड पर रहती है, उन सब का उतना ही इक्वल यहां पर कंट्रीब्यूशन देखने को मिला है। चलेंगे जरूर थोड़ी देर में उस टीम से बात करने। हम प्रिटी श्योर आप सब लोग जानना चाहते हैं, बातचीत करना चाहते हैं वो जो रॉकेट्स हैं जो इस समय जाने वाले हैं। आई मीन बात करी जाती है किसी के लिए स्काई इज द लिमिट, बट ये टीम तो ऑलरेडी स्ट्रेटोस्फेयर, एक्सोस्फेयर के आगे जा चुकी है, नई नई जगहों पर अपना बसेरा बनाना चाहती है। और जिस तरीके से इस टीम ने खेला है, आई एम प्रिटी श्योर देयर डेट विद डेस्टिनी स्टार्ट्स टुमारो। It is the next tomorrow that they'll be looking forward to. कल का सूरज इस टीम के लिए एक अलग सूरज रहने वाला है और उस चीज को चेरिश ये टीम डेफिनेटली करती नजर आएगी। थोड़ी देर में ये सारे प्लेयर्स, हर कोई जुड़ता नजर जरूर आएगा। द हार्ड वर्क, द डेडिकेशन, द परसिवरेंस जो कि यहां पर इन लोगों ने दिखाया, दैट हैज बीन अमेजिंग। बट देन मिस्टर मीनूली, द एंटायर टूर्नामेंट, आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम यू, हाउ हैज द एंटायर टूर्नामेंट बीन फॉर यू?
So it was a great honor for me personally. I was a part of this great tournament.
Yeah.
And I would like to give my congratulations to the Team Soul. Team Soul, you definitely deserve this win.
I mean, definitely. The way Team Soul played, every single Soul fan would have just, been so proud with their performance, with the aggression, with the understanding of the game. उन लोगों ने बहुत सारी चीज़ें बदली हैं यहाँ पर, और हर एक छोटी से छोटी चीज़ उन लोगों को इस समय यहाँ पर खुशियाँ दिलाती नज़र आ रही है। हर गेम के अंदर टीम सोल का एक ऐसा प्रदर्शन देखने को मिला है जो काबिल तारीफ था। कहीं पर भी निराशा नहीं रही, लेकिन खुशियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए। चलेंगे टीम सोल के पास और बात करने वाले हैं उन सब प्लेयर्स से यहाँ पर। टीम सोल, कैसे आप? कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस, यू गाइस डिड इनक्रेडिबल। सबसे पहला सवाल मेरा यहाँ पर रहने वाला है गॉब्लिन आपसे। जिस तरीके से गॉब्लिन उभरा है, निकला है, आया है, ये गॉब्लिन और क्या सोचता है इस गेम को लेकर के, इस गेम के बारे में, इस गेम के इमोशंस पे? गॉब्लिन, व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स ऑन दिस विन एंड एवरीथिंग दैट्स कमिंग?
अभी तो शुरुआत है भाई, देखो आगे आगे क्या क्या होता है।
Oh, that's nice. And well, Mr. Minuli, would you want to congratulate the team? I mean, it would be an honor.
Team Soul, congratulations.
हर कोई यहाँ पर काफी अलग उस तरीके से। थैंक यू मिस्टर मीनूली फॉर बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस वन। एंड वेल, ये खुशियां तो रुक ही नहीं रही हैं, जिस तरीके से चले जा रही हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच मिस्टर मीनूली, इट्स बीन अ ग्रेट ऑनर। थैंक यू गाइस। आई मीन, जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने खेला है, ये चीजें बिल्कुल नहीं रुकने वाली, जैसे आप लोगों के रॉकेट्स नहीं रुकते हैं। हेक्टर, द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन कमिंग अप ऑन टू यू। आपने इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट पे काफी अलग तरीके से खेला, काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन तरीके से आपका प्रदर्शन देखने को मिला। ये ग्रोथ अच्छी थी,
बहुत कंटेंट हो गया। ट्रॉफी पे
See, I would have wanted अगर आप लोग यहाँ पर आकर के उठाते, क्योंकि बहुत भारी है, मुझसे अकेले से नहीं उठेगी। All right, well. The emotions are definitely ramping all over जिस तरीके से आप लोग हैं, but well, ये सब प्लेयर्स यहां पर इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट को अपना बना करके गए हैं। जिस तरीके से इन लोगों ने सोचा था, जो विजन रखा था, वो विजन डेफिनेटली इन लोगों के पास आया एंड एट द एंड दे हैव एवरी राइट टू कॉल देम द चैंपियंस ऑफ iQOO प्रेजेंट्स बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज पावर्ड बाय लोको आप लोगों के सामने थे। टीम सोल, ये चीज डेफिनेटली यहां पर रहने वाली है। लेकिन चलिए चलते हैं दूसरे पायदान की टीम की तरफ, बात करेंगे कौन सी वो टीम रहने वाली है जो दूसरे पायदान पर हमें देखने को मिलने वाली है। एक ऐसी टीम जो सेकंड पोजीशन के अराउंड रहती जरूर है। कोशिश थी उनकी इस बार फर्स्ट पोजीशन जाने की, लेकिन टीम OR Esports आज के दिन रनर अप रहने वाली है iQOO प्रेजेंट्स बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया सीरीज की। अगर हम लोग बात करें, काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन तरीके से इस टीम ने यहां पर खेला है एंड एट द एंड अपने लिए सेकंड पोजीशन इस टीम ने हासिल करी है। इस टीम का हार्डवर्क, इस टीम का डेडिकेशन काफी अच्छा था। कुछ जगहों पर थोड़ी सी लेट इनकी शुरुआत हुई, बट BMPS में अपने लिए सेकंड पोजीशन हासिल करी है। आई वुड वांट कि अगर ये प्लेयर्स यहां पर हो सकते हैं, डेफिनेटली इनसे बातचीत करने का मौका मिल पाता, किस तरीके से ओवरऑल OR Esports ने यहां पर अपना प्रदर्शन दिखाया। चलेंगे जरूर एक छोटे से वीडियो की तरफ एंड जाकर के देखेंगे वो सेकंड पोजीशन का जो ट्रॉफी होल्डिंग है वो किस तरीके से है इनका। OR Esports just doing brilliant what they do. Last के कुछ गेम्स में जिस तरीके से इन लोगों ने खेला है, it was commendable, out of this world। जिस तरीके का प्रदर्शन इन लोगों का देखने को मिला, इससे ज्यादा बेहतरीन कुछ नहीं हो सकता। इनका प्रदर्शन यहां पर काबिल तारीफ था। चलेंगे इन प्लेयर्स के पास, बात करेंगे कि किस तरीके से ये अपने इस सेकंड पोजीशन को देखते हैं और आगे की इनकी क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग्स रहने वाली हैं। लेट्स एवरीवन वेलकम OR Esports जस्ट फॉर दैट स्मॉल लिटिल इंटरव्यू। और जेली, कैसे हैं आप? बधाई हो।
हम अच्छे हैं, बहुत अच्छे हैं।
बधाई हो। मैं जेली से नहीं मिलना चाहता, मैं उस लड़के से मिलना चाहता हूं जिसके मैं बूट कैंप में आया था और जो बहुत ज्यादा खुश था। वो खुशी कहां पर है जेली? वो खुशी चाहिए मुझे।
लो हंस के दिखा देता हूं आपको।
नहीं, दिल से आना चाहिए। देखिए जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने खेला है बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया था। टू बी ऑनेस्ट थोड़ी लेट स्टार्ट जरूर हुई थी, बट जेली, आदित्य, आरू, आतंकी, यू गाइज डिड इनक्रेडिबल। पीछे एंटो के हाथ मुझे दिख रहे हैं, डेफिनेटली यू गाइज डिड इनक्रेडिबल। जेली, कैसा लग रहा है इस समय?
ठीक है, अच्छा, इतना अच्छा भी नहीं लग रहा है जितना मतलब फर्स्ट आने पे लगता है, क्योंकि मेरे को पता था हम लोग कर सकते हैं और अपनी गलतियां हैं, अगली बार ट्राई करेंगे और अच्छे से करते हैं और फर्स्ट है।
आई मीन डेफिनेटली देखिए आप लोग उस मुकाम के लिए बने हैं, वो पहले पायदान के लिए बने हैं, मैं मानता हूं। एंड नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट्स, अपकमिंग टूर्नामेंट्स आप लोगों के लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी रहने जरूर वाला है। बट देन मैं जानना चाहता हूं OR इस टूर्नामेंट से क्या सीख लेकर के जाती है और आगे की OR कैसी दिखाई देने वाली है?
आगे की OR काफ़ी ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग दिखाई देने वाली है, क्योंकि ये टूर्नामेंट जो हमको सिखाया है वो शायद ही किसी और टूर्नामेंट ने अभी तक सिखाया है। तो हम लोग ट्राई करने वाले हैं, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे प्लेस बनाए हैं आगे फ्यूचर में, तो वही आपको देखने के लिए मिलने वाला है अभी।
थैंक यू वेरी मच जेली एंड द टीम। जिस तरीके से आप लोगों का प्रदर्शन था बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा था। देखिए वो थोड़ा सा निराशा भी दिख रही है। एक बार जाते जाते एक बार वापस से मुस्कुरा दीजिए और दिल से मुस्कुराइएगा प्लीज़। मैं आऊंगा जरूर आप लोगों से बात करने काफी ज्यादा जल्दी। बट देन अगेन थैंक यू वेरी मच जल्दी, जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने यहाँ पर खेला है, आपका प्रदर्शन बहुत ज्यादा काबिल तारीफ था। एंड आई वुड जस्ट विश यू एंड द बॉयज ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर ऑल द फ्यूचर एंडेवर्स। मे यू गाइज जस्ट stay like this, stay very happy and keep on hard working. Like you guys are extremely hard working.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh well, ये थी OR Esports फर्स्ट रनर अप यहां पर बनती हुई हमारे प्रो सीरीज की। एंड जिस तरीके से OR ने खेला बहुत ज्यादा बेहतरीन था। इनका प्रदर्शन ये चीज दिखाता है कि अगर आप लेट भी शुरुआत करें, आप उस गोल तक पहुंचने की जरूर ड्रीम रख सकते हैं। एंड वेल वो ड्रीम इन लोगों ने यहां पर रखी। अगर हम लोग बात करें लीग स्टेजेस की, अपने आप को काफी ज्यादा अच्छे तरीके से इन्होंने यहां पर निखारा था, अलग अलग गलतियों के ऊपर काम किया था। फाइनल्स में आए जरूर, शुरुआत के कुछ दिन थोड़े से प्लस माइनस हुए थे इनके लिए, बट एट द एंड एवरीथिंग just added up pretty good। अब हम लोग बात करने वाले हैं तीसरे पायदान की टीम की। टॉप 3 पोडियम्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहते हैं। द थर्ड पोजीशन फॉर iQOO प्रेजेंट्स बैटलग्राउंड मोबाइल इंडिया प्रो सीरीज goes to Enigma Gaming and the videos right up। टीम एनिग्मा का एक ऐसा कर्व बॉल जो शायद किसी ने नहीं सोचा होगा। अपने आप को टॉप 2 टॉप 3 में रखवाया था, एक दो बार टॉप 3 से बाहर भी गए, बैक टू बैक अच्छे प्लेस दिखाए, बैक टू बैक थोड़े दिक्कतें आई, बट हर चीज के बाद अपने आप को टॉप 3 में रखने वाली ये टीम बनती है टीम एनिग्मा। जिस तरीके से इस टीम ने खेला है, एक अलग प्रदर्शन यहां पर हमें ला करके हमारे सामने रखा। एक ऐसी एनिग्मा, एक ऐसी चुनौती इनफैक्ट इन लोगों ने पार पाई है जिसके अराउंड शायद बहुत सारे लोग हक्के बक्के रह जाएं, लेकिन टीम एनिग्मा ने अपना सर्वश्रेष्ठ प्रदर्शन यहां पर रखा जरूर। अगर प्लेयर्स की बात करें, एगी पहले दिन से इनका स्टेप अप काबिल तारीफ था। प्लेयर्स की बात करें, ईवो, वो जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग रहती है टीम के अराउंड बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया। प्लेयर्स की बात करें, अवी, उनका तो एक अलग ही तरीके का अंडरस्टैंडिंग रहता है गेम को लेकर के, और वो सब चीजें वो यहां पर लेकर के आते रहे। टीम एनिग्मा, दे गेट द 3rd पोजीशन for themselves right after OR and Team Soul। और जिस तरीके से टीम एनिग्मा का यहां पर प्रदर्शन, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर दिस टीम इज मेड फॉर ब्रिलियंट थिंग्स, क्योंकि ये टीम ये दिखाती है कि एक ऐसा प्लेयर जो थोड़ा पीछे रह करके भी अगर खेलना स्टार्ट करे, पूरी टीम को सपोर्ट देता है। वो सपोर्ट, वो अंडरस्टैंडिंग ओवरऑल ये टीम रख करके गई, और आज के दिन अपने आप को टॉप 3 में ये टीम इनफैक्ट रख करके जाती है। हमने ओआर के प्लेयर्स से बात करी, हमने सोल के प्लेयर्स से बात करी। वेल, अब एनिग्मा के प्लेयर्स भी आई एम प्रीटी श्योर बहुत जल्दी हमारी स्क्रीन के ऊपर आएंगे जरूर, एंड उनसे हम लोग बातचीत करना चाहेंगे क्या उनकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग रही इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट को लेकर के, बिकॉज इस टूर्नामेंट ने इनफैक्ट बहुत सारी टीम्स को बहुत अलग अलग तरीके की सीख दी है। आप सोचिए, आप एक अलग तरीके का यहां पर चीज सोच करके आएंगे कि आप अपने आप को टॉप 3 में रख सकते हैं, लेकिन आखिरी दिन बहुत सारी चीजें बदलता है, बहुत सारे इमोशंस बदलता है। कुछ टीमों को लगता है, कुछ लोगों को लगता है कि आज उनका सर्वश्रेष्ठ यहां पर आया था, लेकिन कुछ लोग उस चीज को और बेहतरीन बनाने की कोशिश जरूर करने की कोशिश करेंगे। कुछ लोग अपने लिए ये सोच रहे हैं कि यहां पर जो ट्रॉफी हमारे पास आई है, इसके बाद और आगे भी ट्रॉफीज आनी चाहिए, जो कि सही भी है, लेकिन कुछ लोग ये सोचेंगे कि हमें पता है कंपटीशन किस तरीके से इवॉल्व हुआ है, तो हम अगली ट्रॉफी अपने लेकर के जाने वाले हैं। आज का दिन कुछ लोगों के लिए काफी अच्छी चैन की नींद लेकर के आएगा, लेकिन कुछ लोगों के लिए आज की रात अभी भी बहुत सारी चीजें सोचने की हो सकती हैं, बहुत सारे चीजें यहां पर बदल सकती हैं, बट एट द एंड यही एक इमोशन रहता है पूरे गेम के अराउंड जो कि प्रो सीरीज लेकर के आता है। आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ये जो टीम्स हैं और ये जो प्लेयर्स हैं, हर किसी ने यहां पर कुछ ना कुछ सीखा है। हमें इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट में एफएस जैसी टीम देखने को मिली है, K47 जैसे प्लेयर्स देखने को मिले हैं, बिग ब्रदर जैसी टीम देखने को मिली है, स्क्रीम जैसे प्लेयर्स देखने को मिले हैं। तो मल्टीपल चीजें इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट के अराउंड हमने सीखी हैं, उन लोगों ने सीखी हैं, उन लोगों ने जाना है, उनको पता है कि क्या सही रहता है क्या गलत, बट एट द एंड सिर्फ एक चीज सबसे ज्यादा मैटर करती है, वो है इस ट्रॉफी का ब्रैगिंग राइट। और इस समय टीम सोल अपने आप को वो चैंपियन कहलवाने वाली है जो कि ये टूर्नामेंट जीत करके जाती है। जिस तरीके से उनकी शुरुआत हुई थी राउंड 4 में, काफी ज्यादा अलग उनके गेम प्लेस और गेम स्टाइल्स देखने को मिल रहे थे, बट देन एट द एंड अगर बात करी जाए, ये देखिए मेरी जरूरत यहां पर पड़ेगी भी नहीं, इन लोगों ने ट्रॉफी उठा ली है, एंड ये ट्रॉफी टीम सोल की देखने को मिलने वाली है। जिस तरीके से इन लोगों ने यहां पर, इनफैक्ट इन सभी ने भी मेहनत यहां पर काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन तरीके से करी है। हर दिन की अगर बात करें, यहां पर कुछ हम लोगों ने भी उल्टी सीधे बातें जरूर करेंगे, लेकिन उसके लिए माफी जरूर दीजिएगा जी। लेकिन इन सब चीजों के बाद एक और अनाउंसमेंट बाकी रहने वाली है, वो रहेगी iQOO MVP ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट। देखते हैं कौन वो रहने वाले हैं खिलाड़ी जो कि iQOO MVP बनने वाले हैं। आई मीन कोई शक तो नहीं होगा अगर बोला जाए कि एक्स्ट्रा 2.5 लाख गोबलिन की झोली में जाने वाले हैं टीम सोल के गोबलिन। iQOO MVP बनते नजर जरूर आएंगे, इनका हार्डवर्क भी काफी ज्यादा अच्छा था, और वेल आई मीन हर चीज के राइट्स अपने हिसाब से इन लोगों ने, इस टीम ने इनफैक्ट बना करके रखे हैं। चलिए चलते हैं अगले चीज के ऊपर जो रहेगा मोस्ट फिनिशेस बाय अ स्क्वाड पावर्ड बाय लोको। 166 फिनिशेस टीम सोल के पास जाते हुए 2 लाख, और गिनती करते रहिए कितने इनके पास टोटल आने वाले हैं यहां पर। और अगर और चीजों की यहां पर बात करी जाए तो रैम्पेज भी गॉबलिन के ही पास 1 लाख और आता हुआ यहां पर टीम सोल की झोली में। ऐसा लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं सारे पिटारे इन्हीं के लिए खुले हैं आज, और भी शायद चीजें रहने वाली है। लोन सर्वाइवर अक्षत के पास 1 लाख और जाता हुआ अगर बात करी जाए, इस टीम के पास, इन प्लेयर्स के पास जाता हुआ। फैन फेवरेट टीम भी टीम सोल के पास है, 1 लाख और इस टीम के पास जाता हुआ। वेल और भी बचे। मैं फैन फेवरेट प्लेयर गॉब्लिन के पास जाता हुआ 1 लाख और उनके पास जाता हुआ पता चले कि कहीं ना कहीं वो 75 लाख से 1 करोड़ तक जा रहे होंगे। लेकिन चलिए प्लेयर ऑफ द डेज की बात करें तो डे 1 की बात करी जाएगी। पहले एनिग्मा की यहाँ पर आते हुए अपनी टीम के लिए एक अच्छा योगदान इन्होंने दिया था। डे 2 की अगर बात करी जाए, सोल गॉब्लिन एक और बार आते हुए 1 लाख और उनकी झोली में जाएगा जरूर, जिस तरीके से रहे हैं। लेकिन यहां पर ये प्लेयर रुकना कहां जानता है। डे 3 की बात करें, सोल गॉब्लिन फिर से यहां पर आते हुए हमें दिखाई दे जाएंगे वापस से। बट डे 4 सोल गॉब्लिन वापस से आते हुए दिख जाएंगे। ऐसा लगता है सिर्फ साइड में डे 1 2 3 4 बदल रहा है, बाकी सारा स्लाइड सेम ही है। बट स्टिल प्लेयर ऑफ द डेज इनफैक्ट ये दिखने को मिले हैं, दूसरे तीसरे चौथे के। तो आप बोल सकते हो पहला शायद वार्म अप के हिसाब से खेला गया था, बट देन अगेन ये जो पूरी टीम यहाँ पर रही है, जिस तरीके से इस टीम ने यहाँ पर कहीं ना कहीं इन गेम्स को एक जान दी है अलग सी। हम सब कास्टर्स काफी ज्यादा एंजॉय हम लोगों ने भी किया है। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट फिक्सर्स आर का एक्सपेरिमेंट फ्रॉम द इंग्लिश डेस्क, जिस तरीके से इन लोगों का भी वहां पर एक अच्छा योगदान रहा। आप जानते हैं एंकी को, मेजी को, स्पिरो को आप जानते हैं, ये तीनों भी यहाँ पर काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन थे। थोड़े बहुत जोक्स, स्पिरो की टांग खिंचाई हो जाती थी, बट खैर वो सब चीजें चलती रहती है। बट चलिए चलेंगे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स की तरफ एंड जा करके देखेंगे किस तरीके से ये जो उलटफेर हुआ आखिरी गेम के अराउंड, वो क्या था, कैसे था और क्यों था। क्योंकि उससे पहले हम बात करते 15 अंकों का फासला था दूसरे तीसरे चौथे पांचवें में। 335, 250, 228 और 227 प्रभावित इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट में एफएस स्पोर्ट्स ने देखिए बहुत बेहतरीन किया। 223 आते हुए बिग ब्रदर ने किया यहां पर 188 अंक आते हुए। टीम एक्सो थोड़ा सा चूक गए, बट निग्मा गैलेक्सी की कल की छलांग एक बहुत बेहतरीन छलांग थी। 9 से 16 अपॉर्चुनिटीज की अंक तालिका रहती है यहां पर। ई-स्पोर्ट्स वाला WSF, काइनेटिक, आर ई-स्पोर्ट्स, हैदराबाद हाइड्रास, जिस तरीके का इनका प्रदर्शन पहले लीग में था, थोड़े से उलटफेर जरूर हुए। ऑटोबॉट्स, हाइड्रा ऑफिशियल, 7C, टीम INS, बट यहीं पर चीजें खत्म नहीं होते। चलेंगे इस पूरे टूर्नामेंट के टॉप 5 प्लेयर्स की तरफ, जैसे कि हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के अंत में। सोल गॉब्लिन 71 फिनिशेस लेकर के गए हैं, लेकिन जोकर ओजी VSS का कमाल दिखा करके आखिरी गेम्स के अंदर 37 फिनिशेस अपने लिए लेकर के गए हैं। ओजी जो शब्द है इनके पीछे एक रीजन से, और वो रीजन इनको टॉप 5 में लेकर के आता है। आदित्य, अक्षत, एगी, 50 का आंकड़ा पार करने वाले 2 खिलाड़ी। मतलब मैं बोल चुका हूं, बट कोई बात नहीं। एगी और गॉब्लिन जी, मुझे लगा आप समझ जाएंगे, बट कोई बात नहीं। खैर अगर आगे की बात करी जाए, डेफिनेटली और भी बहुत सारी बेहतरीन चीजें हम लोगों के सामने आने जरूर वाली हैं। बट ये जो जर्नी थी एक बहुत ही अलग जर्नी रही। आप लोगों ने देखिए शुरुआत से देखा है इस जर्नी को बहुत ज़्यादा बेहतरीन तरीके से। बट और भी चीज़ों की यहाँ पर दरकार रहती है हमारी जनता को कि आगे क्या टूर्नामेंट आएगा, कौन सी चीज़ें आएंगी, क्या अनाउंसमेंट्स आएंगी। आप लोग फॉलो कर सकते हैं हमारे सोशल्स पर, हमारे और BGMI ऑफिशियल जो सोशल्स हैं और हैंडल्स हैं यूट्यूब और इंस्टाग्राम, उन पर फॉलो जरूर कर सकते हैं। आगे के टूर्नामेंट्स, आगे की डिटेल्स, जो गिव अवे विनर्स, हर एक चीज़ का यहाँ पर आपको वहाँ पर चीज़ें पता चलती ज़रूर रहेंगी। लेकिन अभी के लिए this would be us just signing off. That would be all from our side. हम लोग समीक्षक एक स्टोरी टेलर बन करके जरूर थे, जी उठ जाइए, हम लोग एक स्टोरी टेलर बन करके जरूर थे, लेकिन आज का दिन, ये पूरा टूर्नामेंट यहीं पर समाप्त होता है। देवियों सज्जनों, धन्यवाद, आप लोग यहां पर थे जिस तरीके से आप लोग थे जरूर। लेकिन और भी चीजें बची हुई हैं, अभी बोला जा रहा है एक बार फिर से हमारे लिए हमें बोला गया गिव अवे विनर्स यहां पर अनाउंस करने हैं, क्योंकि उसके बिना नहीं रहा जाता है जी। iQOO Neo 6 के जो गिव अवे विनर्स है वो अनाउंस यहां पर किए जाएंगे। सबसे पहले तो चलिए देखते हैं कौन कौन वो लकी विजेता रहने आपने दिल पे आते। आपने भी पार्ट लिया था क्या जी? अच्छा, नहीं मेरे को तो देखिए गिव अवे मिल गया था, लेकिन आप देखिए गुलाब खान, सुरजित राय, ओम प्रकाश सिंह, आदित्य, सौरभ, अनिल, ये हमारे नाम रहने वाले कुछ नाम iQOO Neo 6 गिव अवे विनर्स जो हैं जिनकी की हम बात कर रहे थे। और नामों की बात करें, वंश, मयूख, देवान, धीरज और धरेश, ये और नाम रहने वाले। अगर हम लोग iQOO Neo 6 गिव अवे विनर्स की बात करें, इन लोगों ने जो रूल्स थे वो सारे अच्छे से फॉलो किए। एट द एंड ये जो डिवाइसेस हैं ये इनको मिलने जरूर वाले हैं। कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू एवरीवन जो कि यहाँ पर ये जो डिवाइसेस है लेकर के गए iQOO Neo 6 के। लेकिन यहीं पर समापन नहीं होता है। मर्चेंडाइज गिव अवे विनर्स आज के दिन के हमारे सामने हरेश, मुकेश, मोहम्मद शाहिदुल, प्रमबीत सिंह, समीर, गोलू झा, रजक, बीच में थोड़े से नाम यहाँ पर मेरे लिए कट रहे हैं, पता नहीं क्यों, अभिषेक कुमार, इनफैक्ट भाग्य पटेल जी, एक नाम और है बीच में लेकिन वो कहीं पर कटा हुआ है, बट एक और नाम है जरूर लेकिन वो थोड़ा सा कटा हुआ है, ये विभूत कुमार दिख रहा है और भव्य पटेल इनफैक्ट यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं। तो ये थे कुछ नाम, और भी नाम हमारे सामने जरूर आने वाले। अगर नामों की बात करें, डेफिनेटली मनन, आर के चौधरी, हिमांग और ठक्कर, स्वप्निल, दिनेश भाई, प्रदीप सिंह, विवेक कुमार गुप्ता, राहुल कुमार, आकाश कुमार, रमा और अभिनव कुमार झा, ये भी नाम हमें देखने को मिलने वाले मर्चेंडाइज गिव अवे विनर्स की लिस्ट में, फेहरिस्त में अगर हम लोग बात करें। उसके बाद बात करें तो सदानंद गुप्ता, एसके, गोलू कुमार, कान्हे, पंदोर, राजपाल सिंह, शिवा, अब मुझे ऐसे मत देखिए धनमनी दास, अभिषेक और पटेल हर्षद, मैं आपको दे दूंगा अपनी मर्चेंडाइज, टेंशन मत लीजिए जी। ये सब नाम भी हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिलने वाले हैं जो कि मर्चेंडाइज गिव अवे विनर से, लेकिन ये फेहरिस्त रुकती नहीं है। ऑक्टा, आकाश राज, अभिषेक कुमार, वेदांत, राजेश भाई पटेल, अभय, त्रिलोचन, ब्रिजेश कुमार, शुभम और सौरभ मतिया, ये नाम भी हमें देखने को मिलने वाले मर्चेंडाइज गिव अवे विनर्स के अंदर। और भी नाम यहाँ पर आने वाले हैं, सोनल कांबे, रौनक वर्मा, दीपक एक्स गुप्ता, गोविंद, जयेश केकन, विभास, ऋषभ, विलास, अमनदीप और रोहित वाघमरे, ये नाम हमारे पास रहेंगे। बधाई हो आप सबको भी, इस पूरी जो जर्नी है उसका आप एक विशेष तरीके से हिस्सा यहाँ पर बने जरूर हैं, बट जी उठ जाइए, हो गया जी, हो गया ऐसे बैठने की आपको आदत बाद में डालनी पड़ेगी, बट खैर जिस तरीके से यहाँ पर हम लोगों ने ये पूरा टूर्नामेंट देखा है, काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन ये टूर्नामेंट रहा है, ये जो जर्नी रही है बहुत ही ज़्यादा बेहतरीन रही है। हम सब समीक्षक यहाँ पर अपनी इस जर्नी को भी ख़त्म करेंगे, आगे कहीं ना कहीं मुलाकात ज़रूर होगी, लेकिन उससे पहले, जाने से पहले, once again ladies and boys and girls, it's been a pleasure hosting all of this event of iQOO BMPS Pro Series powered by Loco। जिस तरीके से ये इवेंट गया, काफ़ी सारी यहाँ पर यादें बनी हैं। देवी और सज्जनों, हम लोगों को आप फॉलो कर सकते हैं हमारे सोशल्स पर, एंड BGMI ऑफिशियल esports चैनल पर भी हम लोग दिख जाएंगे। टिल देन, थैंक यू, टेक केयर, बाय बाय।